on that regard. One of the things is I found interesting, Steve, and I was doing an interview you did with Chuck Martin earlier in the week, and Tim Albin feels the same way.
Yeah.
The Miami game was kind of the turning point for both teams this season.
Yeah, it really was. And, Miami found out what they could do in that game, particularly offensively. The defense has been rock steady. I mean, just absolutely rock steady all season long. The offense had a little trouble getting going. The running game particularly had a little trouble getting going. Keon Mosey has been huge. 1,000-yard rusher, and in the first 5 games was almost non-existent. So over the last 7-8 games, he's really had things going. That's going to be key against a defense that doesn't give up anything against the run. And Brett, once he got into the MAC schedule, and he has settled down and been great. Only a couple of picks, and really has been completing the ball. He's developed those relationships with the wide receivers. Having Cade McDonald back last week was huge for us in the win. So, we're at a spot. Both these teams are in a spot where they're playing their best football,
right? Exactly.
Which is as it should be.
Exactly, absolutely. I think it's interesting too when you get to this point of a season. The question becomes when two teams are doing what these two teams are doing. Where have they gotten better in that stretch?
Yeah.
Where is Miami different from the first time Ohio saw them?
The defense has gotten better, even with Michael Yarbrough out, one of our leading safeties on the season. He is out for the year. Guys have stepped up, and that's really what's been important for this team all season long. We played 29 freshmen or redshirt freshmen this season, and each one of them has gotten better every game. And that's what Chuck challenged the team to after we had lost to Toledo. We were 1-4. He said, okay, look, the only way we're going to do this is what are you going to do today to get better? Not this weekend, every day, what are you going to do to get better? And those guys took it to heart and really every day worked. They were in the film room. They were on the practice field, extra time, to really get better. And it's really worked all the way around. The offensive line has come together, the running game, a little bit of everything. So if you're looking for getting better, really every position on the team has gotten better.
It's great, too, for the fan bases.
Oh,
you can sense it. I know you've been around the Miami folks. We were, of course, with Ohio folks last night. You can just sense the anticipation for this, can't you?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a huge game when something that hasn't happened in decades happens. And for our national anthem today, both the Miami University and the Ohio University marching bands will be on the same field. They don't even travel to the same stadiums. They will be on the same field today, so it's huge.
Steve, it's always a pleasure, my friend. Have a good call today.
Thank you. You too, Mark.
Steve Baker, the voice of the Miami RedHawks. We're getting close to kickoff today. Ohio and Miami for the MAC Championship. We continue next on the Ohio Sports Network from Learfield, presented by Holzer.
The road to a championship is built on years of practice and hard work. That's true in football and the construction industry. The apprenticeship and upgrade training programs provided by the Parkersburg Marietta Building and Construction Trades produces the workforce with the most modern skills and cutting-edge knowledge in the industry. The key to success for the Bobcats on the field is the same as your choice on the work site. The winning move is working with members of the Parkersburg Marietta Building and Construction Trades, proud sponsor of Ohio University football.
You expect world-class primary care from Memorial Health System. It's time to expect more, much more. Our patients now also get free virtual urgent care. So expect our expertise everywhere and answers anytime for free. No one else offers this because we're reinventing primary care. So find out more and expect more today from Memorial Health System.
This is your home of the Bobcats, the Ohio Sports Network from Learfield, presented by Holzer.
Ma, is this how you feed a hamster?
I think so.
Is my homework right?
I think so.
Is this milk still good?
I think so.
When it comes to parenting, sometimes it's okay to think you know. But when it's something as important as your child's car seat, don't just think. Know. Double check if your child is in the right seat for their age and size. It'll help protect them in a car crash. Don't just think. Know by visiting nhtsa.gov/the right seat. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Hear that? That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. Beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, the music gets drowned out. Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzzed driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Welcome back to Bobcat Game Day, presented by Bud Light. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Here's the voice of Bobcat football, Marty Bannister.
We welcome you back inside Ford Field, downtown Detroit, as we close in on kick today for the Mid-American Conference Championship game as Ohio gets set to face the Miami RedHawks. Time now to check on today's game day weather, presented by Tempstar and your local Tempstar dealer, Dean Heating and Cooling. Dean Heating and Cooling and Tempstar, quality you can feel. Of course, this game being played indoors today, a very comfortable 72 degrees inside Ford Field, but like most everywhere else across the Midwest right now, outside, very chilly. Temperature in the upper 20s, low 30s here in this part of the state of Michigan. But inside, comfortable field turf conditions, field turf surface, and comfortable conditions for this Mid-American Conference Championship game. What you want when you have your two best teams playing for your biggest prize, you want an even playing field and things to be good in that regard as far as weather and everything, and today that is the case. That's today's game day weather presented by Tempstar and your local Tempstar dealer, Dean Heating and Cooling. Dean Heating and Cooling and Tempstar. Quality you can feel. What are the Bobcats wearing for today's conference championship game? Let's get today's uniform update. It's presented by the Game Day Spirit Bobcat Fan Store. GameDaySpirit.com is your one-stop shop apparel for Bobcat apparel. Ohio's wearing the white jerseys today with green trim lettering and numerals, the white helmets with the double green stripes from front to back, and Block Ohio on either side of the helmets. The Miami RedHawks are in the red jerseys for today's game, but Ohio wearing the whites with the green lettering, trim, and numerals for today's conference championship game. That's our uniform update, presented by the Game Day Spirit Bobcat Fan Store. GameDaySpirit.com is your one-stop shop for Bobcat apparel. And again, it is worth repeating as we close in on kick this afternoon. Austin Brawley is back with the Ohio football team, the defensive back who played 5 games, then left the team, but is back today, is expected to play. He's in uniform. He is loosening up with the defensive backs as Rob and I look down on the field from our broadcast location at about the 35-yard line here at Ford Field. And Rob, before we take a break, that's a big advantage for this team whose defense has been one of the reasons why they're playing for this championship today.
Yeah, probably best defense in this league, but it's been a complete mix in that secondary between injuries and the like and personnel missing. Getting Brawley back today, even for a limited snap count, limited pitch count, would be a great addition on the back end.
Ohio and Miami meeting for the Mid-American Conference Championship. We'll update you on some of the bowl matchups as well, too. Those are constantly being snapped up almost by the minute as we close in on kick today. The official announcements will come tomorrow, but we were visiting with Mid-American Conference Commissioner John Steinbrecher a couple of moments ago, and all he said to us was Ohio's going to get a nice bowl trip.
And I think we agree with that, and some more being checked off the list as we'll talk about it. Possibilities are dwindling, but it looks like Boca's off the board now.
It does, as that matchup has been for at least confirmed by one social media site, but it does not include a Mid-American Conference team, the Boca Raton Bowl. So we'll keep you updated on all that. But the business at hand, though, today is playing for the Mid-American Conference Championship. We'll continue our preview of the game as Bobcat Game Day, presented by Bud Light, continues on the Ohio Sports Network from Learfield, presented by Holzer.
Football season is here, which means winter is not far behind. Hi, this is Jared Dean with Dean Heating and Cooling. As your local Tempstar dealer, you can experience superior home comfort with Tempstar game-changing technology. Whether you need a fall tune-up or a midwinter repair call, our expert technicians will make sure your heating system is running at peak performance. Count on Dean Heating and Cooling and Tempstar to keep you cozy all winter long. Find us online at deanheatingandcooling.com and go Cats!
Football season is here. Keep your athletes at their best with Holzer in Athens. Dr. Jason Cox Orthopedics and Dr. Aaron Ramsey Chiropractic Care are currently accepting new patients. From follow-up care to injury repair, our healthcare team at Holzer Athens will keep your athlete in the game. Call 855-446-5937 to schedule your appointment today. That's 855-446-5937.
This is your home of the Bobcats, the Ohio Sports Network from Learfield, presented by Holzer.
Hey, so what's a great way to spread awareness that driving high is illegal everywhere? A catchy song, of course.
You can run, but you can't drive high.
friendly reminder, don't drive high. If you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Are you prepared for an emergency or disaster? Because it's not a matter of if, but when. Don't find yourself saying,
when the storm rolls in, my time to find a pet-friendly evacuation center will have run out.
The scorching heat wave will leave me powerless to cool my insulin.
I'll face a hurricane without meds. Now that's a tough pill to swallow.
Let's prepare so we all have a better story to tell. Get started at ready.gov/older adults. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Time to check on other Mid-American Conference games with the Par-Mar Store's Max Scoreboard. If there's not a Par-Mar store near you, there will be soon.
And welcome inside the Learfield Network studios. Matt Schweiker with you here once again today. Time now to take a look at what else is going on around college football today on Championship Saturday. We've got one other game kicking off alongside Ohio at noon. And that will be the Big 12 championship game between Arizona State and Iowa State. Those two teams playing for a spot in the college football playoff. Then at 4 o'clock, Texas and Georgia will get a rematch in the SEC championship game. Texas looking to avenge their only loss of the season. Then at 7:30, we got the Sun Belt title game between Louisiana and Marshall. And just as a reminder, that's one of those championship games where the higher seed hosts the championship game, so Louisiana will be at home for that game. Then a pair of games to wrap things up at 8 o'clock. Oregon and Penn State in the Big Ten championship game, and SMU and Clemson in the ACC title game. Final scores from last night: Boise State all but locks up their college football playoff spot with a 21-7 win over UNLV. In the Mountain West championship game, Army defeated Tulane 35-14 in the American Athletic Championship game. Big win for Army. And then Jacksonville State absolutely dominant in the Conference USA title game, 52-12 over Western Kentucky. That's your look at what's going on around college football this weekend. And now we'll send it back to the booth where Marty and Rob have a very special guest.
Matt, thank you very much. Good job on the score update. And you're absolutely right. We have the commissioner of the Mid-American Conference stopping by our broadcast booth. Dr. John Steinbrecher is with us here today. First of all, Commissioner, a pleasure. Thank you for spending some time with us here today. How excited are you for this conference championship today?
You know, you look forward to this game all year. I mean, you just do. I mean, it's hard to believe Media Day was in July, and here we are. Boom. But this is what everything builds toward. And, you know, first year we've gone non-divisional in scheduling. We really liked how that worked. The goal was, let's get our best two teams to Detroit. We got our best two teams in Detroit. Plus, as we were going down the stretch, we were, 2 weeks out, 3 weeks out, we had 8 teams or 6 teams still in it. We went to the last week, 4 teams still in it. In previous years, we've usually had at least one side locked up a week or two in advance. It was wonderful. I really liked how that played out. And, you know, we'll see what plays up today on the second version of the Battle of the Bricks.
Absolutely. We were talking a moment ago, Rob and I, when we went on the air. There have been 100 of these prior matchups of what is, we think, is one of the, maybe the best rivalry in this league. And there are a lot of great rivalries. There's no question about that. But there's something special about having these two teams play for a conference championship, isn't there?
Well, it's neat that we are able to facilitate a rivalry game at a championship. Not many people have been able to facilitate that so far. You know, everybody, when Big Ten and others went non-divisional, they're, we're going to get Ohio State and Michigan. Well, they haven't done that. We've been able to get Ohio and Miami, and what a neat thing, and I can't wait to see the young men and women perform.
A lot of teams are going to be going to postseason games, traditional bowl games after this week. Grade out the league's performance this year. How do you think they did in the pre-con? How do you feel about scheduling? Where are we going forward? Is this like a C year, an A year, a B year?
It's a better year than last year.
Great.
I don't think I'd call it an A year. A year will be in the CFP, right?
Right.
So we did better in the non-conference. We certainly had a handful of really noticeable wins. I mean, you start off with Northern Illinois knocking off number 5 Notre Dame. Yep. Toledo had a dominating performance over Mississippi State. Beat a few other people here and there. So all that was good. Conference battles were all good. We have fewer, what I'll just say, just really poor teams this year, and that's good. We need to continue to work on that. You want that bottom to come up, and that elevates everybody. And then we'll see what happens when we go into the bowl games. Those are important. It's important to finish strong. We're going to play in 7 bowl games. We're going to play all 7 of our bowl eligible teams, which is great. And now we need to go 4-3, 5-2, 6-1, and not 2-5.
And we'd like to help out with that. We've been helping out for a good while.
Well, exactly. And the interesting thing is we're in a different day and age where kids are opting out and things. So we'll see, are we able to hang on to our rosters and our coaches and all of those sorts of things? And people on the other side of the field have the same issue.
Yeah.
So, we'll see who can adapt and grow and step up and do all those things. But the great thing is we know the Bobcats are going bowling, and they're going to go and probably have a little warmth wherever they go.
I like the sound of that.
I like the little hints that are being dropped. We appreciate Dr. John Steinberger, the Commissioner of the Mid-American Conference, visiting with us here in our pregame show. You mentioned the CFP a moment ago, and first year of the expanded field and the way things are working out. I know everybody's still trying to kind of feel their way through this right now. Yeah. Do you like the way the way it's set up?
Yeah, I my guess is one of the tweaks will look, and I hope we don't tweak it too much. Mm-hmm. In intercollegiate athletics, we have this really great, terrible tradition of changing things really quick instead of giving it a time to breathe.
Fixing something that's not broke.
So I'm guessing we will go away from only the conference champions can receive the byes. That would be my guess. That is the most logical one. It really makes for a more pure bracket. Other than that, there's not much I would change. I'd change it to 16 teams. I think that's where we need to be.
Right.
One of these days we might get there, but I'm in no hurry for that. Gosh, think of the interest and excitement. We were into November. We had 35, 45 teams still in contention to play in the thing. That's what you want. I don't like how we're pitting conference to get conference, and no, they shouldn't get that. And I'm watching Game Day this morning, and I've got different commissioners being interviewed and live. I mean, I don't think that's what we want, but maybe that's okay. It certainly makes for great theater. I get that.
Exactly.
I know why ESPN likes it. I'm just not sure it's best for the sport of college football, but here we are.
Absolutely.
We'll see how that evolves.
Relationship with Ford Field in the Mid-American Conference coming here. We mentioned as well, too, when we came on the air, if you're going to have a game with your 2 best teams, you want it in the best possible conditions, and you have that here.
Well, yeah, we are beyond fortunate with our relationships. We're the only non-autonomous FBS conference that plays in a neutral site. It's playing indoors. In fact, we're the only group of 5 conference that has both their basketball championship and their football championship in professional arenas or stadiums. You're right. We're in here. It's going to be 72 and sunny. No breeze, light breeze. No, the flags aren't waving.
Open the doors. Open the doors.
And the game will be determined by the players on the field, not by the vagaries of weather and all that. It's a great environment for the student athletes. It's a great environment for the fans. You couldn't ask for anything more there.
Commissioner, we appreciate your time. Thanks so much for stopping by. Good to see you.
Have a great broadcast.
We're looking forward to
Thank
it.
you.
The Commissioner of the Mid-American Conference, Dr. John Steinberger, visiting with us here in our broadcast booth. We will continue along. Bobcat Game Day, presented by Bud Light, continues on the Ohio Sports Network from Learfield, presented by Holzer.
If there's not a Parmar store near you now, there will be soon. That's the slogan, and that's what we believe at Parmar stores. From groceries to gas and all the other stuff you need, Parmar has it. Download the Parmar app for even more savings, and don't forget the Parmar Rewards Card, too. We also believe in being a big part of your community, so look for us at the ball game or wherever you are. Shop us today, like us on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and remember, if there's not a Parmar store near you now, there will be soon.
The Holiday Inn Express Athens is the home of Ohio football. Located just off Route 33 on East State Street, our newly renovated rooms are perfect for your next trip to Athens. Offering both traditional rooms as well as suites, we have the accommodations you need to feel right at home. Enjoy a complimentary hot breakfast bar, free high-speed internet, a 24-hour fitness center, or relax in our indoor pool. We can't guarantee you'll be able to call the offense, but we can guarantee you stayed in a Holiday Inn Express last night. Sleep where the Bobcats sleep. Call 888-HOLIDAY or click holidayinexpress.com.
This is your home of the Bobcats, the Ohio Sports Network from Learfield, presented by Holzer.
This is your captain. We are going to be experiencing some slight turbulence. Please fasten your... Oh, hold on. Just got a video of my cat.
Imagine the pilot of an airplane was as confident as you are texting and driving. Seems kind of crazy when you put it like that.
Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Comes to a gun suicide attempt, all it takes is a moment.
Heather and I had an argument just like any other couple. I was lost. I had snapped. I had a gun and I was going to take my own life. Heather helped me realize that there was still a life to live for the better of myself, my family. My weapon is now safely put away.
A moment of crisis can happen to anyone. Store your guns, locked, unloaded, and away from ammo. Hear more safe stories at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by Brady and the Ad Council.
The Ohio Health starting lineups are in. Ohio Health, the official sports medicine and orthopedics provider of Ohio University Athletics. Ohio Health. Believe in we.
Closing in on kick today, it's the Mid-American Conference Championship game, the 101st meeting between Ohio and Miami in the Battle of the Bricks, and they battle for the Mid-American Conference Championship. Let's meet the starting lineups. First for Ohio today, the Bobcats are the visiting team, oh, by the way, in this championship game. Ohio on offense today, Parker Navarro, the quarterback, named second-team Mid-American Conference. Earlier in the week, the 6', 205-pound graduate student out of Tempe, Arizona. First game against Miami, well, let's make no bones about it. Parker struggled that day. 13 of 22 for just 88 yards and a couple of interceptions, and ran the football for 38 yards, but has put together a tremendous year. 5th in the MAC in rushing, 10th in passing. Parker Navarro. Anthony Trey Tyus, number 2 in the MAC in rushing, will be the running back. We'll, of course, see Ricky Hunt Jr. today, and at times Nolan McCormick and Duncan Bruin. Across the offensive line, the left tackle will be Davian Weatherspoon. The left guard is Carson Heidecker. The center is Parker Titsworth. The right guard is Christoph Atkinson. The right tackle, Jacob Dennison. A big change from the first time these two teams played. Heidecker and Dennison are on the field today for Ohio, and that makes a big difference for the Bobcat offense. The tight end is Mason Williams. The tight end, along with Jake Bruno and Bryce Butler, they'll all be in and out at that spot as well, too. The wideouts, Coleman Owen, first-team All-Mid-American Conference choice. Finished with 62 catches this year, second in the league in that category. Chase Hendricks, Rodney Harris, Caleb Gossett, Ian Pugh, Iman Dennis, Max Rodarte in and out for Ohio at those wideout spots. The defense for the Bobcats, the ends are Brad Weaver and Marcel Walker-Burgess. We will also see, of course, across that front, C.J. Doggett, Braylon Henderson, Casey Seegers, Chris Mayfield, Cam Rice, and Ben McNabo. The linebackers, Blake Leak, Shea Taylor, Adonis Williams will be the nickel, with Caden Schmidt, Stellan Bowman in and out at those positions as well, too. Jalen Thomason will also be in and out at that nickel spot. The field corner is Tank Pearson. The boundary corner is Roman Perotti. The free safety is Dustin Johnson. The strong safety is DJ Walker, and we will see Austin Brawley today. He is back in uniform, warming up today with the football team. The junior from Massillon, who played 5 games and finished with 33 tackles. The leading returning tackler off of last year's Bobcat team, Austin Brawley. The Miami RedHawks, they go this way offensively. The quarterback is the conference's number 1 quarterback, Brett Gabbert. Number 1 as far as selections in the Mid-American Conference. Gabbert, the 6', 210-pound, 6th-year senior. In his games, in his career against Ohio, all he has done is throw a dozen touchdown passes and be picked off just one time. The 6' senior is from St. Louis, Missouri. He is 5th in the MAC in passing. And in Mid-American Conference play, 18 touchdowns and 4 interceptions. Keon Mosey, who finished 3rd in the league in rushing, is the running back. We'll see Kevin Davis back there as well, too, for the RedHawks. Also, Dylan Downing will get carries as well. Jack Coldiron's the tight end. Will Jados, John Young, Charlie Nank, Colby Borders, and Reed Holsky are the offensive linemen. Left guard, left tackle, right guard, right tackle. Reggie Virgil, Javon Tracy, Cade McDonald, Cam Perry will all be in and out at the wideout spots. Much like Ohio, Miami's strength is on the defensive side of the ball, and they have one of the best. Linebacker Matt Salopek, the Defensive Player of the Year. The 6', 230-pound, 6th-year senior. Last year's Defensive Player of the Year. 53rd start today for Salopek in this game. Ty Wise will be the middle linebacker. Oscar McWood will be the nickel back. The down linemen are Brian Ugu, Nasir Washington, Kobe Hilton, Corey Suttle. The corners are Luke Evans, Rayon Strader, Eli Blakey, and Silas Walters today for the Miami RedHawks, who are 3rd in the league overall in defense at 309 yards a game allowed. Ohio is 2nd at 305 yards a game allowed on that side of the football. It is Ohio. It's Miami. It's the Mid-American Conference Championship game. We invite you to stay with us. We will have more coming up from Ford Field in Detroit in a moment. Fans, remember when the holidays get real, start at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. where you'll find amazing deals on everything you need all in one place so you can focus on the moments that matter. Kohl's, where families come first. This is the Ohio Sports Network from Learfield, presented by Holzer.
At Ohio Health, you can see your doctor here, there, or anywhere, whether it's in person.
Hi there. How are you feeling today?
Or at home.
Hi there. How are you doing?
At one of our 200-plus care sites across the state.
All right, let's take a look.
Or on your tablet, smartphone, or computer.
So, when did this problem start?
You'll feel good knowing Ohio Health provides the finest care anywhere. Schedule care today at ohiohealth.com/finestcare.
Some days you hit snooze, but not today. Today you have to go on a run to get burgers for the tailgate. You've got to haul something heavy, a cooler stocked with Bud Light. And you've got beer and football, nothing is hard. Until the other team scores. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. 21 plus, copyright 2024 Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
This is your home for Ohio football.
Dominate this week, baby.
The Ohio Sports Network from Learfield, presented by Holzer.
You say you'd never give in to a meltdown and never fill your feed with kid photos. You say you'd never put a pacifier in your mouth to clean it and never let them run wild through the grocery store. So when you say you'd never let them get into a car without you there, no, it can happen. 1 in 4 hot car deaths happen when a kid gets into an unlocked car and can't get out. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
The possibility of lung cancer can be pretty scary, especially if you're one of approximately 8 million current or former smokers at high risk. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know that now there's a breakthrough low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early, and it only takes 60 seconds. You stop smoking, now start screening. For an easy quiz to see if you're eligible, visit SaveByTheScan.org. It could save your life. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
It's time to find out what's at stake in today's game. Presented by Steak and Shake, famous for steak burgers.
And welcome back to Ford Field in Detroit as we close in on kick. Ohio and Miami here this afternoon. Our What's at Stake segment here as we look ahead to this game this afternoon. Rob, well, it's obvious what's at stake. It's the Mid-American Conference Championship. But in the overall, you have to treat it like it's just another football game. If you make it too big, it becomes too big.
No, and Ohio's played one game at a time as coaches say all season. I want to be 1-0 next week. I want to be 1-0 last week. I want to always be 1-0. And that's what Ohio needs to be today, despite, again, the overhang for fans and me and all this who watch this team. This hasn't happened. This team has not won this league since 1968, 56 years, nearly 6 decades worth of tough for a team that's been very, very good over that time.
And that's one of the things I think that has been very impressive about Tim Albert and his staff this year, the way they have done it this year. Yeah, it's one game at a time. We're not even thinking about what's down the road.
They're offended when you ask about next week.
Absolutely. You almost get that. They take it personally.
Right. They don't want to hear about that. And the kids have gotten it too. It's not just coach speak. They've figured this out. Again, never too high, never too low. You go to Miami, you don't finish a job there. Now you get a chance to make good on that, and they're ready.
But taking it personally, it's Miami, and that's a little different level of taking it personally.
Don't wear red in Athens. Don't wear red in the facility. Don't wear red, Pete, and that's what these guys have learned on. And we've brought over some coaches from there who've done a great job, and they figured it out, got green in a hurry.
That's what's at stake for today's game, brought to you by Steak and Shake. It's Ohio, it's Miami. The Mid-American Conference Championship game is coming up. This is the Ohio Sports Network from Learfield, presented by Holzer.
Located on 741 East State Street, Steak and Shake is serving up handmade milkshakes, fresh pressed steak burgers, and crispy shoestring fries cooked right to order. Kick off your day with our breakfast served until 11 a.m. And don't forget to join us for happy hour drinks and shakes on weekdays from 2 p.m. till 5 p.m.
Straight up the middle of the field, and he will saunter into the end zone. Touchdown, Ohio. Straight up the middle, straight into the end zone.
In sight, it must be right. We'll see you there at Steak and Shake Athens.
The
competition, the rivalries. SiriusXM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got you covered. On SiriusXM College Sports Radio, there's complete coverage of every major conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along on the SiriusXM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now you can get 3 months of SiriusXM free. Subscribe now. See offer details at SiriusXM.com/College Sports Radio 24.
This is your home of the Bobcats, the Ohio Sports Network from Learfield, presented by Holzer.
I'm a pretty great multitasker. I can wash dishes and do laundry. I can roller skate while walking my dog. I can even order lunch while doing my homework. But I can't use my phone while driving. A distracted driver is one of the leading causes of death in the United States. So when it comes to driving, please, don't be a multitasker.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
All right, son. Time to put out this campfire.
Dad, we learned about this in school.
Oh, did you now? Okay. What's first?
Smokey Bear said to.
First drown it with a bucket of water, then stir it with a shovel.
Wow, you sound just like him.
Then he said.
If it's still warm, then do it again.
Where can I learn all this?
It's all on SmokeyBear.com with other wildfire prevention tips, because only you can prevent wildfires.
Brought to you by the USDA Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Welcome inside the Learfield Network studios. We're about 20 minutes away from kickoff in the MAC championship game between Ohio and Miami, the 101st meeting of the Battle of the Bricks. Time now to take a look at what else is going on around MAC hoops today on a busy Saturday in both college football and college basketball. Things will get underway at 2 o'clock with a pair of games. Toledo at home against non-D1 Defiance, and then Bowling Green at home as well, taking on Morgan State. Then at 3 o'clock, Akron will have a non-D1 opponent as well. They will be playing SUNY Brockport at the Jar. And then a pair of games at 4 o'clock. Ohio, of course, in action today. They will be playing Morehead State, and that game will be available. We'll start as a stream broadcast before moving over to the network at the conclusion of this broadcast. And also at 4 o'clock, Buffalo will go on the road to take on St. Bonaventure. Final MAC Hoops game of the day is at 6 o'clock, Northern Illinois, with a good road test against Northern Iowa. That's your look at what else is going on around MAC Hoops today on this championship Saturday. We'll hear from Coach Tim Alba next on the Ohio Sports Network from Learfield, presented by Holzer.
It's time you join the winning team at Warner Kia. When it comes to quality and low-price new Kias, Warner Kia offers both. And you can count on the best buying experience in the Mid-Ohio Valley and superior service afterwards. Plus, we have a large selection of affordable late-model pre-owned vehicles. Bring us any trade and get up to a $4,000 discount towards the purchase of any red tag vehicle in stock. Only at Warner Kia in downtown Parkersburg. Proud sponsor of your Ohio Bobcats. Visit WarnerKia.com. Negative equity refinance. See dealer for details.
Ever find holiday shopping overwhelming? We've got to figure out what they want and then find it all too. Enter Kohl's. They have the best gifts all in one spot. The toys your kids have been asking for, the silk PJs she's been eyeing, and the stylish sweater he'll love. And you can get 20% off some of your gifts during their customer appreciation event. Yup, holiday shopping at Kohl's is the move. Select styles, offers end December 15th. Some exclusions apply. Coupons do not apply to toys. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
This is your home for Ohio football. The Ohio Sports Network from Learfield, presented by Holzer.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver, and I dedicate a lot of my time going fast. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently or having trouble with routine tasks. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services and access available treatments. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together. Visit alz.org/time to talk. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Let's ask their parents a lot of questions.
Why can't people fly?
Gravity.
Is the moon really made of cheese?
Yep, cream cheese.
When can I move into a big kid's car seat?
For some questions, parents may not have the answer, but that's okay. They can't know everything, but knowing the right seat for their age and size will help protect them in a car crash. Find out more at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
Where do babies come from?
Good luck, Dad. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Kickoff is moments away. But first, let's hear from head coach Tim Albin and today's Labatt Blue coach's comments. This football season, share a Labatt. Labatt Blue, good at beer. With Coach Albin, here's Marty Bannister.
Ohio back in action on this Saturday afternoon. The Bobcats playing for the Mid-American Conference Championship at Ford Field in Detroit, facing the RedHawks of Miami as we visit with head coach Tim Albin. And Tim, we'll dive into the game head first here in a couple of moments, but I want to just initially get your thoughts on with the way this season opened up, with the amount of transfers, with the amount of new faces that you've had, integrating all that into the system this year to be playing for a championship this afternoon. How special is that for you?
Very special. Again, I can't say it enough about the staff and what the job they've done. Not only filling the roster, but with quality young men that have fit our culture and have bought in and really raised the bar in a lot of ways. It has been a fun group to coach. Really at practice, it runs itself. The guys are it's really cool. Now I know winning has a lot to do with that, but I tell you that this group and the staff, it has been one of my most favorite years of coaching in 36 years.
To reach this game, Ohio last Friday knocked off Ball State 42-21. Just a quick thought on that game. You've said a number of times the goal is to be playing your best football in the month of November. I thought that game pretty much summed up your thoughts on all that. It was a good effort by your team against Ball State.
It really was. We had a common goal. We had a chance to go undefeated on Frank Solich Field, and you want to defend your home turf. That's one of our goals every year, and we're able to get that done. And we started fast on offense. The defense, basically made them one-dimensional. It was really just a fun day to do that in front of our fans, earn the spot into Detroit. Is again, I could not be happier for our fan base, and I know they're going to show out today in Detroit.
In a situation like this, Tim, where you're taking on a team for the second time, I know you've probably already been asked this question 100 times this week, but I'll ask it again. Does it favor either side facing a team for the second time? Is it more in the favor of the team that lost the game? Is it more in favor of the team that won the game the first time?
I don't know if it's either really. I mean, the NFL does it every year. They home and home. The Ravens and the Bengals. And so the NFL that's a $400 billion industry, and they do home and home, and there's no issues. And plus we play Miami every year. For my 20 years, and so they know a lot about us. We know a lot about them. For this thing to take place, us in Miami and Detroit, what a great thing for college football. What a great thing for two great fan bases. I'm going to predict today's crowd will be the largest in championship history. I'm going out on a limb here saying that, but that's the excitement for this. You got to commend John Steinbrecher, our commissioner, on this, and it should be a whale of a matchup.
Tim, in a game like this where you're playing on a neutral site in a NFL stadium, there are so many other parts of this you have to deal with. Does it kind of fall back to that old line from the movie Hoosiers? The basket's 10 feet high, the field's 100 yards long. Do you kind of take that mentality towards it?
Yeah, I think that's a great point. Yeah, I really do. I know that venue, our guys, they won't let it affect them. They get the drill. One of the things on that field, you mentioned NFL, they got college hash marks and NFL hash marks and NFL numbers. It's a little bit different. That's it. I've been up there many times in my 20 years here, and we've always kind of had some things with that stadium. But I tell you what, it was just what a great venue. It should be a whale of a game today.
All right, let's talk about Miami now. As we mentioned, the RedHawks won the first matchup between the two back in October, 30-10. You hear this phrase used a lot too, Coach. teams are different at this point of the year. Certainly they're different. Certainly you're different. What do you see the biggest difference in the Miami team that you'll face today than the one you faced in October?
Yeah, I think obviously they're just a dominating defense that thrives off tackle for losses and gets you to third down and long, and then you start making mistakes, and then their offense will score some points, and the score gets out of hand, and so you're playing catch up. Now, I think the big things. Let's say we played them 6 games ago, all right, and just for whatever reason, not very many pressures, all right. I mean, I think Central Michigan, they only pressured one time. And then one other game, they only pressured one time. And so why that is, I don't know, but I just know the numbers are a little bit different. Against us, we'll see. I think the score will dictate a lot of that. But I don't know. I can't say that, we're different other than our rushing yards are different. But, and they weren't very – at the time we played Miami, our numbers were coming off Syracuse, Kentucky, maybe Central, and the rushing yards were kind of not where they are right now. And so we're a little bit different. They're a little bit different as far as the pressure goes. But I just know that it's going to be Chuck Martin's done a great job in this league. He's done a remarkable job. I was in his shoes last year. We returned everybody. And you had the bullseye from start, day one, and I went through that. And it's hard. It's hard to keep. It's hard. And he has got his team back there. And so he should be commended for that.
Well, you mentioned that first game and how the running game struggled against Miami that day. You were playing without both your tackles in that game in Oxford back in October. And the fact that Miami's defense did a good job of pretty much keeping your offense off schedule the entire game. That was a big part of it, wasn't it?
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, really, for the last 2 years, which they have beat us, they have beaten us fair and square. I mean, and beaten us bad, But you said it, Marty, right there. We have been off schedule. I mean, you get a 5-yard penalty against them. I mean, that is hard to overcome because they are so good on defense. And Chuck's built it the right way. Defense and a good, strong running game. Don't turn the ball over. That's a great formula for success. And they're really good at it. And so it'll be key for us today on the penalties. And it'll be key for us to do our best to stay on schedule.
You mentioned a moment ago, too, about pressure, and I think that's a key this afternoon, too, as we start to wrap up our thoughts on this one, Tim. The ability to get to Brett Gabbert, the Miami quarterback, maybe not sack him on every play, but at least make life miserable for him in the pocket. You have to do that this afternoon.
Yeah, I think just you want to make him uncomfortable. It's hard. He's hard to get sacks. I mean, they have probably the best offensive line in our league. I mean, they do. They're big. They're all returning starters. It's hard to get hits on him or get to him because he gets it out so quick, and he gets up there and does a good job with the snap count and kind of sees what you're in, knows he knows what coverage you're in, and knows where the ball needs to go. So he's not back there trying to create and holding on to the ball. He gets it out. So we're gonna have to try to do something to get to him early. Just to let him know, hey, this is going to be a little bit different this time.
The head coach of the Bobcats, Tim Albin. It's been a pleasure this season. Best of luck this afternoon, and we'll talk to you afterwards as Ohio faces Miami today. Tim, thanks.
Thanks.
Head coach of the Bobcats, Tim Albin. Stay with us. More of our pregame show coverage coming up from Ford Field in Detroit, the Mid-American Conference Championship game, as Bobcat Game Day presented by Bud Light continues on the Ohio Sports Network from Learfield, presented by Holzer.
Game day, baby. Let's go. Wait, oh no, you've got to be kidding. I forgot the Labatt.
No worries, pal. I got your Labatt. Let's get this tailgate started.
You are the man.
Anyone else need a Labatt? Hey. I can't believe you broke that table.
Nothing like a blue light and some chicken wing dip. Where else would you rather be than right here, right now, drinking Labatt? Because it takes a team to support the team. Labatt takes everything to the power of we. Always enjoy responsibly. Beer, copyright 2023, Labatt USA, Buffalo, New York, all rights reserved. Labatt regulated U.S. trademark of Labatt Brewing Company, Ltd.
There are lots of choices for Medicaid plans in Ohio right now. It's confusing, but luckily this is an easy choice. CareSource. With CareSource, you get so much more than health insurance, like help going back to school, landing a job, and even finding a safe place to stay. Hey, over 1 million Ohio Medicaid members can't be wrong. So choose the plan Ohioans trust. CareSource. It's your Medicaid. It's your choice. Enroll now at caresource.com.
You're listening to Ohio Football. The Ohio Sports Network from Learfield. Presented by Holzer.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys, I love this song. I love these nachos. I love our kickball league. Ugh! I love this guy. What's your name? You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this real leather?
When you're high, you feel different. You think different, you talk different, you draw different, you listen to music different, but you probably knew that. Problem is, you also drive different, and not in a good way. That's why driving high is illegal everywhere. So if you're high, just don't drive. Make a plan to get a sober ride. Because if you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
OU. Oh, yeah.
Our guys kept believing. Detroit, here we come.
The far side hash will roll to the near side, being chased, and the ball pops out of his hand, just loose on the field, and Ohio has the football.
The Bobcats are back in Detroit.
Time looking long over the middle, has the receiver wide open, making the catch at the 5, and going into the end zone for an Ohio touchdown is Coleman Owens.
Ohio.
Snap goes past Richter, and is covered by Shea Taylor.
Miami.
Stand up and cheer, everyone. We're headed to Detroit.
Game on.
The end game is we are in position to make some more history.
This is the 2024 MAC Football Championship game.
Let's go!
Learfield presents Ohio University football at the 2024 MAC Football Championship. Today's broadcast of Ohio Bobcat football is brought to you by People's Bank, working together, building success. Bryant Heating and Cooling Systems, doing whatever it takes. CareSource, it's your Medicaid, it's your choice, so choose the plan Ohio trusts. CareSource, Labatt Blue. This season, share a Labatt. Labatt Blue, good at beer. Integrated services for behavioral health. Stay connected. And by Ohio Health, the official sports medicine and orthopedics provider of Ohio University Athletics. Ohio Health, believe in we. Now back to Ford Field in Detroit, along with Rob Cornelius. Here's the voice of Bobcat football, Marty Bannister.
It is Championship Saturday all across college football, and the Mid-American Conference has its title game on tap for today. Welcome to Ford Field in Detroit for the Mid-American Conference Championship game, the 101st meeting between Ohio and Miami. Along with Rob Cornelius, I'm Marty Bannister. Matt Schweikert will keep you updated on scores throughout this championship Saturday, and we are so excited and so happy that you've elected to spend your football Saturday with us for the Mid-American Conference Championship game. Both teams have just taken the field here at Ford Field. We are closing in on kickoff as the Bobcats and RedHawks meet. We've diagnosed this game for you already through the last hour, getting ready for kick. Rob Cornelius, let me get your thoughts on this as we close in, as we go to your keys of the game in this segment, brought to you by CareSource. It's your Medicaid, it's your choice, so choose the plan that Ohio trusts. CareSource. Rob, what do you see as the keys to today?
You know, the key is number one, field position. Miami is one of the best teams at preserving and protecting field position in the whole country. Ohio, frankly, is very bad at it. Bottom 30 in the country. Got to have better field position today. No busts on punt coverage. Got to cover that stuff up, too. Run or throw away from Salopek. He's the best linebacker, middle of the field in the whole conference for a reason. Big tackle numbers, but also 3 picks from a guy who plays underneath. Keep away from him, zone run away from him. Finally, running success for Ohio on both sides of the ball. Hold these guys under 3 yards a carry, run for 200 or 250 yourself. You're on your way to the postseason.
Those are today's CareSource keys to the game. It's your Medicaid, it's your choice. So choose the plan Ohio trusts. That is, of course, CareSource. All-time series between these two. Miami leads at 56-42-2. The RedHawks have won 4 of the last 6 get-togethers, including the first matchup back in October in Oxford by the final of 30-20. Ohio's last win in the series in November of 2022 when the Bobcats posted a 37-21 victory. The two teams have played a lot of close games in these series. In fact, 6 times in the last 10 meetings, the games have been decided by 10 points or less. The captains are making their way out towards the midfield stripe right now for this afternoon's coin toss. The referee is Andrew Special, and we will try and pick up the coin toss for you this afternoon as the two teams meet at the midfield stripe. The commissioner of the Mid-American Conference, Dr. John Steinbrecher, is down there as well, too. We had a chance to visit with him a short time ago. And we will have the coin toss today, the captains meeting out at the midfield stripe. Bobcats last week beat Ball State by the final of 42-21, while Miami last week clinched its spot in the title game by knocking off Bowling Green last weekend 28-12. They held that BG team to just 51 yards rushing in that game. We were not provided with a...
Ohio has won the toss.
So as you heard from referee Andrew Special, Ohio has won the toss and elected to defer. So Miami will get the football to start, and quarterback Brett Gabbert will lead that offense onto the field. As we look at the Ford Field turf surface here in Detroit, Ohio will be on defense. Miami will get the football first, and they will move from our right to left. And again, remember this season, Ohio has not allowed a touchdown in any of the prior 12 games in quarter number one. Miami has not played well early on in games, and I think in some respects, Rob, they kind of mirror Ohio in that, because it seems like in games it's taken Ohio about a quarter to kind of find its rhythm. Miami's very similar in that regard.
A feeling out process. Generally, these two teams, as good as they are, will give you 2 or 3 empty possessions all at the top of the game, regardless of opponent quality, and that's been the pattern. They're going to feel you out and then figure it out later, because Miami's, I believe, their most dominant quarter is the second quarter on scoring.
They have scored 90 points this year in quarter number 2. The RedHawks score 24 points a game, which is 8th best in the MAC. They give up the fewest at 17 a game. Ohio's defense allows 18 a game, which is the 3rd lowest total in the MAC. The Bobcat defense, 305 yards a game it allows, which is 2nd. The Bobcats are number 1 against the rush in the MAC, allowing just 98 yards a game, while Miami comes into the game 8th in the league in rushing, despite the fact that Keon Mosey's a 1,000-yard rusher overall. That's something they really just haven't done very well when you finish 8th in a 12-team league rushing the football.
No, I mean, historically, ever since Travis Prentice, it feels like 20-plus years ago, Miami's rarely had a dominant run game. You think this historically is a big, powerful team, and they've been a throw-the-ball success team from pretty much Ben Roethlisberger through today.
Miami wearing the all-red jerseys with white trim lettering and numerals and red helmets. And Ohio, as we told you earlier, in the white uniforms with green trim lettering and numerals. Also back today for Ohio along that defensive front, C.J. Doggett, who didn't play last week against Ball State, dealing with a pretty serious turf toe injury, but he's back and good to go today. And again, as we referenced as well, too, Austin Brawley is back today for Ohio and will be playing. Not sure how much he will play, but he was working out with the defensive backs earlier, and he is, at least as I mentioned earlier, when we saw him last night, he said he's raring to go today.
Yeah, he looked like 100%, looks healthy, obviously. And Doggett was a guy, again, Ohio was not super under control. Too many penalties last time up there at Oxford. Got to stop that, and CJ was one of those.
Ohio, again, lost the first matchup by the final of 30-20 to Miami. And really, when you go back and look at that game, Rob, as we are about a minute and a half away from kick here today, the interesting thing about that game, for both teams, even though Miami had already won a league game coming into that one, it was pretty much a jumping off point for both of these teams.
Yeah, you really didn't know a lot about how these teams set up in their league. They both had, frankly, very tough out-of-conference games in September. But Miami, again, since then, they've run off 7 straight.
Ohio comes in having won 6 in a row. The Bobcats 7-1, Miami 7-1 in Mid-American Conference play. The first time the two teams obviously have ever met twice in a season. Ohio, all-time, has lost their prior 5 trips to the MAC championship game. Miami was here last year. The RedHawks are the defending league champions. Last year they knocked off Toledo to win the Mid-American Conference title and won that game last year 23-14. The RedHawks prior to that, their last trip here was in 2019. Ohio's last trip to the MAC championship game, the 2022 campaign, where they also played Toledo and lost by the final of 17-7 in that game. Bobcats coming onto the field right now. Across the way from us, Ohio, the visiting team, and there are a lot of folks in this building wearing green and white today. Tim Albin mentioned in our pregame show coverage how he expected this to be perhaps one of the largest crowds this championship game has ever seen. When you get two bitter rivals meeting one another for the title, well, that's not to be unexpected. Both bands are here, and both bands were together on the field, oh, by the way, performing the national anthem, which is something that hasn't happened ever.
I'm old enough to remember when those bands actually fought, but this is much better. This is actually much better in the pregame.
Gianni Spedic gets set to kick the football away for Ohio, the Bobcats, and the RedHawks. We are glad you're with us today, wherever you're listening to the Ohio Sports Network from Learfield, presented by Holzer, as Ohio and Miami meet for the Mid-American Conference Championship. Back deep for Miami is Kevin Davis. He is standing at the goal line. Spedic approaches the football, and let's play for the MAC Championship. The kick will go into the end zone and bounce through the blue Detroit Lions logo and go out the back of the end zone. And Miami will come onto the field, first down and 10, led by quarterback Brett Gabbert. the 6', 210-pound, sixth-year senior out of St. Louis, Missouri. First time against Ohio, he was 14 of 21 for 178 yards, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions, and his uniform was kept clean in that game. Something Ohio, even though we're playing on a field turf surface, you want to knock him on his rear end as much as possible today.
You want to get some paint from those freshly painted logos on him someplace.
They'll go out of the shotgun formation. The RedHawks scrimmage at the far side hash, and they'll move from right to left as we look at Ford Field here in Detroit. First play from scrimmage, the MAC championship game. Gabbert changing the play at the line of scrimmage. Has Keon Mosey off to his right in the shotgun formation. And Gabbert will go back to throw now. Has some time in the pocket. Heaves it long downfield now towards the 45 and overthrows his intended receiver, trying to get the ball downfield right away. The Javon Tracy, the 6', 206-pound redshirt sophomore, 50 catches on the season. He had a touchdown reception in the first game. Second down and 10, Miami.
Yeah, they took some deep shots in the first game. Got it to Reggie Virgil a few times. Understand, his 3 top receivers have 19 of these 21 Gabbert touchdown passes. That's where it's going.
Second down and 10, Miami from their own 25. We're just underway. The MAC championship game. 2 wides to the near side for Miami, 2 to the far side. Ohio with 4 down linemen, Ben McNaboe at the far side. Handoff goes to Mosey. Has a little run room out across the 30 before he is gang tackled and shoved back. Mosey got out to the 31-yard line, picks up a half dozen, so Miami facing a third down upcoming. RedHawks on the season, 11th in the league in third down conversions, just 32%. Ohio, meantime, defensively, the Bobcats 6th against third down conversions. Opponents just 38% of the time. It's a third down and 3 for the RedHawks.
Yeah, Miami gets a midline run on second down, but Ohio almost never gives up 10-plus on early rushing plays.
Give Mosey an extra yard to the 32. That's where the ball is officially spotted, so it's 3rd and 3. Empty backfield for Gabbert. 4 wides on the field, and Gabbert's back to throw. Again, has time in the pocket, delivers near side, and the pass is caught. And a Miami first down out to the 44-yard line. That was Javon Tracy making the catch, and they pick up a dozen on 3rd and 3 and have a first down.
Yeah, Gabbert takes contact there, but after the ball gets released, Ohio gets to him with one of the inside rushers there, and the Ohio defenders almost screen each other off. That could have gone terribly if Taylor screens off Walker inside.
DJ Walker, the strong safety, went low to put Tracy to the field. First down and 10, Miami. Out to the 44-yard line. Gabbert in his career against Ohio, 12 touchdown passes and just 1 interception. Pistol formation. Tracy will stand behind Gabbert, a couple of yards in back of the senior quarterback. They'll put the tight end Cold Iron in motion from the near to the far side. Gabbert will hand off. Warning to the right side is Mosey, and he has stood up and shoved back. He might lose a yard, maybe 2 on this play. Great penetration that time for Ohio. Bradley Weaver got there in a hurry. The all-MAC choice at defensive end got there and drops Mosey for a yard loss back to the 43.
Yeah, nobody runs on Ohio on first down, not with any success. Good job running laterally. And Ohio switched to single safety, right extra defender to the box. I thought Gabbert should have audibled out. He didn't even consider it.
Shea Taylor was also there for Ohio, the Bobcat middle linebacker, 3rd on the team in tackles. Weaver with his 13th tackle for a loss on the season. Second down and 11, Miami back at their 43. 4 wides on the field, 2 to either side. They're at the far side hash. Handoff goes inside. Here's Mosey again, and he is greeted right near the MAC Shield logo by Blake Leak, the Bobcat weak side linebacker. Mosey gets out to the 46, picks up 3, and another third down for Miami upcoming.
Yeah, not much there, and for Ohio, you actually ran a run blitz with Shea Taylor, picked the wrong gap, so essentially the back had a place to go, but then Leak filled it, and minimal gain, only about 2.
12:23 to go, rolling clock here at quarter number 1. Miami 8-4 overall, Ohio 9-3, both teams 7-1 in the MAC. Cold Iron, the tight ends lined up in the backfield to the right of Gabbert as they empty the field of running backs. They have 4 wides on the field now. Gabbert will go back to throw. They're bringing an extra blocker. Here's a delivery by Gabbert, and it's a catch by Tracy again, and another first down. Gets out of a tackle attempt and is into Ohio territory as he stretches across to the Bobcat 39. First down, Miami.
Yeah, great throw in traffic. Big pass rush from Ohio, and Gabbert throws it to literally one place. There was 2 or 3 Ohio defenders back there who was in front of them, and Tracy makes another good play downfield left hash.
15-yard gain and a Miami first down to the Ohio 39.
Gets him out of jail on a 3rd and 8 or 9, 3rd and long.
Tracy having a big game here early on. That was already his 3rd catch of the game.
Yeah, high volume. They didn't go with him. They went more with Virgil early in the last game.
Tracy in the wide spot. Mosey in the backfield now to the left of Gabbert in the shotgun. Play fake, and Gabbert will throw. Pass is tipped at the line of scrimmage and then caught to the near side by Miami's Reggie Virgil, and he makes his way inside to the 20-yard line. That pass was tipped by a Bobcat defender, but Virgil was able to recover the tip and make the catch and then go to the Ohio 20 and pick up a 19 and a first down.
Yeah, what a mess. You just can't cover that, and it's tipped. As a dropping was linebacker. It was Taylor got a right arm up and into it.
Jay Taylor on the tip, but Virgil on the catch. And Miami moving quickly to the Bobcat red zone at the Ohio 20.
Fluky, but 3 chunk plays out of the passing game for him and just 10 yards on 3 rushes.
2 wides to the far side. They're tight to the line of scrimmage. Kevin Davis into the game now at the running back spot for Miami. They'll put the receiver Tracy in motion to the near side. A little confusion for Miami offensively. They're moving people around.
Yeah.
And Chuck Martin's going to call a timeout. They weren't too sure where everyone should be on that formation.
Yeah, they definitely had a procedure call coming if they ran that play.
Stops the clock with 10:31 to go here in this first quarter. And it is a media timeout. Did they break everyone down here?
I think it's a little surprising. No one's popped out in the field with a little funny clock.
Scoreless football, Ohio and Miami. And we will step aside. Scoreless football, Miami with the football, first down and 10 at the Ohio 20. When we come back, this is the Ohio Sports Network from Learfield, presented by Holzer.
Are you prepared for an emergency or disaster? Because it's not a matter of if, but when. Don't find yourself saying,
I'll trust water bottles and a flashlight to save the day, but I'll be proved wrong.
With a tornado approaching, I'll realize that I lack a wheelchair-accessible shelter.
When the floodwaters rise, I'll be up in the attic with 20 cans of beans. It's a recipe for disaster.
Let's prepare so we all have a better story to tell. Get started at ready.gov/older adults. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Comes to a gun suicide attempt, all it takes is a moment.
My son Ricky took his life by the use of a firearm. It broke me, and I contemplated suicide. My grandson, I was gonna have to be here for him. I still own my firearm. I keep it in a safe because I want to keep my grandson and myself safe.
Store your guns, locked, unloaded, and away from ammo. Hear more safe stories at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by Brady and the Ad Council.
Scoreless football, 10:31 to go, quarter number 1, the Mid-American Conference Championship game. Miami on the move. They're at the Ohio 20. The RedHawks had to burn a timeout as they were a little confused on offense. Gabbert so far in the game for Miami is 3 of 4, passing for 46 yards. Javon Tracy has a couple of those receptions for 27 yards, and Virgil on that tip pass a moment ago picked up the first down on the 19-yard carry, so Miami will have a first down and 10 when play resumes. Our next broadcast of Ohio football, well, we'll know more about that sometime tomorrow. There are rumors abounding as to the Bobcats' bowl destination, and as soon as we find out, we will tell you. Listen to this Ohio Sports Network station. Watch social media.
But we got a hint. The commissioner was here in the pregame. We had a nice talk with him, and he said someplace warm.
That's right.
And you've seen a process of elimination. You've seen Boca go off the board. You've seen Bahamas go off the board. You've seen Frisco, Texas go off the board. I hope that means when the commissioner said Boise's off the board, so start your new process of elimination.
Absolutely. By the way, today's opening kickoff brought to you by Warner Kia, 501 7th Street in Parkersburg, West Virginia, or online at warnerkia.com. 10:31 to go, quarter number 1. Miami on the move. They're at the Ohio 20. They're moving from our right to left here at Ford Field. Near side hash. There are double hash marks on the field. The college hash marks are on the outside of the NFL hash marks, which are in the middle of the field here.
Super tight. Obviously, they can't take those out. Just had Packers and Lions on Thursday.
Yeah. Miami back to the line of scrimmage. Ohio again will rush 4 down linemen. A couple of hand claps by Gabbert. Davis stays in the game at the running back spot. Now comes off to the left hip of the Miami quarterback. He'll put Tracy in motion in a slot to the near side.
You've seen Ohio rush 5 a lot early in this one.
Bobcats show a corner blitz. And again, another hand clap by Gabbert. He goes back to throw. Now blitz is on. He lofts the ball towards the near side, and it's incomplete. Bobcats got pressure on him that time. Back there to put him on his rear end was Shea Taylor. And quickly the officials come in to separate. There were a little extracurricular activities going on afterwards. But again, that's part of the game plan today. If you don't sack him, you have to get to him.
Yeah, get to him early, get contact. And Shea Taylor and Weaver there again. And Taylor's made a lot of contact with him so far, forced him to just dump the ball. Ohio saw him line up a tight end right. Didn't even bother to cover him. Just also brought the corner as the end man on the line from that side as well.
10:26 to go here, quarter number one. Miami with a second down and 10 at the Ohio 20. Keon Mosey back into the game at the running back spot. Mosey this year 1,045 yards on 159 attempts. The 1,045, the most rushing yards in the MAC. He gets the handoff here and manages to wiggle his way ahead for about 3 yards. Adonis Williams came racing in from the nickelback spot and grabbed him around the waist and dropped him. After a short gain, he got to the Ohio 17.
Yep, third and long-ish, 7, and Ohio's doing what they do against the run. 4 carries, 12 yards for Mosey in Miami.
RedHawks facing another third down, 3rd and 7. Miami early on in the game has converted both of their third down attempts. They'll put 2 wides to the far side of the field and bunch a couple to the near side. The tight end Cold Iron again in the backfield next to Gabbert as an extra pass blocker. Gabbert again approaches the line of scrimmage, moves Cold Iron up a couple of yards to his right. Now goes back to throw. Gabbert looks to the near side and has a receiver. Making the catch is Tracy again, and he is fighting for the first down, but gets shoved back. I don't think he got it. He needed to get to the 10, and Tracy got to the 11. It is a yard shy of the first down. And let's see what the mindset is here for the Miami offense. Facing a 4th down and 1 at the Ohio 11. They're going to run the field goal unit onto the field.
Yep. Needed the 10, is about the 10.5-ish. Ohio with a stop there, but just barely as Gabbert has to check down, figured out late with some pressure ongoing.
Good job by the Bobcat defense to bend Tracy back as he was trying to stretch the football over the 10-yard line. On to try the field goal is Dom Jobin. On the season, he's 22 of 26. This will be a 29-yard field goal. He's perfect from this distance, 10 for 10 this year. Snap is low, but the hold is down. The kick by Jobin is up, and Miami has the first points of the game at the 8:53 mark. The 29-yard field goal by Dom Jobin makes the score Miami 3 and Ohio nothing. We'll keep things right here at Ford Field in Detroit. So the Bobcats defense, as it has done seemingly all year long, Rob, when teams get to the red zone, Ohio suddenly becomes a very tough defense to move the ball against.
Yeah, and again, the more I watch other teams operate, the more I say, are they going to finally figure out and just play flag football for 4 downs and throw it? Because Ohio against the run is giving up 3 or less a carry again.
And also no touchdowns as of yet. Miami has to settle for the field goal attempt. Bobcats will get the football for the first time today. Duncan Brune wearing number 31 for returns. And to the near side is Iman Dennis. Dennis, of course, had that 96-yard kickoff return for a score earlier this year at Kent State.
Nope, we'll hit the drive chart for Miami. 11 plays, 64 yards for Ohio. Stops it right around the 11-yard line. 6:07 off the clock. En route to the 3-0 lead after a possession.
Far side of the field, the visiting side, there are a lot of folks wearing green and white. The hotel was just hopping last night. Bobcats stayed about 25 minutes from the Ford Field Stadium, the site of this game. Miami stayed just across the street. I guess the benefit of being the higher seed, I guess.
Home team or something. Usually in the past, we've always been that downtown Ren Center.
Here's the kick. Dennis will backpedal and watch it bounce. It will go into the end zone and turn left and go out of play in the end zone. So Ohio will get the football to start this first drive. Ohio sending its offense onto the field. Number 1 in the league in total offense are the Bobcats, 394 yards. They'll start this possession at their own 25-yard line, moving from left to right.
And they figured it out in pieces all through the season with big gaps in the offensive line, big injuries there, trying to figure out whether you were a run team or a pass team, and you've actually been pretty good at both the last 4 weeks.
Trey Tyus starts in the backfield, standing to the right of quarterback Parker Navarro. Bobcats out of the shotgun to get things started here. First offensive possession. Miami's leading 3-0. Navarro, couple of hand claps. Has the offense ready, takes the snap. First play from scrimmage will be a play fake. Navarro's back to throw, comes to the near side. Now the pass is caught to the near side. This is Chase Hendricks making the catch. It's an Ohio first down, and Hendricks is knocked down out to the Miami 42, or the Ohio 42 rather, a gain of 17.
And I like that, finding Hendricks on the outside, a difficult throw to the outside. But again, Owen's going to see double coverage a lot today. He's going to have to operate like it's the second half of that Toledo game and throw to everybody.
Navarro completed 65% of his throws on the season, 10 touchdowns, 10 interceptions. Navarro with the football, sprinting to the far side after the play fake to Tyus, and is knocked down across the 45. Gets out to the 47-yard line, a gain of 5. Navarro on the season rushing the football, 876 yards. Ohio has a chance of having 2 1,000-yard rushers this year, Tyus and Navarro.
Yeah, the quarterback is a 1,000-yard rusher thing has not happened in a very long time.
Balls to the far side hash. Ohio from our left to right, facing a 2nd down and 5 after the 5-yard run by Navarro. Trips to the far side for Ohio with the wideouts. Healthy offensive line. Weatherspoon, Heidecker, Titsworth, Atkinson, and Dennison. Back to throw Navarro. Finds on a turn-in route at the midfield stripe and then stepping into Miami territory. Second catch for Chase Hendricks. And he is knocked down. It is a Bobcat first down. Hendricks gets to the Miami 46. First down Bobcats.
Yeah, quick inside slant there, 7 or 8. So Hendricks being featured early.
Hendricks coming into the day. 32 catches for Ohio. Brian Smith, the Ohio offensive coordinator, says that Hendricks is our number 2 target guy, but he has that ability to stretch the field. 2 wides to the far side. Coleman Owen that way. Also over there, Rodney Harris, who had 7 catches in the first game against Miami. Tyus off to the left. Tyus gets the handoff, finds some running room, middle of the field. Started to move ahead, but was grabbed right around the waist by Matt Salopek, the middle linebacker, and picks up 5 to the Miami 41.
Yeah, Miami trying to disguise coverages, change from 1 safety to 2 and back in the pre-snap read. That time they walked the other guy up the line. I thought that Parker might audible out of the option run. Did not. Ohio still gets 5-ish.
6:52 to go here in quarter number 1. Miami leads 3-0, but Ohio has quickly moved into RedHawks territory. Ball's at the Miami 41. Tyus behind Navarro with Mason Williams, the tight end in a slot to the right of the Ohio quarterback. He now goes in motion. The Bobcats are going to run that way. It's an option. Navarro tosses to Tyus, who has the edge to the 30, to the 27-yard line, and it's run out of bounds. First down, Ohio. Trey Tyus to the Miami 27.
Love that call. Late option pitch. Gets you away from Salopek. Gets you outside the numbers. Gets you to the sideline for a big gainer. 14 maybe?
14 yards.
Yeah.
14. From the 41 to the 27.
I like speed option. I like it to a little more open side of the field, not that close to the sideline. That worked perfectly.
And a great decision on that option toss by Navarro.
He's taking a little more contact today. It's the only thing I don't like. Miami's getting into his face even on these run plays.
Ohio has 3 wides to the far side. Those include the tight end Mason Williams. Navarro's back to throw. Has some time, looks, fires ahead, and the pass is almost intercepted. It's incomplete. He was trying to get to Hendricks again, but Miami had that well defended as Eli Blakey was on coverage.
Yeah, I think Hendricks probably needed to cut that off a little quicker, a little flag across, because if he was running the post, it was a very skinny post. There was no horizontal way to get him the ball. Miami's got an injury in that defensive backfield.
That is Blakey who made the tackle and was on coverage, rather. And play is stopped with 6:10 to go here in quarter number 1.
That was just a really, really tight window to try and push that into.
We have an official's timeout as they check on Eli Blakey, who is being helped off the field right now. 6:10 to go, quarter number 1. Miami 3, Ohio nothing. We'll step aside. This is the Ohio Sports Network from Learfield, presented by Holzer.
What does Holzer mean to me? It's home. It's opportunity. It's community. It's a place where coworkers are friends and friends become family. It's a place that supports my community. And a place where I know I can make a difference. Discover your opportunities right here at Holzer. Think Holzer first.
If you're traveling to a game, a weekend road trip, or just around town, you need to stop at Go-Mart. You'll find a Go-Mart open 24 hours a day right off the interstate or right off Main Street in your local community. You can refuel your ride with quality gasoline and also yourself with popular snacks, drinks, and more. We're making it easy to keep up with your busy schedule by keeping you on the go. Go-Mart is the proud sponsor of Ohio Bobcat football.
Go for good times. Go for Go-Mart.
$6:10 to go here in quarter number 1. Miami leads Ohio 3-0. It's the Mid-American Conference Championship game. Bobcats on the move. The football is spotted at the Miami 27. Miami defensive back, strong safety Eli Blakey was helped off the field after defending that pass a moment ago. And as he was being assisted off the field, he was holding and was having his right arm held by the Miami training staff. He went right to the blue medical tent to the Miami sideline behind the RedHawks bench.
Yeah, and obviously the way they're holding, they worry about forearm, hand, wrist, or shoulder if it's light separation. But he may be out for a little while. 85 tackles and a pick on the season. One of their key defenders.
Had 4 tackles in the first game against Ohio and had an interception in the first game against the Bobcats as well, did Eli Blakey. Rob was mentioning earlier how the bowl bids are being pretty much social media confirmed. Take that for what it's worth right now.
But you're getting a lot of process of elimination based on what we're hearing in the building here today and what you've seen unfurled over the last few days in terms of what you can absolutely eliminate and what you can probably eliminate.
The Boca Raton Bowl was one that a lot of people kind of thought the loser of this game might be destined for, but that is off the board now.
Yeah, that is James Madison, I think, Western Kentucky, something like that.
Yeah. The Potato Bowl out in Boise, that is off the board if you, again, believe social media posts.
Well, and what the commissioner said, we're probably going someplace warm, which I appreciate him hinting to that.
Yeah, exactly.
That Boise flight, if you're a fan, that's a hard one to do on short notice. That's hard.
Play about to resume again after the timeout and the Blakey injury. 6:10 to go here in the quarter. Again, it's 3-0. Miami leading, but Ohio's on the move after an incompletion by Parker Navarro at 2nd down and 10 for the Bobcats at the RedHawks 27-yard line. Trey Ty stands behind Navarro out of the pistol formation. Two wides are split to the far side for Ohio. Mason Williams to the left of the line of scrimmage is the tight end. Tyus will walk up, tap Navarro on the left cheek, and say he's ready to go. Takes the handoff. Tyus looking for a hole, steps through it, and gets across the 25-yard line to the Miami 22. Will pick up a 5 for Trey Tyus. 960 yards entering the game for the graduate student out of Portage, Michigan, a transfer from Northwestern. He has been something else this season, Trey Tyus.
No, he's really been a nice addition. Obviously, a taller, bigger running back and grew up right in the backyard of Western Michigan. Portage is a Kalamazoo suburb.
Ohio number 1 in the league on third down conversions this year at 47%, facing a 3rd down and 5 at the Miami 22. Ties to the left of Navarro, 3 wides to the far side. Caleb Gossett into the game. He's the Bobcat 3rd down receiver when they go with their 11 personnel. Coleman Owen moves in motion. Navarro bobbles the snap, picks it up, and then takes off running and has the 1st down. He gets to the Miami 15. He took the snap, bobbled it. It hit the turf. He bent down, picked it up, and moved to the right side and got just enough for an Ohio 1st down.
That's a great break. Just like Miami completing a pass on deflection on drive 1. I think that ball may have come out a count or a snap count earlier than Parker expected it, but he recovered, pushes it upfield, and gets the 1st down, a couple more.
Got 7 yards out of that to the 15-yard line. 1st down, Ohio.
You will take good breaks. Miami, that bust earlier could have been a score, frankly.
2 wides to the near side now. Coleman Owen and Rodney Harris. Extra tight end as well, too, for Ohio. Strong formation for the Bobcats. Tight ends on either side. Jake Bruno's to the left, Williams to the right. It's Navarro giving off to Tyus. Inside the 10 he goes before he is brought down at the Miami 9. Trey Tyus, some hard running in the middle of the field. Coming up to make the stop for Miami was safety Silas Walters.
And Ohio doing some of what we talked about in our keys in the pregame. They're running away quite deliberately from Salopek. We got Mason Williams tight end downfield onto him. Might have been holding, might not. But they basically ran the other side, running some wide option on the left.
2nd down and 4 for Ohio. The ball's at the Miami 9. Middle of the field at the hash mark. Tyus behind Navarro. 1 wide to the far side, 1 to the near side for Ohio. That's Coleman Owen. The tight ends now come to slot positions on either side of the line of scrimmage. Navarro again hands off. Here's Tyus working to the left. Gets to the 5-yard line and perhaps to the 4 before he is brought down. Trey Tyus on the carry to the RedHawks 4-yard line. For Miami in on the stop was Savio Frazier, a 6', 290-pound freshman out of Hampton, Georgia, transfer from Mercer. Bobcats now with a 1st and goal. That was good enough for the 1st down.
Another zone run away from Salopek, getting a blocker out on him individually. He's basically on the quarterback side. You're running away from that.
1st and goal, Ohio. The ball's at the Miami 4. Mason Williams in a slot. Coleman Owen in motion. Navarro play fake, keeps the football, turns up, runs into the end zone. Touchdown, Ohio. Parker Navarro turns the corner, runs right into the end zone for the 1st touchdown of the game, and the Bobcats answer and take the lead 6-3.
Ohio adjusts, quarterback keep right, Salopek's locked on the other side of the formation, well blocked, and this is Ohio just exerting their will down the field. There was never a question on any of these running plays you were going to get 5 or more when you needed it. Touchdown.
On to try the extra point, Gianni Spedic. Ohio leads 6-3 at the 3:16 mark. Out of the hold of punter Jack Wilson. Snap is good, the hold is good, and the kick by Spedic is up, and the kick is good. Timeout on the field, 3:16 to go, quarter number 1. Ohio answers the Miami field goal with a touchdown. The Bobcats lead the RedHawks in the MAC championship game. It's Ohio 7, Miami 3. This is the Ohio Sports Network from Learfield, presented by Holzer.
message is for Shauna, my mom who just finished her high school diploma. I wanted to say I'm so proud of you for finishing school. You taught me it's never too late to achieve your dreams. I hope to make you as proud as you have made me.
When you graduate, they graduate. Finish your high school diploma for you and for them. Visit finishyourdiploma.org to find free and supportive adult education centers near you. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
You said you'd never buy your kid candy from the checkout aisle. Or forget extra diapers. You'd never lick your thumb to clean their face. Never, ever become a minivan mom. So when you say you'd never leave your child in a hot car, no, it can happen. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk in temperatures as low as 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Ohio takes the lead 7-3 over Miami on the Parker Navarro 4-yard touchdown run. For Navarro, the leading scorer in the MAC as far as rushing touchdowns are concerned this year. That is his 14th. And Ohio has the lead again by the score now of 7-3. Let's check the Ohio scoring drive with the Donwood Toyota Drive Summary. Donwood Toyota, 900 East State Street in Athens, or online at donwoodtoyota.com. 11 plays, 75 yards for the Bobcats. The drive started at the 8:53 mark. They use up a little over 5 minutes. First quarter clock. Rob Cornelius and have the lead 7-3.
Yeah, you got chunk plays, 17-yard throw to Hendrick early in the drive, 14-yard run by Tyus before Navarro punches it in from 4 and change. Ohio never really stopped for negative yards or whatever. And on the running side, again, their job, they were making Salopek effectively wrong or blocked, like caught in the wash on every play. Run away from him, I think, was a key to the game, and so far that's a good idea for Ohio on drive 1.
Trey Tyus, 5 carries, 35 yards on that opening drive. Navarro, 3 carries, 16 yards. And the Bobcat touchdown. Navarro was 2 of 3 passing on that drive as well. And both teams were helped out by plays that could have ended up being disaster. When Miami scored their opening drive, they had a pass that was tipped by Ohio linebacker Shea Taylor and was caught. Well, when Ohio was driving, Parker Navarro dropped a snap, but the ball bounced right back up to him, and he ran for 7 yards on a first down to keep that drive alive.
Yeah, I think there was a count off in that snap or whatever, but he makes a play, and essentially everyone's distended. Everyone doesn't recover as fast as Navarro does, figures out where he is, and gets enough. So one effectively goofball play on each side doesn't really hurt, and Ohio leads.
And don't forget, while we are focused on football, there is Ohio basketball coming your way later today on the Ohio Sports Network from Learfield. Bobcats are back at the Convocation Center today for a 4 o'clock tip with Morehead State. Jason Toy will be flying solo this afternoon and have the call for you on the Ohio Sports Network from Learfield. Again, tip time, 4 o'clock at the Convocation Center.
Now, good start here for Ohio. You obviously answer the scoring drive with a drive of your own, touchdown, set of field goals, and Miami's defense really there was pliable. You were able to push them around. This O-line is way different. The one Miami saw in mid-October was probably the worst version of Ohio's offensive line in terms of health and depth, and being down both tackles for the bulk of that game and being down Tyus after his first 8 carries. It's a much different Ohio ball club running the ball.
And it's interesting that Davian Weatherspoon was left at the left tackle spot after getting accustomed once Heidecker went down, and he was moved over to that. Tim Albin and Brian Smith both said from a mental standpoint, it was easier for Weatherspoon instead of trying to move him back just to leave him there, and Heidecker had learned all 5 offensive line possessions before coming.
Basically had been your swing guy, had been your 6th man, regardless of how the season's set up.
Kick goes into the end zone, and it will be brought out by Davis out across the 15-yard line, and it was brought down shy of the 20. I tell you, I don't know about that. He was in the end zone by about a yard and decided to run that one back out and got out to the 19-yard line.
Well, said you can't have any busts, give any big plays on special teams in Ohio. 1 for 1 there, not doing it.
So the RedHawks back to the line of scrimmage. Brett Gabbert coming into the game, second all-time in Miami's quarterback history as far as career touchdown passes with 80. He is 4 shy of a guy by the name of Ben Roethlisberger.
He had a decent little career there.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Far side hash is where Miami scrimmages. Davis stays in the game at the running back spot. Now goes off to the right of Gabbert. They're at their own 19. 3:09 to go, quarter number 1. Ohio leads 7-3. Gabbert back to throw now. Looking, will tuck the football and run now. He's out across the 20, 25, and slides down as Adonis Williams comes up to greet him. Gabbert gets up saying there should have been a flag thrown.
Adonis was trying to avoid. He tried to go up and over him, did not make much contact there.
Out to the 26-yard line. I heard an interesting discussion on quarterback slides earlier in the week, and I forget who the NFL player was or a former NFL player who was saying that. He said if quarterbacks start diving head first, that takes away that.
Right, you're not protected at that point. But again, and I'll give the MAC official credit there, the slide started very early,
right,
and it's back there just over the 25 to the 26.
Second down and 3, Gabbert picked up 7. He doesn't run very often, but did that time, and gives Miami a second and short. Handoff, this is Mosey. And he is knocked down with a pretty staggeringly hard hit over there. DJ Walker got there first, and then Shea Taylor finished him off. But he did pick up the Miami first down as he gets out.
No, pretty well blocked.
Yeah, it was.
And Gabbert, again, he's not a guy who runs on purpose very often. I think before that run, he was literally net negative yards for the season, like 50 rushes for like -6 or something.
Gain of 4 for Keon Mosey, and the RedHawk first down. They're at their own 30-yard line with under 2 minutes to go, quarter number 1, $1:55 to go. Ohio leads 7-3. Mosey off to the right of Gabbert. 2 wides to the far side. Miami's at the far side hash, just below the Ohio Attack Cat logo. Back to throw. Gabbert looks to the near side, heaves it way into the air and way out of bounds to the near side. Bobcats had pressure on him again that time, and that's something, again, as we referenced earlier, the Ohio defense, they did not do in game number 1, but so far game number 2 with the RedHawks, they're doing it today.
And they're taking chances getting pressure. Gabbert has not made them pay yet or even close. There was 6 white shirts in the vicinity of Gabbert, which means you only were defending the pass with 5.
Bobcats with Roman Perotti, along with Dustin Johnson, Tank Pearson, and Adonis Williams in the backfield. We haven't seen Austin Brawley on the field yet.
Not yet.
Second down and 10, Miami at their own 30 with 1:38 to go in the quarter. Gabbert again will go back to throw. Comes to the near side, and the pass is out of the reach of the diving Miami wideout to the near side. He was trying to get the ball into the hands of Andre Johnson. And again, Ohio had somebody wearing a white shirt bearing down on Gabbert.
Yeah, not accurate over there, and I think it was Adonis sneaking out there from a safety spot out to the perimeter. But again, that's a really inaccurate, very short ball to the sideline.
Stops the clock, 1:34 to go. Third down and 10, Miami.
Yep.
Gabbert now 4 of 8, Rob.
Yeah, they had a 3rd of 9 last time. They got out of jail once, so they'll do it again.
Davis back into the game at the running back spot. Trips to the near side for Miami. Movement up front. Gabbert changing the play call at the line of scrimmage. They've had some problems with getting everybody set here early on in this game. Gabbert takes a quick snap, throws near side. They set up a little screen that is defended nicely by Ohio. What a great open field tackle over there. As coming up was Tank Pearson. After making the catch was Cade McDonald. Tank Pearson grabbed him around the ankles and put him right down to the field turf. 4th down, Miami.
Ton of pressure. Unblocked rusher from the linebacker level. Almost gets there, forces the ball to come flying out, and he makes contact with the quarterback as well. Great open field tackle, literal shoestring there. Got him by the heel.
Gain of 4 out to the 34, but Miami will kick the football away. Alec Bevelheimer, 8th in the MAC in punting. A 41-yard average will come on to kick. Coleman Owen stands back at his 21-yard line, doing some calisthenics, loosening up, waiting for the kick. Under a minute to go in the quarter, 54 seconds. Here's the Bevelheimer kick. Owen will field it shoulder high at the 19 and get planted almost immediately there, as Miami had good coverage that time on special teams, as Coleman Owen has dropped the punt carry to the 19-yard line, a 47-yard kick with a 1-yard return, and Ohio will have the football, first down and 10 with 43 seconds left. Quarter number 1, Bobcats leading Miami 7-3.
Yeah, and this first quarter flying in football terms. Ohio's scoring drive 5.5 minutes, Miami's scoring drive 6 minutes, and Ohio with the ball again.
Owen was knocked at the 18. He managed to stretch ahead to the 19, but they're going to say that the play was dead at the 18.
Yeah, I thought he caught it at the 19 and was pushed back, but, well, we'll go with it.
Ohio to the near side hash marks. Again, double hash marks on this NFL field. Detroit Lions were in this building on Thursday night in a thriller over Green Bay. Here's Tyus taking the handoff and works to the right side and is greeted by Salopek and dropped at the 22. Will pick up a 4 for Trey Tyus.
And he seemed to have gotten to the first level pretty well today. Miami's not really gotten it through the offensive line or made any early contact with Tyus. Poking and prodding right now. Very patient runner.
Clock rolling. 21 seconds left in the quarter. See if the Bobcats get another playoff here.
Don't have to.
2 wides on either side of the field for Tim Albin's offense. Coleman Owen to the near side along with Chase Hendricks. Clock rolling with 7, with 6. Owen goes in motion with 5, with 4, and they will get a playoff. Navarro's back to throw. Looks to the near side. The pass is caught, stepping out of bounds. making a catch for Ohio. That to that near side, that was Chase Hendricks who made the catch and went out of bounds at the 30. It's a gain of 8 and an Ohio first down.
Yep, Hendricks pushing to the outside. Tyus actually ran a route upfield, up the right side numbers to kind of hold the safety and the linebackers inside.
End of the first quarter at Ford Field, the Mid-American Conference Championship game. Ohio leads Miami 7-3. Teams will switch sides as we go to quarter number 2. This is the Ohio Sports Network from Learfield, presented by Holzer.
Warehouse Tire in Athens is your locally owned and operated auto and truck tire center. At Warehouse Tire, we focus on customer service with a professional staff and a huge inventory of wheels and tires for a variety of applications, including farm and industrial. We feature top brands including Michelin, BF Goodrich, and Uniroyal. Warehouse Tire is also a full-service auto service shop. Let us help with all of your under-vehicle maintenance, including brakes, shocks, struts, and alignments. Visit Warehouse Tire on Hebbardsville Road in Athens or online at warehousetireinc.com.
Some days you hit snooze, but not today. Today you have to go on a run to get burgers for the tailgate. You've got to haul something heavy, a cooler stocked with Bud Light. When you've got beer and football, nothing is hard, until the other team scores. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. 21 plus, copyright 2024 Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
We get ready to go to quarter number 2 at the Mid-American Conference Championship game, along with Rob Cornelius. Matt Schweigert's in our Learfield studios, keeping you updated on scores throughout the day. I'm Marty Bannister, and we are so glad you're with us here today. Ohio leads Miami 7-3. We just get ready to go to quarter number 2. Bobcats just picked up a first down on the third catch of the game so far by Chase Hendricks. And we roll to quarter number 2. The scores in the first quarter: Miami got a 29-yard field goal from Dom Jobin. Ohio answered with a 4-yard Parker Navarro touchdown run, and that's where we stand at 7-3. Mid-American Conference announced its individual honors earlier in the week, and Tim Albin once again named Coach of the Year in the Mid-American Conference. And I honestly, Rob, we're probably a little partial to this, and if you think that way, well, I'm not going to change your mind on this. But in my way of thinking, in this regard, there was really no other choice.
No, there really wasn't. And, Ohio, you don't want to say you outperform because, the guys in that locker room, this coach, I believe this was here the whole time. But looking at it from the outside or from the upstairs or not being in that locker room every day, you were like, how does this team win 10 games? Because I think all we talked about all summer was all these guys who aren't here anymore.
Right.
And we complained about for a while, and there was a little bit of weeping internally, but the big picture is they figured it out and they fixed it, and they invited the right guys to join this team and put it together, and here you sit on the cusp of a third straight 10-win season, period.
And again, Ohio has not won a MAC championship since 1968, which is just hard to fathom that it's been that long, but a chance to change that today.
And that's just the last piece. Over the last 20 years since the Frank Solich staff moved in here at the end of 04 for the 05 season, you've done everything but that. You've won a bunch of bowl games. You've won 10 games. You've gone and done things that really hadn't been done in this program since the 60s and early 70s. But this is the one thing this fan base has won. And Ohio invented this league. That's what I always keep saying. Ohio is an original member. This is forever. And for Ohio to be out in the wilderness that long has been tough.
Getting ready to start quarter number 2. Again, this is the home of the Detroit Lions. There's been a Super Bowl here in this building, located right downtown Detroit, just across the street from Comerica Park.
Good venue. And
yeah,
we're 20-plus years in when this opened, 02, 03.
Mm-hmm.
They figured out I'd been here. Social media served me a video of game 1 ever here last night while I was just flipping around.
And I think the other thing that is the plus to this, there are some leagues that are having the highest seed host a championship game, and this is the way to do it. Playing on a neutral field, your two best teams, indoors.
This league has figured it out for hoops and football in that sense, absolutely.
Two wides to the near side. Ohio now moving from right to left. Bobcats with the ball at their own 30-yard line. The tight end comes in motion to the near side. Navarro will dump it to the near side on the throw, and this is Tyus, 35-yard line on the catch, and rumbles out close to another Ohio first down. Tyus gets out to the 37, a pickup of 7. Haven't seen that very much this year, putting Tyus in motion.
I've seen that a little bit the last couple of weeks. They've teased it, put it on the tape. You felt it later in the season, and again, I've never thought Ohio's thrown enough to our backs over the years. I'll take a big dose of that and then some more.
Navarro 4 or 5 throwing the football here in the first half. Second down and 3 at their own 37-yard line. Ohio with the white uniforms today, green trim lettering and numerals. The white helmets with Block Ohio on either side and the green stripes front to back. Handoff goes to Tyus, accelerates across the 40-yard line and gets another Ohio first down. He picks up 5 to the 42.
Yeah, use the tight end there. Use Williams as the lead blocker. 85 slips in from his outside spot to run behind the right guard and just provide some more power to that side inside run.
Ohio right now with 60 yards rushing in this game.
On just 10 carries, so 6 a carry against this Miami defense that's supposedly very, very good. Good start.
Third in the league against the rush, the Miami defense, allowing 128 yards a game. Ty is still behind Navarro. Play fake. Navarro rolls to throw, goes far side, and making the catch again. The very busy Chase Hendricks makes the catch and turns upfield. That's his 4th catch already. And Hendricks gets just into Miami territory. Ball will officially be spotted at the 50, but he got across to the, between the 50 and the Miami 49.
Yeah, he's being featured to the outside. That's because safety help was not there because it's either stuck on the run or stuck on Owen double covering the slot there. So Hendricks is open. Until they start pressing him, you're going to be able to complete several of these.
Chase had 32 catches on the season coming into the game. He's got 4 already here, and we're early on into the second quarter. 2 wides to the far side, 2 to the near side. Tyus will exchange spots in the field, go from the left of Navarro over to the quarterback's right. And play fake. Navarro keeps the football. Stutter steps, falls ahead. Took a pretty good shot right there as he gets to the Miami 46. Pick up a 4.
Yeah, rolled and kind of led with that right shoulder as he's going down, but gets up not the worse for wear. Look, Miami took away Owen a good bit the first time, and Ohio, frankly, couldn't block that day. But then Rodney Harris had a big second half because they basically left him uncovered. He was high volume for the rest of that second half.
We're just into quarter number 2. Ohio leading 7-3. 12:49 to go here in this second quarter. Tyus behind Parker Navarro, 2 wides to the far side. Navarro was second team All-Mid-American Conference on offense. Navarro takes the waist-high snap, goes back to throw. Has time in the pocket, heaves the ball downfield. Now intended for Owen, and the ball was almost intercepted. Dropped to the far side over there as almost picking that pass off for Miami back there on coverage for the RedHawks as dropping back and almost taking that pass away. And after almost taking that pass away, getting up and having a word or two for the Ohio sideline for the Bobcats to listen. That was Rayon Strader who almost took that pass away, the corner. He has 2 interceptions on the season.
Yeah, Owen just ran to what he thought was almost for the field was bracket coverage, top and bottom, front and back of him along the sideline.
Bobcats facing a 2nd down and 10 at the Miami 46. Tight end Williams insert on the line of scrimmage to the left. Handoff goes to Tyus, who tries to go to the right and is thrown backwards. Tried to get into the hole that time, but Miami was there. Salopek was there also for Miami. Coming up to make the hit was the nickelback Oscar McWood.
Yeah, McWood playing more days, but in a backup role has a big number of tackles. He played a lot early in the season. Not only did he play against Ohio the first time, that's really the first no-gain run play for Ohio.
So to bring up a 3rd down for the Bobcats, Rob, they're going to give Tyus generously a yard to the 45.
Shaky.
Yeah, at very best. But it will make it a 3rd and 9 for Ohio at the Miami 45. Handoff goes to Tyus, and he runs straight up the middle of the field and has an Ohio first down and falls across the 31-yard line. That quick hitter handoff to Tyus. He worked to the right side and shot straight up the middle of the field and goes to the Miami 26-yard line. It's a first down. Make it the 28-yard line and an Ohio first down.
That opened like crazy over the right shoulder. Parker Titzworth between right guard and center there. And Salopek, if Salopek doesn't get that ankle tackle, I think Tyus goes.
Well, they were initially going to put the ball at the 28. Now they've walked it back to the 32. There was a momentary confusion there.
5-yard change, but yes, yeah. Salopek with a late saver, that probably goes the distance.
13 yards officially on the gain by Trey Tyus and a first down Bobcats, another 3rd down conversion. 3 wides to the near side and a pair to the far side for the empty backfield for the quarterback Navarro, who goes far side, and another catch to the far side by Chase Hendricks.
That's a constraint play. That's open. You have to throw it if they're not going to press cover the outside, because they're not. They can't press cover the outside because their safety's busy watching Owen and watching Tyus in the middle of the field.
4-yard gain to the 28.
That's there all day. The problem is if you underthrow that out just once, someone's going to jump it and go the distance the other way. Got to be perfect. You're going to throw that out in space.
Hendricks now with 5 catches for 44 yards. 10:44 to go here in this second quarter. Bobcats are on the move again. They've advanced to the Miami 28. Tyus to the left of Navarro in the backfield. Bobcats are at the far side hash. Navarro takes the snap, gives off to Tyus again, and he's on the move again. Comes to the outside. Navarro's leading the way, gives him a good block. Tyus tries to get to the edge and is dropped at the 21. As coming up to bring him down for Miami. Getting over there in just the nick of time. Eli Blakey's back into the game, and he made the tackle. Navarro was leading the way that time to the near side. Tyus gets 7 to the 28, or the 21 rather, from the 28, and another Ohio first down.
Yeah, it just essentially turns into a counter. He hands the ball off in the option read to the right, and then Tyus just brings it all the way back over. Owens over here helping block, and so is the quarterback Navarro.
Tyus already was 65 yards rushing. Ricky Hunt Jr. into the game for the first time as Tyus gets a breather.
Change of pace, might be a throw down to Hunt.
The tight end Williams in a slot. Check it, that's Bruno in a slot. And back to throw now is Navarro. Looking, will dump it off to his check down receiver and bounces it to Hunt.
It's a lateral.
And
still
Hunt
alive.
Tries to keep moving ahead, and that was a lateral. Ball bounced to Hunt, who picked it up and wasn't really sure what to do at that point. Then somebody must have yelled at him.
Yeah.
He took off and picked
Whistle
up a
didn't
couple
come.
yards.
I would have yelled him on this headset. But no, like that came off his hand. You could tell that was a backward pass from jump.
And
literally right in front of us.
Yeah.
We're sitting at this 30-yard line. That was about the 28.
It saved a loss, a deeper loss. Play ends up losing back to the 24, so it's a loss of 3. That pass bounced to Hunt at the 29, so it could have really been a longer
He
loss
got
there.
4 or 5 back. That was a bad situation. I felt the throw to Hunt coming, but that wasn't it.
Second down and 13. Tyus is back into the game. Coleman Owens sprints in motion from the near to the far side. Navarro's back to throw. Comes to the near side. Now the pass is caught near side. This is Rodney Harris at the 15 for Ohio to the Miami 15 and is brought down. A pickup of 9.
It's good. Gets you back to a manageable spot in the 15. Look, if Miami is so worried about the middle of the field, again, running back and then Owen for Ohio, there's always going to be corners backed off on the outside. That's been open to you all day on either side.
Navarro now 7 of 9 throwing for 60 yards. Ohio with a 3rd down and 4. Bobcats today on 3rd downs, 2 of 2. 2 wides, now 3 to the far side for Ohio as they bunch them on to that far side. Tyus stays to the left of the quarterback, Navarro. 3rd down and 4, Ohio at the Miami 15. Navarro fakes the handoff, keeps the football, runs to the 10, and is knocked down, but he got the first down, falls ahead, continues to move ahead to the Miami 7-yard line. It's a 1st and goal, Ohio. Navarro picks up 8 on 3rd down and 4.
I like this fake option, the lead thing, where you don't put in Tyus' belly, but then you follow him as a de facto fullback. Good blocking to the edge, and Ohio with the 1st down. The push gets you inside the 10.
That was a great block by Tyus. It eliminated Salopek from that play initially and allowed Navarro to get those extra yards to the 7.
That's everyone's first blocking key. How do I reach or get the Salopek?
1st and goal, Ohio at the Miami 7. Bobcats lead 7-3. Have a chance to add on to the lead. Tyus stands behind Navarro in the pistol formation. The tight end is Williams in a slot to the near side. 7:41 to go here in the second quarter. Handoff goes to Tyus. Waits for a hole, finds it, accelerates through it, and gets across the 5 to the Miami 4. Pick up a 3. 2nd and goal. Matt Salopek in on the stop for Miami. Salopek, his 53rd start. Team's leader with 106 tackles. Had 10 stops in the first game against Ohio. Tyus in the first game against Miami had 8 carries, but for just 15 yards and left the game with an ankle injury. 2nd and goal, Ohio with the Miami 4. Handoff goes to Tyus, works into the hole, and again is stood up and might have got a yard. It depends on forward progress. They're going to be generous and give him a yard to the 3. So now a 3rd and goal, Ohio with the Miami 3.
Got our eye on that Miami injury situation. Talk about Blakey getting hurt earlier. Another DB with a teens number. I missed it. Just walked in that Miami injury tent as well. It may be the backup, Caldwell, the backup to Blakey. Keep an eye on the secondary.
Bobcats with a 3rd and goal at the Miami 3. 6.5 to go here in the second quarter. Ohio's lead stands at 7-3. Ties to the right of Navarro. 3 wides are lined to the far side for the Ohio offense, trying to add on to a 7-3 lead in the MAC championship game. And Tim Albin sprints onto the field as Ohio was about to get hit with a delay of game. And the Bobcats call a timeout. We are right next to the Ohio offensive coaches, and you could hear the table pounding next to us as they needed to get this play stopped.
You know something's going on. I like sitting next to coaches, frankly. I like a little quieter booth, actually, so I can hear them even more.
Well, what's interesting is the booths here, again, this is an NFL stadium. There are separate booths for both the offense and the defensive coaches. Usually they're all crammed in one booth.
Right. It's all like, it's everyone in this little shelter. No, they got some room over there.
Yeah, there's a cooler in there and everything. For sodas?
Whatever you want to keep cold.
Yeah, exactly. Ball's at the 3. And a timeout on the field. 6:22 to go in the quarter. Ohio leads Miami 7-3. This is the Ohio Sports Network from Learfield, presented by Holzer.
August was born 3 pounds, 9.8 ounces. When I first saw him, it was a whole range of emotions. There's stuff I still want to do. Being a young dad, it's not giving up. is shifting. I look through his eyes. I can envision a whole future with him already. To throw the first football to him, give him ice cream for the first time. My life is now devoted to his life.
Through all of fatherhood's firsts, never stop being a dad. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
You took the first step and quit smoking, but even former smokers may still be at risk for lung cancer. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know about a new low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early. It takes only 60 seconds and could save your life. You took the first step, now take the next. Visit SaveByTheScan.org for a simple quiz to see if you're eligible and talk to your doctor about screening. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
.6:22 to go here, quarter number 2. Ohio facing a 3rd and goal at the Miami 3 at the timeout. While we have the opportunity, let's pause 10 seconds, allow stations to identify themselves. This is the Ohio Sports Network from Learfield. Along with Rob Cornelius, I'm Marty Bannister. Ohio leads Miami 7-3. Second quarter of the Mid-American Conference Championship game. Bobcats started this drive back at their own 18-yard line after the punt to Coleman Owen right before the end of quarter number 1. And the Bobcats have utilized this whole quarter with the football.
Yeah, this is the 8-minute drive you dreamed of. And Ohio obviously wants to cash it out, preferably 7 or 3 if you have to down here. But this game, Miami 6-minute scoring drive, Ohio nearly a 6-minute scoring drive for the first score, and hopefully you get points on this 8-minute drive right here. This is going to be a fast game. I was joking about 2-hour footballs I was doing in the pregame, but we're on our way there if this doesn't speed up.
Getting ready for the resumption of play again. Ohio with a 3rd and goal. The ball's at the Miami 3. And Ohio leading 7-3. Trey Tyus back onto the field at the running back spot. He's off to a good start. Tyus has a dozen carries for 69 yards. And that has put him over the 1,000-yard mark this season. Oh, by the way, was 40 shy of it coming in. 2 wides to the far side. The tight end Williams in a slot to the right of the quarterback Parker Navarro. 3rd and goal, ball at the Miami 3. Navarro takes a snap, will follow Tyus to the left side, and they'll have to reverse field, and it's going to be brought down for a loss. There's a flag down as well, too. This is probably against Ohio. Ty Wise, the middle linebacker, blew that play up and got to Parker Navarro. It was a very slow developing play to the near side, and Ty Wise shot the gap for Miami and got to the Ohio quarterback first.
Yeah, coming to the short side of the field, not a lot of room to operate once it blew up early, and there wasn't like an RPO option to make a quick throw.
Ooh. Wow. What a break for Ohio right there. It sure looked like there was a hold there. I think you had it on there, but there was a face mask call, and the Bobcats will get a first down here. The ball will be moved half the distance to the goal line, and it's 1st and goal now from the 1.
Literally bails you out of probably the worst play of the day.
Yeah, exactly.
That's fantastic for Ohio. You'll take the break and the half the distance and get a tap in here from the 1.5.
Tyus behind Navarro. 1st and goal at the Miami 1 now after the face mask penalty against the RedHawks. Navarro looking to the right where there are 2 wide outs. Turns and looks behind him at Trey Tyus. Now looks to the sideline for the play. Takes the snap, will run the option to the far side. Tosses to Tyus. Tries to turn the corner. Steps up. Tyus muscles towards the goal line. Dives close. Did not get in. He did not get in. Miami had that play well defended. They were ready for it. Brian Ugu, the 6'3", 256-pound fifth-year senior defensive end, got there first and drops Tyus. Play, no gain. Ball remains at the 1. Bobcats quickly back to the line of scrimmage. 2 wides to the far side. One's the tight end. Navarro takes the snap. Works to the right side. Evades a tackle. Turns upfield and goes into the end zone. Touchdown, Ohio. Parker Navarro was able to avoid a couple of Miami defenders in the backfield and scoots into the end zone for his 2nd rushing touchdown. Ohio leads 13-3.
And one of those Miami defenders is down on his back of the 5. I think he actually ran into his own teammate, got drilled, and he is flattened, and Parker Navarro saves a play. Tyus was covered in the middle. There was nowhere to go. They should have had Navarro 4 or 5 yards into the backfield.
And as Rob mentioned, there is a Miami player down. The player that Navarro was able to wiggle out of the tackle attempt, that was Matt Salopek, who had him in the backfield, and Navarro just stepped out of it and then the collision between the two defenders happened.
Yeah, that's Eli Koppas, backup linebacker out of Pickerington, who just gets cracked by a teammate, and he is flat out there.
Wow.
And this is serious. Ohio trainers were out there fast, and now the Miami guys are taking it up, but that was not cool.
We have a timeout on the field as they check on the injured Miami player. Timeout on the field, 5:29 to go here in the second quarter. Ohio has increased their lead to 13-3 over Miami. Extra point to come. This is the Ohio Sports Network from Learfield, presented by Holzer.
Toyotathon is on, and it's the perfect time to wrap up the year with a new, stylishly affordable Corolla. Now through January 6th, you can get low-rate financing or a great lease on a new Corolla or Corolla Hybrid. Lease a gas-powered 25 Corolla LE now for $219 a month for 39 months with $32.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS. Tax, title, and license extra. Call 1-888-36-TOYOTA for details or go to Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Wendy's new French toast sticks are so delicious, some are saying that they're better than their mom's breakfast.
Excuse me, did you just say Wendy's new French toast sticks are better than my breakfast?
Mom, is that you?
Answer the question.
I said some people are saying that because they're so crispy on the outside and fluffy on the inside and perfect in every way.
Uh-huh. And what do you think?
I think it's time to tell people to choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new sweet and crispy home-style French toast sticks.
That's still not an answer.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Eli Koppas was able to get up and walk off the field with athletic trainers on either side of him and is making his way towards the medical tent behind the Miami bench. Bobcats getting ready to try an extra point. The lead is 13-3 after the Parker Navarro touchdown run for Navarro, his second touchdown run of the game. This is a scoring drive for Ohio. 18 plays, 82 yards, and has used up, well, to this point, every minute of the clock in quarter number 2.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Ohio in history has had a longer than 18-play drive. I'm sure they've had longer than a drive of 10 minutes, 14 seconds. But in a game you're trying to shorten and possession count, that is exactly the perfect tonic. That's exactly what you want to serve.
And so far to this point of the game, Ohio winning the line of scrimmage as well, too. The Bobcat offensive line is doing a great job in this game. And then again, the ability of Navarro to make something out of nothing.
He improved that. That should have been a 5-yard loss. He should be sitting at the 6 right now and keying up for second down after, losing some yards. The contrast from what the Ohio O-line looked like the week we were at Miami and now 6-7 weeks later, it's mind-blowing. Not those guys didn't try, but they could not have a good day without the depth of personnel they have today. And Ohio playing with offensive tackles and a great tight end blocking day so far from Mason Williams is moving the ball pretty easily.
And again, this drive started with 43 seconds left in quarter number 1, and we are at the 5:29 mark of quarter number 2. And Ohio getting ready to try the extra point. Again, it's 13-3 Bobcats. That's our Don Wood Toyota Drive Summary, brought to you by Don Wood Toyota, 900 East State Street in Athens, or find them online at donwoodtoyota.com. Gianni Spetta coming out now to try the extra point. 13-3 Ohio. Parker Navarro now with 15 rushing touchdowns this season, the max leader in that category.
If you were scripting a half for Ohio, this has gone almost perfectly. And as far as that touchdown count and that closing on 1,000 yards for Navarro running the ball, I need to go back and pull out the Kareem Wilson workbook from the late 90s because these numbers are close.
Jack Wilson to hold. Colby Garfield back as the long snapper.
That's good.
Again, 5:29 to go here in the quarter. And the Bobcat lead stands at 13-3. Snap is good. Hold is good. The kick by Gianni Spedic is up, and the kick is good. Gianni Spedic, 41 of 41 on the season.
That is perfection.
That is that. 5:29 to go here in the quarter, and we have a timeout on the field. Ohio leads Miami 14-3. We'll step aside as well. This is the Ohio Sports Network from Learfield, presented by Holzer.
Plan your next visit to stand up and cheer for your Ohio Bobcats in Athens County, Ohio. Visit AthensOhio.com, the best resource for where to eat, where to stay, where to shop, and where to play. Athens County is home to countless trails and outdoor activities. Enjoy mountain biking, kayaking, rock climbing, and hiking. Find your own adventure. Cruise the Hockhocking Adena Bikeway. Mountain bike the Bailey's Trail System. Hike trails less traveled at Stroud's Run State Park. Or ride 9 thrilling motorcycle routes on Ohio's Windy 9. We can't wait to see you in Athens County, Ohio.
Bobcat
Bobcat fans know the internet's best selection of Bobcat gear can be found at
BobcatGear.com.
the website that's all about Ohio, just like you, with over 1,000 products online.
BobcatGear.com.
Brought to you by College Bookstore, the #1 vendor of Ohio University merchandise.
BobcatGear.com.
College Bookstore. Visit our store in Uptown Athens or shop us online anytime at BobcatGear.com.
.529 to go, quarter number 2 here at Ford Field in Detroit, the home of the Detroit Lions. This is the Mid-American Conference Championship game, which Ohio leads over Miami by the score of 14-3. Bobcats just getting a touchdown run from Parker Navarro, his second of the game, and Miami about to get the football back right now. Ohio in this first half, 155 yards of total offense to 79 for Miami. Bobcats, 95 yards rushing in this game.
Well, get to 200 and good things have generally happened all season, so You're on pace for that plus.
Tomorrow we will know official bowl destinations for everybody. Of course, this is Championship Saturday all across the college football landscape. There were a couple of title games last night. Army won the Conference USA Championship, beating Tulane. Boise State won the Mountain West, and much to the consternation of everybody who carries the SEC flag, the Boise State Broncos are getting a first-round bye.
Hey, good for them. That's fun. And
Absolutely.
and I'm glad to see them be good again, because they've kind of gone through a gap last 5 or 6 years where they had not been their special selves that you remember from 10, 15 years ago.
What was that one year they beat Oklahoma? Didn't they in the Fiesta Bowl?
They did a thing, right. It was kind of like Philly, but like they had a trick play they ran. Cool. And then the guy proposed, and there was a movie about him and the cheerleader.
That's right.
But here's and this is more foreshadowing. I was out in the hall 2 breaks ago, got some more coffee. Dude from the Cure Bowl's here in his blazer. Saw my shirt, asked me how I was doing. Wanted to talk a lot. I get the feeling he thinks that's what's happening too, and that's Orlando, and that's early. So there you go.
But it's also Orlando.
Yeah, and that's fine. And that's
early,
a place.
Late.
Look, you can get there easily. If you're a Bobcat fan, there are a million cheap flights out of Ohio and Pittsburgh and West Virginia and Lex, Kentucky. You can get to Florida fast and pretty cheaply. So if Ohio ends up in a Florida Bowl, that's fantastic for this fan base.
Is that your second coffee?
At least, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm pumping that today.
Better than a $9 soda, I can tell you that.
You got nailed with the full price soda. I haven't gotten that since a while ago.
Man,
basketball game got stuck someplace.
That's a lot. Here's the kick by Spedick. It will bounce to the near side and stay in play. It's fielded by Davis. Near side at the 7, out to the 15 to the 20, and he gets hit. Wiggles out of the tackle attempt, and is still on the go out across the 25-yard line. And a good return by Davis. He fielded that kick at about the 7 and was in a lot of trouble before he got out across the 25. Finally brought down. Tank Pearson was over there on special teams. He's been sensational special teams-wise for Ohio this year and made the stop as Davis gets out to the 28, a gain of 21 on the return.
Yeah, to the last 10 yards just on individual effort and blowing through 2 tackles from Ohio.
Miami quickly to the line of scrimmage near side. Ohio leads 14-3. Brett Gabbert with Keon Mosey to his right. Getting ready for this first series of the quarter for Miami, which has 5:20 remaining in the quarter. Gabbert's back to throw now. Looking, sets, goes to the far side, and has a receiver in front of the Ohio sideline far side. And making the catch, but shy of the first down to the far side, was Andre Johnson, who after making the catch stepped out of bounds at the 35-yard line.
Yeah, he had some more room to run with the ball, dragged him to the sideline. That was kind of like all these Ohio throws to Hendricks. Constraint play. It's open. You got to throw it.
That ball was in the air a long time.
It was.
From the near side hash to the Ohio sideline far side. 2nd down and 3, Miami. 4 wides on the field, 3 to the near side for Gabbert, who hands off to Mosey, who's grabbed in the backfield and dropped by Bradley Weaver. Bradley Weaver, first team all defense in the Mid-American Conference, shot the gap and drops him for a loss. We've got another injured Miami player, and it's an offensive lineman. It's John Young, the starting left guard.
Yeah, and that play started out, Weaver basically runs it down from behind. They shifted linemen to try and block left, and Weaver had an unstopped run from the left end spot.
The 6'4", 262-pound redshirt junior out of Hilliard, Ohio, Darby High School, with a great play defensively for the Bobcats, stopping the clock with 4:40 to go here in the quarter while the athletic training staffs come onto the field to check on the injured Miami player, the left guard, John Young, a 6'6", 324-pound senior. He is up and making his way slowly off the field.
Miami plays a little bigger O-line than most of this league. They average 314 plus. across the front five, so they still play a little bigger style, pro-style blockers.
Third down for the RedHawks. The ball is at the 32-yard line. They moved it back after the catch by Johnson a moment ago. He stepped out of bounds a little deeper than where they initially had the ball spotted at the 35. It's back to the 32, so it's a 3rd and 6. And now Gabbert motioning people around. They've had some trouble getting plays off here in this first half.
Ohio's showing 0, no safety.
Gabbert will roll to the near side to throw now. Looks downfield, and the pass is incomplete. Receiver was all turned around, was trying to get the ball downfield to Kevin Davis. But Ohio had that play well defended downfield. That was DJ Walker on coverage. That play never had a chance. Incompletion makes it 4th down, and Ohio's going to get the football right back.
Yeah, Davis had 2 defenders around him, no place to go, and Gabbert was limited. He was essentially shoved out of the pocket to his right. Only 1 receiver working over there, and Ohio was showing 0 safety. There was deep available. He should have audible to anything else. Anything.
Bevelheimer on to kick the football away. A low snap that skids back to him. He picks it up and then kicks a line drive punt that will be signaled for a fair catch by Coleman Owen at his own 25-yard line. That was a heck of an effort to get that 43-yard kickoff. That snap skidded back to him, and he got off a line drive. And Ohio will have its offense back onto the field.
This is maybe the most important possession of the game for Ohio. Obviously, you're playing with the lead 14-3. Run this possession, score, don't score, but run out all the clock. Don't give Miami any more time to work in this first half. And then you get the ball to start the second half. So you can add 1 or 2 scores to an 11-point lead if you execute at all.
Miami's offense on the field less than a minute.
Yeah, they are field goal, punt.
Bobcats with the football, far side hash, moving from right to left. Navarro fake to Tyus, tries to run to the near side now, reverses field, and will take a shot as he goes down at the 26. Coming over there to slow him down. Miami had pressure that time as he tried to turn it up to that far side, but as he tried to turn it up to that far side, Josh LaCura, one of their defensive linemen, a 6'4", 257-pound redshirt sophomore, got there and slowed him down, and Parker had to reverse and picks up a yard to the 26.
Yeah, there was no cutback up that left hash. Parker's taking a bunch of contact today, but this year he's been way more mature in terms of not running to contact and not taking the big shots we've seen him take before.
Ohio with 2 wides line to the near side on this 2nd down and 9 call from their own 26. Ohio leads 14-3. The tight end Williams speeds in motion to the far side. Navarro will throw that way and finds turning in, making a catch. Another grab in this first half for Chase Hendricks. Out across the 30-yard line to the 34. It's a gain of 8. That'll bring up a 3rd down and 1 for Ohio. Chase Hendricks, an enormous first half. He's got a half dozen catches for 52 yards.
Yeah, essentially an easy throw up the right hash and they'll slant in just short of the mark. Needs a yard and a half, maybe 2.
Ohio on 3rd downs, 3 for 3 here in the first half. 3:11 to go. In this second quarter, the Ohio lead stands at 14-3. Tyus stands behind Parker Navarro. The Bobcats in the pistol formation. Rodney Harris will speed in motion. Navarro hands the ball to Tyus. Hit in the backfield. Gets out of the tackle attempt. Muscles his way across the 35-yard line. And got the first down. He got out to the 37. He picks up 3. Again, that play looked like it was destined for a loss, but Tyus just kept the legs churning and found enough oomph to get the Ohio first down.
Yeah, got a little shove. Got into Kobe Hilton at the end of that one, their defensive tackle. Salopek blocked out of there. I think Wise on the tackle. Wise for Miami, their other linebacker, I think 10 tackles, 10 or 11 tackles already.
Yeah, he's having a big day. I was watching Matt Salopek after that last series when he came off the field. He was visibly frustrated with everybody on the Miami sideline.
Hot at teammates, hot at official, hot at everybody.
Bobcats with the first down and 10. Navarro's back to throw. Goes far side now. The pass is caught first of the day by Coleman Owen, who makes the catch, then turns around and goes upfield, close to another Bobcat first down. He got out to the 46-yard line. First touch of the day for Coleman Owen on offense, a 9-yard gain, and the Bobcats with another 2nd down and short play coming up.
Yeah, ran a route from the slot, just a direct right turn to the sideline. Hendricks dragged Miami a little deeper to get the safety out of the way, so they get him a short gain. He almost hits first down.
And that will take us to the 2-minute timeout. We are there right now. 2 minutes to go in a first half that has belonged to the Ohio Bobcats in the Mid-American Conference Championship game. Timeout on the field at the 2-minute timeout. Ohio leads Miami 14-3. We'll step aside. This is the Ohio Sports Network from Learfield, presented by Holzer.
Uh-oh, Brad's buzzed. Oh, yeah? Yeah, he's starting with the woots. And now a speech.
I just want to say that friendship is about heart and brain. Who's with me?
Good thing is, he knows when he's buzzed.
And my brain is saying, when it's time to go home, somebody call me a ride.
Love that guy.
Me too. Know your buzzed warning signs? Call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Substance use disorder and addiction is so isolating. And so, as a Black woman in recovery, hope must be loud. It grows louder when you ask for help and you're vulnerable. It is the thread that lets you know that no matter what happens, you will be okay.
When we learn the power of hope, recovery is possible. Find out how at startwithhope.com. Brought to you by the National Council for Mental Wellbeing, Shatterproof, and the Ad Council.
It's the 2024 Mid-American Conference Championship game. We welcome you back to Ford Field in downtown Detroit. 2 minutes to go, half number one. Ohio leads Miami by the score of 14-3. Don't forget, later on today, Bobcat fans, there's Bobcats basketball. Ohio at the Convocation Center, a 4 o'clock tip, as the Bobcats will face Morehead State. Jason Toy will have all the action for you on the Ohio Sports Network from Learfield. Again, that one will tip at 4 o'clock. Ohio leading this game 14-3. Rob, we were talking during the break about the point you had made just a moment or so ago when Ohio got the ball to start this drive. If Ohio can eat up the remaining 2 minutes of this clock, you want points, certainly, but you get the ball to start the second half. This could be a huge double dip for Ohio.
Right. The key here was don't let Miami have the ball again in the first half. Well, you're 2 minutes. You're on a second down and one, so as soon as the first down coming, with your own plays and run the ball, even Miami were to burn their times out, the reality is Miami probably is not going to get a chance to score this half. Second half, you get the ball again, and you're already up 11. That's 2 scores. I mean, you can end this right now if you score now, and you score out of the start of the third quarter, and this game is done based on this pacing.
Right now, Trey Ty has 14 carries, 72 yards for Ohio. Parker Navarro, a couple of touchdown runs, 7 carries, 30 yards. Navarro's thrown the ball 11 times, completed 9 of those for 77 yards. Ohio overall with 176 yards of offense. Miami with just 83. And again, this second quarter, they've been on the field. Their offense was on the field for less than a minute before they had to go 3 and out. Again, Ohio opened the second quarter with a drive that started with 43 seconds left in quarter number one and used up 18 plays and 82 yards to the 5:29 mark of the second quarter.
Yeah, Ohio's second drive to score, 10-14. Ohio's first drive to score, 5:37. Miami, a field goal on a 6-minute drive to open the game, and a couple of punts. And Ohio's just limiting at-bats here. And if you don't have at-bats, you have opportunities to get the ball and score, and you're down. But again, this Ohio team has been here before and lost a 3-score lead. So nothing is truly final. Let's not get ahead of ourselves at all.
We're at the 2-minute timeout. We're about ready to resume action. Ohio at the far side hash. It's a 2nd down and 1 for the Bobcat offense. Again, out of the pistol formation. Trey Tyus stands behind Navarro. Tyus gets the handoff, gets the first down, and falls out to the midfield stripe. A pickup of 4 for Trey Tyus.
Yep.
A 30-second timeout.
And that's smart. I would say if they have any hope of getting the ball back, they have to start burning these timeouts.
Trying to change some of the momentum right now. Chuck Martin, Miami coaching staff. And Tim Albin named the Ohio coach, named the Mid-American Conference Coach of the Year coming into the game. Tim Albin, 32 wins, 19 losses in his tenure as the Bobcat field general, 23-9 in the Mid-American Conference. Chuck Martin, Miami's all-time winningest coach, 11th year. He's a Millikan graduate, 1990, 64 wins, 66 losses. He has ties to a number of guys on the Ohio coaching staff. John Hauser was a player at Wittenberg when Chuck Martin was an assistant coach there. And Scott Isfording, who was Ohio's quarterback's coach and works with the offense, was a member of those staffs when Chuck Martin and yours truly were at Wittenberg back in the day in the mid-'90s. I had a 13-year tenure calling Wittenberg football. Got to know all those guys very, very well.
Yeah. And Chuck has introduced what Frank Solich has brought to Ohio through this group, this family, and that's stability.
Bobcats with a 1st down and 10. The ball just to the midfield stripe. Navarro's back to throw. Passes complete to the near side. Another catch to the near side. Rodney Harris. And the Bobcats have been doing a nice job of utilizing those out routes. Harris makes the catch and gets to the Miami 44-yard line, pickup of a half dozen.
Yeah, just constraint plays. Again, if you're not going to press the outside guys, 7 and 11, Hendricks and Harris, it's open every time. He's got to hit the throw.
Another 2nd and short call. These are offensive coordinator's dreams right now. Back to throw again as Navarro looks left. Now we'll keep the football, move to the right. Trying to get back to the positive side of the field and does. He's being chased by Ty Wise. Navarro turns up, picks up the first down to the 35 and runs out of bounds.
Gets the marker and doesn't take hits. I know he's on the sidelines and the guys in red pulled up a little, but that went for way more than was expected, probably to which he was entitled.
He was back on his own side of the 50 and managed to swing around to the far side of the field, tightrope the sideline, and get to the Miami 36 for a Bobcat first down.
That's one of those wild runs like Barry Sanders did out the Silverdome, as in a bunch of negative yardage, then all of a sudden he figures out how to run around everybody and get it back.
Stepped out of bounds right before Eli Koppas got to him. Good to see Koppas back into the game for Miami.
Yeah, he got cracked back in that last series.
First down and 10. The ball's at the RedHawk 36 with 83 seconds left in the first half. 3 wides to the near side for Ohio as the Bobcats go from right to left. Back to throw again. Navarro at the far side hash. Has some time, delivers, and a juggling drop. First drop of the day for Chase Hendricks. He was open in the flat at the Miami 23. Just could not hang on to that pass.
Yeah, in space in front of a couple DBs and behind Salapak there, but it was an open throw and he was sitting right at that first down marker.
And there wasn't really anything wrong with that throw. Watching the replay, it was right on the hands of Hendricks.
He's been high volume. His 6 catches are nice. You'd like to have that 7th.
That stops the clock with 1:18 to go in the quarter. 2nd and 10, Ohio with the Miami 36. 2 wides far, 2 wides near. So Ohio offense has been moving up and down the field here in this first half. Tyus comes up, taps Navarro on the left hip, moves off to lift. Navarro drops the snap, picks it up now, runs and shovels it ahead to Tyus, who makes the catch 30. 25 now. Tyus to the near side, and another Ohio first down as Parker Navarro again improvises and gives Ohio a first down. He dropped the snap, picked it up, and then just basically shovel passed the ball ahead to Trey Tyus, who then rumbles for a Bobcat first down to the Miami 21, a gain of 15.
Yeah, created that Colorado School of Mines play, but way downfield and every break going Ohio's way right now.
3 wides to the far side for Ohio, but whistles come in. Miami again is going to stop the clock.
Last one, I think.
With 1:01 to go in the half, and that brings up some boos and some cheers at the same time from the Ohio side.
Ohio doesn't need the clock stopped. They have 2 of their own to use, but again, they just want this clock to run down, and I'm not sure on first down how much good that's going to do Miami, but you got to burn it at some point.
Parker Navarro having an afternoon at the Improv, being able to rescue plays that look destined for a loss and salvaging them and getting big plays.
He's only missed on 3 throws, and one of those was the drop moments ago by Hendricks. You can chalk that on the receiver. Ohio running the ball 24 carries for $110, and that includes the gaff lateral where Hunt lost some yardage. Parker's 8 for 38, so nearly 5 a carry. Tyus 15 for 75, right on 5 a carry.
Bobcats overall with 209 yards of total offense. Ball's at the Miami 21 with 1:01 to go here in the half. Ohio leads 14-3. Bobcats just below us here from our 7th floor broadcast location here at Ford Field. The Miami broadcast crew, we had to leave a trail of breadcrumbs to find them. They were way down to our left. Tyus to the left of Ohio's quarterback Parker Navarro. 2 wides to the far side for the Bobcats. And a single wide, Rodney Harris to the near side. Navarro turns, fakes, rolls to the right to throw now. Looks, sets, dumps the ball ahead. Pass is called by the tight end Mason Williams at the 10. He's to the 5, evades attacker, and goes into the end zone. Touchdown! Mason Williams with the touchdown reception. Navarro hit him in the near side, and then Williams turned up, evaded a Miami linebacker, and runs in for the score. Ohio leads 20-3.
Been waiting to see Williams more involved in the pass game. He's had to chip and help these offensive tackles all season when this line was hurt. Now he gets upfield, and Navarro hits one back across his body in a big way. Uncovered on the release, up the numbers. DBs are late, easily in from 21.
Mason Williams with the touchdown reception. His 2nd of the season, and Ohio leads 20-3. Parker Navarro on to try the extra point. Oh, I'm sorry, Gianni Spedic on to try the extra point. Well, Navarro's done a lot of everything today.
Do
Maybe
whatever, it's fine.
Yeah. Snap good, hold good. The kick by Spedic is up, and the kick is good. 52 seconds left in the first half. Ohio has opened up an 18-point lead on the defending Mid-American Conference champions. It's Ohio 21, Miami 3 as we near the intermission. 52 seconds left here in this first half.
21 straight points now finish this.
Miami will finally get the football back here in this quarter. This has been as dominant a first half as this Ohio football team has played this year.
What do we always say? Time possession sometimes is meaningless. Today it's the only thing. 19-18, over 19 minutes versus just under 10 for Miami. And outside of Miami's 6-minute field goal drive to open this game, they have literally done nothing on offense. Ohio's made them a bad running team, but Ohio makes every team a bad running team. And now Miami is going to be on a throw script for the last 31 minutes of this game.
Navarro, 12 of 15 throwing the football for 120 yards and a touchdown. And on the ground, 38 yards on 8 carries. Trey Tyus, 75 yards, 15 carries of the football.
And now Miami's got to manage a long field with what'll be under a minute of time and no times out with which to work.
Kevin Davis standing back at the goal line, waiting for the Spedic kick. Here it comes, end over end. He will come up to the 1, fielded, and make it out to the 5, to the 10, to the 15, and is brought down right across the 15. Austin Brawley makes his return to the Ohio lineup and comes away with the special teams play and makes the tackle. Brawley, who left the team prior to the first Miami game to deal with some off-field issues, is back, and a nice tackle there by Brawley. And Ohio's defense will greet Miami's offense at Miami's 16-yard line.
Just an energy guy, and if you check him back in on the defense, the normal 11, I think it's going to let him play a little more freely. Again, you have a lead. You can now do some things you might not have done if you weren't up 3 scores.
Brawley back with the team practicing this week. 48 seconds left in the half. Miami with the football at their own 16-yard line. Gabbert changing the play again. One hand clap, turns, hands the ball off. This is Mosey and runs right into a lot of guys wearing white. Braylon Henderson, Blake Leak, Shea Taylor.
I have no idea why anyone is trying to run against Ohio on first down in any situation. None.
Play gained a yard to the 17. 2nd and 9. Clock is rolling, 28 seconds left.
They're not in a hurry, so looks like they're just going to cash out on this one.
Miami had the football to start the game. They moved downfield into field goal range, or into the Ohio red zone, rather, but the Bobcat defense stiffened. And since then, Ohio has just dominated this game. Miami running personnel on and off. Ohio will take the opportunity to sub as well. Marcel Walker-Burgess comes onto the field. Mike Mack will check out quickly. 3, 2, 1, and Miami will just take a knee, and that will do it for the first half. Ohio is halfway to hoisting the Mack Trophy. We are through one half of play. Ohio leads Miami by the score of 21-3 in the Mid-American Conference Championship game as the teams make their way to the locker rooms. Bobcats lead Miami at the break 21-3. Matt Schweigert will take you through the half coming up. This is the Ohio Sports Network from Learfield, presented by Holzer.
You expect world-class primary care from Memorial Health System. It's time to expect more, much more. Our patients now also get free virtual urgent care. So expect our expertise everywhere and answers anytime for free. No one else offers this because we're reinventing primary care. So find out more and expect more today from Memorial Health System.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp, refreshing, and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
This is your home for Ohio football. The Ohio Sports Network from Learfield. Presented by Holzer.
Put your phone on D&D. That means do not disturb when you're driving. And when you're going from point A to B, I need you to stay safe, please, so always sing with me. So put your phone on D&D. That means do not disturb when you're driving. And when you're going from point A to B, I need you to stay safe, please, so always remember this beat.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Babes, what are you doing?
What? I'm just mowing the lawn.
No, it's blazing hot and dry out here. Don't you remember? Smokey Bear says,
avoid using power equipment when it's windy or dry.
Where'd you learn this?
Oh, it's on
SmokeyBear.com with many other wildfire prevention tips.
Right. Thanks, Honey Bear.
Because remember, only you can prevent wildfires.
Brought to you by the USDA Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Welcome to the Memorial Health Halftime Show. Memorial Health System. Expect more. Coming up, a look around the MAC and the top 25, plus a breakdown of the first half. The Memorial Health Halftime Show begins now.
Ohio leading Miami 21-3 at halftime of the MAC championship game. Welcome inside the Learfield Network studios. Matt Schweiker with you here once again today. It's been an exciting first half of action from Detroit. Time to walk through the first 30 minutes with the Fairfield Inn first half highlights. Miami would get on the board first, would drive down the field, and would be held to a field goal, a good red zone stop by the Ohio defense, but then Parker Navarro and the Bobcat offense would answer.
Mason Williams in a slot. Coleman Owen in motion. Navarro play fake, keeps the football, turns up, runs into the end zone. Touchdown, Ohio. Parker Navarro turns the corner, runs right into the end zone for the first touchdown of the game, and the Bobcats answer and take the lead 6-3.
Bobcats would then force a Miami punt, and then at that point it would be a clock-churning drive for the Bobcats. 18 plays, 82 yards, 10 minutes and 14 seconds, culminating in this play.
Bobcats quickly back to the line of scrimmage. Two wides to the far side. One's the tight end. Navarro takes the snap. Works to the right side. Evades a tackle. Turns upfield and goes into the end zone. Touchdown, Ohio. Parker Navarro was able to avoid a couple of Miami defenders in the backfield and scoots into the end zone for his second rushing touchdown. Ohio leads 13-3.
Bobcats would come back out and get another stop on defense, forcing a quick 3-and-out from the Miami offense. And then Navarro would guide the Bobcats into the end zone once again.
Navarro turns, fakes, rolls to the right to throw now. Looks, sets, dumps the ball ahead. Pass is called by the tight end Mason Williams at the 10. He's to the 5, evades attacker, and goes into the end zone. Touchdown! Mason Williams with the touchdown reception. Navarro hit him in the near side, and then Williams turned up, evaded a Miami linebacker, and runs in for the score. Ohio leads 20-3.
And that's how it sounded as Ohio leads Miami 21-3 at the break. Navarro 12 of 15 for 120 yards, one touchdown pass, 38 yards on the ground, and two touchdowns on the ground. So 3 total touchdowns for the Bobcat quarterback in that first half. Again, our score at the break, Ohio 21, Miami 3. Bobcats are potentially halfway to a MAC championship game, or to a MAC championship. Coming up next, we'll take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard on the Ohio Sports Network from Learfield, presented by Holzer.
Welcome to Fairfield by Marriott Athens, where comfort meets convenience. Whether you're traveling for business or leisure, our modern, stylish rooms offer a perfect retreat. Enjoy a complimentary hot breakfast in our 24-hour fitness center to energize you. Need to relax? Take a dip in our saltwater pool or relax on our back patio with a fire pit and grill. Our Marriott Diamond Award-winning staff is ready to assist you, and your stay will be nothing short of exceptional. Stay amazing. Bleed green.
Football season is here. Keep your athletes at their best with Holzer in Athens. Dr. Jason Cox Orthopedics and Dr. Aaron Ramsey Chiropractic Care are currently accepting new patients. From follow-up care to injury repair, our healthcare team at Holzer Athens will keep your athlete in the game. Call 855-446-5937 to schedule your appointment today. That's 855-446-5937.
This is your home for Ohio football.
Dominate this week, baby.
The Ohio Sports Network from Learfield, presented by Holzer.
Ma, is this how you feed a hamster?
I think so.
Is my homework right?
I think so.
Is this milk still good?
I think so.
When it comes to parenting, sometimes it's okay to think you know. But when it's something as important as your child's car seat, don't just think. Know. Double check if your child is in the right seat for their age and size. It'll help protect them in a car crash. Don't just think. Know by visiting nhtsa.gov/the right seat. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Hear that? That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. Beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, the music gets drowned out. Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzz driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Ohio leads Miami 21-3 at halftime of the MAC championship game in Detroit. It's another busy week across the Mid-American Conference. Let's digest all the action with the Par Mar Store's MAC scoreboard. If there's not a Par Mar store near you now, there will be soon. We'll start with the other conference championship games on this championship Saturday. We've got one game that is just about to go to the half. Arizona State leading Iowa State 24-10 with 2 seconds left in the first half. How about Cam Scatabo? 10 carries, 140 yards, and 2 touchdowns on the ground for him in this ballgame. And that game has just gone to the half. Sun Devils with the 24-10 lead. Games still to come later today at 4 o'clock. We've got the SEC Championship game, Texas and Georgia. That game will be played at Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta. Then at 7:30, Louisiana will host Marshall at Cajun Field in Lafayette in the Sun Belt Championship game. And then we'll wrap things up with a pair of games at 8 o'clock, Oregon and Penn State from Lucas Oil Stadium in Indianapolis for the Big Ten title, a battle between two top 3 teams. And then also at 8 o'clock, SMU and Clemson in the ACC Championship game at Bank of America Stadium in Charlotte. Final scores from last night. Boise State locked up their college football playoff bid with a 21-7 win against UNLV. Army dominated Tulane 35-14, and Jacksonville State even more dominant against Western Kentucky 52-12. We'll take a quick look at what's going on in college basketball today. We've got a few games in the MAC. A pair of games getting started at 2 o'clock. Toledo and Defiance. Bowling Green hosting Morgan State. Then at 3 o'clock, Akron will battle SUNY Brockport at the Jar. And a pair of games at 4 o'clock. Of course, Ohio will be in action today. They've got Morehead State. That game will tip off at 4 o'clock from the Convocation Center in Athens. And Buffalo will be on the road against St. Bonaventure. Then the final game of the day in the league is at 6 o'clock. Northern Illinois going on the road to play Northern Iowa. We've got some big games in the top 25 today as well. A game that's just about to get underway. An in-state rivalry between two top 15 teams, Marquette and Wisconsin. That game, again, just about to get underway. And then our other big game of the day in the top 25, number 4 Kentucky and number 7 Gonzaga. It's effectively a home game for Gonzaga, not a true home game. That game being played at Climate Pledge Arena in Seattle, home of the Seattle Kraken. Once again, our score here at the half, Ohio 21, Miami 3. That's your look around the MAC and around the country with your Par Mar Stores MAC scoreboard. We'll send it back out to Marty and Rob next on the Ohio Sports Network from Learfield, presented by Holzer.
If there's not a Par Mar store near you now, there will be soon. That's the slogan, and that's what we believe at Par Mar Stores. From groceries to gas and all the other stuff you need, Par Mar has it. Download the Par Mar app for even more savings, and don't forget the Par Mar Rewards Card, too. We also believe in being a big part of your community, so look for us at the ball game or wherever you are. Shop us today, like us on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and remember, if there's not a Par Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Bobcat fans, the Hugh White family of dealerships is your hometown Athens dealer. And to show our commitment to the community, we're offering free car washes for Ohio University students and faculty, as well as college grad discounts with all of our new brands. But that's not all. We provide free concierge service for faculty. We'll pick up your vehicle and drop it back off after service. Take advantage of our leases at under $200 per month. Come visit us on North Columbus Road, less than 5 minutes from campus, or online at visithughwhite.com. And remember, if the deal is right, it must be Hugh White.
You're listening to Ohio Football, the Ohio Sports Network from Learfield, presented by Holzer.
Hey, so what's a great way to spread awareness that driving high is illegal everywhere? A catchy song, of course.
You can run, but you can't drive high. You can run, but you can't.
Friendly reminder, don't drive high. If you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Are you prepared for an emergency or disaster? Because it's not a matter of if, but when. Don't find yourself saying,
when the storm rolls in, my time to find a pet-friendly evacuation center will have run out.
The scorching heat wave will leave me powerless to cool my insulin.
I'll face a hurricane without meds. Now that's a tough pill to swallow.
Let's prepare so we all have a better story to tell. Get started at ready.gov/older adults. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
(21-3) Ohio leads Miami. We are at the intermission, the Mid-American Conference Championship game here on this championship Saturday, all across college football. It is also, oh, by the way, Championship Saturday back in the state of Ohio. The state championships in the OHSAA 7 football divisions are taking place. Earlier today in Division 6, Coldwater defeated Kirtland by the final of 31-7. So that MAC, the Midwest Athletic Conference, wins its second championship. Yesterday, Maria Stein Marion Local defeated Jeromesville Hillsdale 74-0. I had the fortune to be on that call yesterday morning on the TV side of things, and it wasn't that close. 74-0.
Hopefully you guys had a lot of nice pre-pack and other things to talk about planned.
We had a lot to talk about.
A lot of that, yeah.
We did, but with the running clock, you didn't have a lot of time in the second half to talk about things.
That's true.
But Marion Local, that was their 64th straight victory, by the way, from Marion Local. Bishop Watterson out of Columbus defeated Toledo Central Catholic 19-14. And a bit of a surprise last night, Olentangy Liberty won the Division I state championship, beating Cincinnati Moeller 28-14 at Tom Benson Hall of Fame Stadium in Canton. And Avon on Thursday beat Cincinnati Anderson 20-13 in that state championship game. There are two more to be played in Canton today in Ohio. Liberty Center and Ironton play at 3 o'clock in the Division 5 title. And it wraps up tonight with the Division 6 championship game. Division 4 championship game, I should say, between Janaden Hutton, Indian Valley, and Sandusky Perkins. So here, Ohio leads by the score of 21-3. Rob, we mentioned it as the half came to an end here in this MAC championship game. As dominant a first half as Ohio has played this year.
Yeah, and you dominated the clock. You've run twice as many plays. You've dominated the clock roughly 2-1. You've held what we thought was a pretty good Miami team running the ball to 2 yards a carry, basically. Total running of 21 yards. And you made Gabbert pretty ordinary. Hits like 2 or 3 throws in that first drive, including one off a deflection, and nothing of substance since.
First half individual numbers. Trey Tice, 15 carries, 75 yards, leads the ground game for Ohio. Parker Navarro, 8 carries, 38 yards, and a couple of touchdowns. Navarro, 12 of 15, throwing the football, half number one. 120 yards, 1 touchdown. Not a lot downfield, but the Bobcats doing, Rob, a good job of utilizing those out routes.
Exactly. 80% completions on those throws, mostly to Hendricks and Harris, and a couple checkdowns to running back. The only vertical route's been that tight end touchdown to Mason Williams very late.
Chase Hendricks in that first half, 8 catches. A career high for Chase Hendricks in a game for Ohio. Trey Tice with a couple of catches. Coleman Owen has just 1 catch in the first half.
Yeah, he caught a short ball, just a little right turn route to the sideline, but essentially they're going to double him, they're going to overcover him, which means there's lots of room to get the ball to other guys.
Parker Navarro again, 12 of 15 throwing the football. Brett Gabbert for Miami, 6 of 11 for 62 yards. The Miami ground game has basically done nothing. 7 carries, 19 yards in the first half for Keon Mosey. Javon Tracy, 4 catches. The majority of those coming on that initial Miami drive for Tracy.
Yeah, they had 3 chunk plays in the first drive, just 6 completions in the whole game so far for Miami, and just 1 penalty in the game, and that was that ridiculous personal foul Miami inside their own 3 that teed up Ohio for a first down at the 2.
And again, here at the break, Ohio leads by the score of 21-3. As Matt Schweikert mentioned, there is Bobcat basketball on tap for you later today at 4 o'clock when Ohio faces Morehead State, that game at the Convocation Center. And we'll have it for you on many of these Ohio Sports Network stations with the call from Jason Toy later on this afternoon. And you'll have a chance to catch Bobcat basketball again as they take on Morehead State back at the Convocation Center. Here it's 21-3. Ohio leads Miami as we get ready to start the second half. Rob and I will talk about that when we come back. This is the Ohio Sports Network from Learfield, presented by Holzer.
Toyotathon is on. The perfect time to shop for a new SUV with more all-wheel drive choices than anyone else, like the family-size Highlander and the bigger, more powerful Grand Highlander. Now through January 6th, get any new Highlander or Grand Highlander with 5.99 APR financing up to 72 months, including hybrid models, with $1,657 per thousand borrowed, subject to approved credit through TFS. For complete details, go to Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
When you share your food, you share your heart. So what's on your table this holiday season? Save on your festive feast at Kroger with delicious deals on all the holiday classics. Or wow the crowd with something new, like a quinoa stuffed butternut squash. It's sure to add a pop of color to your spread. How about a sweet potato casserole with a crunchy oat streusel topping, made with care for the sweet tooth and the savory tooth? With Kroger, fill your table with love and watch as your guests' hearts get as full as their bellies. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Now, the officials have been talking for quite some time.
Alrighty, let's see what they have to say.
Upon further review, there is no penalty on the play. However, we have conferred and discovered that Bob, the line judge, has saved a boatload for his kids' college using Ohio's 529 plan. It is tax-free, accepted nationwide. Bob recommends we all go to collegeadvantage.com. First down.
Well, that's not entirely unexpected.
Classic Bob.
Hey, Ohio alumni. Want to stay connected with Ohio University? Check out the Ohio University Alumni Association today at ohio.edu/alumni. Your journey doesn't end at graduation. Enjoy exclusive benefits, network with fellow alumni, mentor a student, or attend an event in your area. Your involvement makes a difference, and the next generation of Bobcats needs your support. Visit ohio.edu/alumni to see all the ways you can get involved today. Go Bobcats!
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by Ohio University. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of Ohio University and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by Ohio University.
21-3 again, Ohio leads Miami as we get ready to start the second half. Looking back at the first half scoring in this game, Miami got on the board first when their drive carried into the Ohio red zone, but the Bobcat defense would stiffen. Dom Jobin came on to boot a 29-yard field goal. That capped off an impressive opening drive for Miami. 11 plays, 67 yards. They ate up a little over 6 minutes first quarter clock time and grabbed the lead 3-0. But Ohio would answer 3 times with touchdowns. Parker Navarro, the first of those, a 4-yard rushing touchdown, which capped off an 11-play, 75-yard drive, which ate up 5.5 minutes. And then the monster drive that stretched from the end of the first quarter into the 5.5-minute mark of the second quarter. Navarro capped off that 18-play, 82-yard, 10-minute scoring drive with a 1-yard touchdown run. And then the Bobcats, a more modest 3-minute and 27-second drive to end the half. The touchdown pass from Navarro to Mason Williams from 21 yards out. Ohio leads 21-3 as we get ready to start the second half.
Yep, 21 straight for Ohio. Obviously, the run you like. Ohio gets the ball back here. Just get something else. Get points, get a 3, get a 6, 7, or 8. But, I mean, at the pacing of this game, one more score might be enough.
And again, Ohio will have the ball to start the second half, but as we all know, half times are about adjustments. And obviously, the Miami side of things, they had some work to do to try to figure out a way to slow down this Ohio offense. But the other aspect of this, too, Rob, is you simply can't take your foot off the throttle either.
No, you need to keep scoring. You need to keep running the offense you've been running and the pace you've been running. And just, accrue yards on the ground, run down this clock some. But, look at Miami. They're not reacting well to this. And, we talked about they got their safety hurt, and I don't think he's going to return here in the second half. Eli Blakey, the number 2 tackler. And someone texted this to me during the game who's watching it in the stadium. It's like, it feels like Salopek has never been blocked before. Because not only is he mad on the field, he's mad at teammates, he's also talking to the officials every time, begging for a call, almost like a basketball approach where he's talking to that umpire every time on and off the field.
Get ready to start the second half, and Braylon Henderson comes sprinting out of the locker room for Ohio and races clear over to the sideline.
Maybe he didn't get the text message I tweeted out earlier, so you must report the field at 12:04 at the end of the half. Get in on that.
I think he's okay. I mean,
he
showed some pretty good speed there. Yeah,
he's very fast across the Lions' end zone there.
All right, we get ready for the second half. Ohio leading 21-3. Bobcats looking for the program's first MAC football championship since 1968 and the 6th overall. 2 quarters away from doing just that. Kick by Miami's Jobin will sail into the end zone and then bounce into the end zone. And the football will come out to the 25, and that's where Ohio will start half number 2 with the football. They will move from our right to left here at Ford Field in Detroit. Get in the first half, Ohio offense with the Bobcats with 230 yards of offense to just 83 for Miami. Time of possession, Ohio had the football almost 20 minutes in the first half. Miami 10:42.
Double their play count. Ohio ran 39 plays in the first half. Miami ran 20.
Bobcats football out of the 25. They're at the far side hash marks. Trey Tice is off to the right of Parker Navarro as we start second half play. 2 wides to the far side for the Bobcats and a pair to the near side. First play from scrimmage, half number 2. Ohio leads again 21-3. Navarro, waist-high snap, is back to throw. Has some time, will come to the near side, and the pass is caught. This is Rodney Harris making the catch, and is brought down at the 36. Right away, a chunk gain of 11, first down, Ohio.
And what you're doing is you're putting a receiver on the same side of the field as Owen. Owen's getting essentially a double almost every time, even being on the outside route, and just hit Harris right up the numbers there.
Third catch for Harris. Handoff goes to Tyus now, finds a hole, gets through it to the 40-yard line, and is wrestled down by Corey Suttle, one of Miami's defensive ends, a 6'4", 278-pound, fifth-year senior. And the play carried out to the 41-yard line, a gain of 5 for Trey Tyus. That puts Tyus on the day right at the 80-yard mark.
Yeah, and exactly 5 a carry. He's basically been good for 5. His long career is 14, but he's good for 4 or 5 every time he touches it.
Trio of wideouts to the far side. Coleman Owen, Chase Hendricks, Rodney Harris, in that order. Split to the far side. Bobcats with a second down and 5 at their own 41-yard line. We're just underway second half. Navarro looks to the left. Now will roll to the right to throw. Now delivers ahead and has Coleman Owen wide open in Miami territory at the 40. He's flipped airborne, and it's a Bobcat first down. Owen jumps right back up after the play, and the Bobcats have a first down.
First read was a tight end left, moved the safeties with his eyes. Owen just goes up and finds, again, bracketed coverage. Miami in a little deeper zone. He just finds a hole in between linebacker and safety.
Another Miami player is down. That's the corner, Luke Evans, who was over there on the tackle.
All the way on the far side, yeah, right up against the Ohio sideline.
Play carried to the Miami 41.
Evans, big corner, 6'2". That's big for a DB out there.
I'm sorry, that's where Evans is down. The play carried to the Miami 36.
And Ohio doing nothing but throwing to the outside, throwing these flares, throwing this sideline stuff, throwing these constraint plays, these bubbles and whatnot. And they're there. He's hitting about 90% of them right now, and he's passing for 82% completions on the game, is Parker Navarro.
Chuck Martin, the Miami coach, comes all the way from his side of the field to the sideline to check on Luke Evans, and we have an official's timeout. 13:58 to go in the third quarter. Ohio with the football as we just get started here, quarter number 3. Bobcats lead Miami 21-3. This is the Ohio Sports Network from Learfield, presented by Holzer.
There are lots of choices for Medicaid plans in Ohio right now. It's confusing, but luckily this is an easy choice. CareSource. With CareSource, you get so much more than health insurance, like help going back to school, landing a job, and even finding a safe place to stay. Hey, over 1 million Ohio Medicaid members can't be wrong. So choose the plan Ohioans trust. CareSource. It's your Medicaid. It's your choice. Enroll now at caresource.com.
Behavioral health and general well-being depend greatly on people's habits, lifestyle, and sense of community. That's why Integrated Services for Behavioral Health always works on things like safe and affordable housing, employment, education, and access to primary care. At Integrated Services for Behavioral Health, we embrace the ever-changing needs of our communities, from home to community-based services, from telehealth to working remotely. We believe in healthy people, strong communities. Learn more at isbh.org.
13:58 to go here in this third quarter. Ohio leads Miami 21-3. Let's pause 10 seconds, allow stations to identify themselves. This is the Ohio Sports Network from Learfield, presented by Holzer. Luke Evans was able to get up and walk from the Ohio sideline to the Miami sideline, but had athletic trainers on either side of him to steady him as he came off the field. We were talking during the break, looking back at that play, and I'm looking and thinking that his head might have hit Coleman Owen's knee when he went low to make the tackle, and that's what slowed him from getting up.
Yeah, second or third fairly serious injury. We had a stoppage for a member of the Miami defense. Kappas went off earlier. Blakey, the star safety, also.
Ohio's lead stands at 21-3. Bobcats and Miami meeting for the 101st time. The first time the two obviously have ever played in this championship game, and the first time they've played each other twice. In fact, this is the first time that Ohio has ever played a team 2 times in a season.
Yeah, and that's really the beauty of this. Again, this scenario where the two best teams in the former East could play each other couldn't have happened in prior years with divisional setup. And it probably would have been, Toledo versus somebody from the front of the East. I think Miami's how it would have set up. But this game was unavailable to us till now. The ability to play Miami every year actually warms my heart. Twice.
Well, as long as you're happy. That's
important. I think the team wanted this one. Obviously, it's bigger after losing the first one.
3 wides to the near side. Bobcats to the line of scrimmage. The Miami 36. First down and 10. Tyus moves up to the right of Parker Navarro. And Navarro will go back to throw, looking to the near side. Delivers a pass. Is caught by Coleman Owen across the 30 to the Miami 27. It is just about a half-yard shy of a first down, a gain of 9.
And that's basically the first time you've seen Ohio hit Owen in a very normal slant route, underneath kind of way. No double coverage in that one.
Second and short. Handoff goes to Tyus. Tries to find some room to the left. Now cuts back to the middle. And again, the pile is just going to shove him to the first down. The 25-yard line.
Yeah, gets it by a yard, but that required some more rugby scrum. But you're seeing officials hold whistles more in this era the last year or two and letting that kind of happen.
There were a number of RedHawks in on the tackle, led by Corey Suttle out of Jefferson City, Missouri. First down and 10 Bobcats. Ball's at the Miami 25. Ohio going right back down the field again against this Miami defense.
It's a machine right now.
Tyus to the right of Navarro, 2 wides to the far and to the near for the Ohio offense. Navarro will go back to throw, looking left. Now will sprint to the right with the football. Being chased, will deliver ahead, and the pass is caught by Coleman Owen, who goes into the end zone. Touchdown, Ohio. Coleman Owen caught that pass behind the defensive back and runs into the end zone for the score. And the Bobcats increase their lead to 27-3.
It was a deep route to the sideline initially, and Navarro thought Owen was going to cut it off at about the 10. Instead of turning right, he turns it into kind of a skinny corner route and just keeps going and makes a catch there inside the 5. And Miami had safety all over the top. It didn't get there. I thought the route was going to the sideline.
8th touchdown reception of the season for Coleman Owen. And for Parker Navarro, his 11th touchdown pass of the season. And the Bobcats lead Miami 27-3.
Just turned it up on Silas Walters. The linebacker safety underneath was not there and anywhere near time.
Extra point attempt is up, and the extra point attempt is good. 12:39 to go. Quarter number 3. It's all Ohio. The Bobcats are running away from Miami here in this Mid-American Conference Championship game. 12:39 to go. Quarter number 3. It's Ohio 28, Miami 3. This is the Ohio Sports Network from Learfield, presented by Holzer.
Warehouse Tire in Athens is your locally owned and operated auto and truck tire center. At Warehouse Tire, we focus on customer service with a professional staff and a huge inventory of wheels and tires for a variety of applications, including farm and industrial. We feature top brands including Michelin, BF Goodrich, and Uniroyal. Warehouse Tire is also a full-service auto service shop. Let us help with all of your under-vehicle maintenance, including brakes, shocks, struts, and alignments. Visit Warehouse Tire on Hebbardsville Road in Athens or online at warehousetireinc.com.
Wendy's new French toast sticks are so delicious, some are saying that they're better than their mom's breakfast.
Excuse me, did you just say Wendy's new French toast sticks are better than my breakfast?
Mom, is that you?
Answer the question.
I said some people are saying that because they're so crispy on the outside and fluffy on the inside and perfect in every way.
Uh-huh. And what do you think?
I think it's time to tell people to choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new sweet and crispy home-style French toast sticks.
That's still not an answer.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Ohio leads Miami by the score of 28-3. Let's recap the Bobcat scoring drive with the Donwood Toyota Drive Summary. Donwood Toyota, 900 East State Street in Athens, or find them online at donwoodtoyota.com. 6 plays, 75 yards. The drive took just about 2.5 minutes off the third period clock, capped off by the touchdown pass of 21 yards from Parker Navarro to Coleman Owen. And Ohio rolling right now, Rob, against the defense from Miami that on a per-game basis allows 309 yards of total offense. We still have, roughly 28 minutes of football left. Ohio right now has 305 yards of offense.
No, and they've hit all their marks. And we've seen that route run before, something very similar. I'm forgetting which midseason game it was on. But essentially, play was breaking down. Navarro was keeping the thing alive with his legs, running wide. And Owen looks back and sees him. And instead of, shallowing out his flat route to the sideline. He instead breaks deep. And when he breaks deep, he outruns 2-9, the DB under him, and it's all the way wide open to the corner, and Navarro hits it perfectly. And that's two guys who know each other, they live with each other, they're best friends, all that, and they understand the chemistry, and they work on the timing of routes like that all day. But this offense is different this year. Owen has all these option routes. So often he's just basically applied to go run to space. And that play stretched out, it took forever, but he finally ran to space, and Navarro found him.
If you were with us last night for our MAC Championship live show, we had a chance to have a conversation I had earlier in the week. We played it for you that I had with Coleman Owen, and I asked him about what Rob was just referencing, the fact that the two are roommates and how much they have helped one another this season. Back early on when Parker Navarro was struggling, the two are both very deep into their faith. There was a lot of discussion about that, but being roommates, as Rob said, they were able to feed off one another and understand where they were at and the fact that there's still a lot of football to be played.
Yeah, and they figured out they didn't get down on this season when something wasn't good in week 3 or week 5 or guys got hurt and you weren't getting any blocking middle of the season like at Miami. They're two good guys. You know, we always joke about there's always a guy or two on the team who are like, you know, please date my sister is a metaphor. It means you're a really good guy. And both those guys are in that ballpark. They're just solid guys.
Here's the short kick, bounces near side to Miami's Kevin Davis, and as he gets across the 20-yard line, he's greeted by Ohio's Caden Smith, who just flings him down right at the Miami Block M logo at the 22-yard line. And that's where Miami will start this offensive possession. 12:34 to go. There's still a lot of football to be played in this game. And, again, this is an explosive Miami offense, but they've been held in check today by this very good Ohio defense.
Yeah, Gabbert's been pressured. He's been hit a lot. 6 of 11 throwing the ball, but Ohio's gotten him. Taking some risks to get to him, but they've gotten to him.
First down and 10, Miami from left to right at their own 22 at the near side hash. Ohio leads 28-3. Gabbert will throw. Near side pass is caught. And trying to work out of the tackle attempt of Roman Perotti was the receiver, Reggie Virgil, who is able to make his way near the first down marker at the 32-yard line, and he got enough, a gain of 10.
No, and he's super dangerous. Look, he torched Ohio in the first game, especially early on. Guys caught 9 scores. That's a pretty good receiver, no matter the circumstance.
You mentioned pregame, C.J. Doggett back for Ohio today. He's lined up at the nose tackle position. Didn't play last week because of that turf toe injury. Handoff goes to Mosey, trying to get to the outside, to the far side, and a very short gain for Keon Mosey. Line of scrimmage to 32. Mosey got a yard to the 33, where the Bobcats greeting Shea Taylor was one of the first Bobcats to get there, a gain of 1 to the 33.
Yeah, that almost got wrecked backside. Weaver and McNamara almost ran it down from the back.
2 wides far side for Miami. They split 2 wides to the near side. They're at the far side hash, their own 33-yard line. As we play still early here in this third quarter, 11:40 to go.
Scored too fast.
Ohio leads 28-3.
After all those 10-minute and 7-minute drives and whatnot, they score in 2 minutes to start the second half.
Mosey to the left of Gabbert, who goes back to throw now. Has time, throws a dart to the far side. That's caught over there. And Ben McNaboe and Blake Leak, numbers 8 and 9, combined on the stop of Javon Tracy. That play carried, again, just a relatively short gain for Miami out to their 38-yard line. It's a third down and short call, coming third about 4.
Yeah, I mean, it's a third and 4, third and 5, third and medium right there. But Ohio's going to be doing a lot of keeping the ball in front of you stuff today. They're going to give up some stuff underneath in the second half. Sorry, it's just going to happen.
Empty backfield for Gabbert. Miami today on third downs, they are 2 of 5. They put 4 wides on the field, 3 to the near side. Again, Ohio leads 28-3. Gabbert waist high with a snap back to throw off his back foot, throws it ahead, and the pass is dropped. The tight end, Jack Coldiron, had that ball hit him right in the hands, but he could not hang on to it, and Miami will have to kick the football away.
They had to have that. That was odd. He had a receiver breaking, an inside slot wide receiver breaking deep up the field. I think that was Virgil. Instead goes to Coldiron kind of underneath at the marker, double covered.
Blake Leak was over there defensively for Ohio, the weak side linebacker, but that was a catchable pass.
It was. He's passed on throwing a Coldiron several times there. Coldiron's been mostly a decoy when he's in a pattern.
On to punt the football away for Miami. Third kick for Alec Bevelheimer. He's got a 45-yard average today. Again, the line of scrimmage, they're 38. This will be Owen backpedaling and fielding this one number high at the 15. Comes to the near side 20. Owen to the 25. Has running room out to the 35. Owens out to the 45, but a flag is down. Owens into Miami territory at the 30. Cuts back inside at the 25. He's to the 20. Owen looking for more running room. Gets inside the 15 and is brought down. But you got a suspicion this one's coming back. The flag is thrown way back behind the return at the Ohio 35-yard line.
And you hate that because the ball was well past where the hold appears to have occurred. It came in behind him. It came in late, back between the Ohio 35 and 40. Maybe he wanted to throw it further back. Didn't get enough arm under it. That was pretty. That would have been the capper.
It really was. Owen just weaving his way through the Miami return team.
And we talked about special teams. Miami's had great field position all year, and today this has not been a field position game whatsoever.
We're still waiting for this one to be broken down. The RedHawks and their fans are all pointing back the other way. They watched it on the big screens here, and we'll hear from Alex Special. So the penalty was against Ohio. Illegal block on the return. Now the flag was thrown back at the 35-yard line, so it's a 15-yard walk-off from the flag. So that'll move the ball back to the 20.
Yeah, because he said spotted the foul, and he received the ball. Where did we have him receiving the ball?
He fielded that one at the 15.
Yeah. They're still trying to figure out where to spot it.
Now they're going to review this. Wow.
Because the question
the spot
was,
of the football?
Right, was where he had gone down, where the ball was. Because, what they said just didn't make any sense. Spotted the foul on a play where he was already well behind where this foul occurred. Order of operations question. Was he already down? If he was already down, penalty called after that, where do you score it from?
10:23 to go here in this third quarter. We have had precious few penalty flags thrown in this game today. That's just the third overall penalty flag. We're watching the return on the replay, and Owen did such a great job of cutting back against the grain and then starting to weave his way through Miami defenders.
Yeah, he basically swerved and put the kicker on the ground, another DB.
They're probably looking to see if that was a fumble. Now, they initially had ruled him down. We didn't see the ball pop free initially.
Ooh, he wasn't down yet.
Okay.
That's probably Miami football. That's a punch out from behind.
Yeah.
One of Miami's backup linebackers, Luke Myers, out of Miamisburg, ironically enough.
Yep.
The punch out is clean. Owen is not down yet at all as we're finally getting a look from the backside.
Right.
And that's 4-6 with a punch out.
Yeah, this is going to be Miami's football. Yeah, the ball is clearly out of Owen's hands.
Yeah, the penalty is going to obviously become irrelevant. And this is Miami football deep in their end, somewhere around the 15, where they pick this up. And it's in slow-mo for us right now, but nobody picks up the ball for seemingly 5 seconds, and then finally comes up with it. Malik Ray, another backup linebacker from Pick North.
So the RedHawks are going to get the football back.
Yes. They'll get it around the 15. I don't think the penalty...
No, it won't play into it.
No, it shouldn't play into it at all. No, right. So that'll be declined. So, roughly Miami ball around their own 15.
They are taking a long time to look at this.
Once we got the right look, I didn't think there was a lot of doubt that Owen lost the ball. It was an honest punch out from behind. He was carrying it with his right hand against his hip. And now Chuck Martin's unhappy with what the field judge is telling him. Very emotional.
We have the advantage of having a monitor, the TV broadcast in our booth, and Chuck's not happy at all. Chuck Martin, the Miami head coach. Probably a lot of reasons he's not happy. 28-3 in the hole is probably at the top of the list.
We're Ohio fans today, but I think cleanly this is probably Miami ball.
So now we're going to find out what we have here.
During the previous play, the ball was fumbled, recovered by Miami. However, a foul that occurred was committed by Miami, number 43 for illegal blindside block. By rule, that penalty is enforced from the previous spot. 15-yard penalty with 4th down for Miami.
So Ohio's going to...
he said 4th down for Miami.
Yeah, it's 4th down Miami. Yeah,
that's impossible.
Right. And we're watching the replay again. Again, we apologize. We were not provided the advantage of having a ref mic feed to our booth today. Now, the penalty, as we're watching the replay as you are, the penalty was against Miami. There's the block in the back at the 30.
Yep, the up man.
Right. So this is going to be 4th down. Well, it can't be 4th down because it
would be 4th down Ohio.
Now, Chuck Martin's trying to get the explanation. Well, it can't be 4th down Ohio because Miami punted the football.
That's true.
Now, the discussion on the field is still going on. There is just immense confusion right now in all of this.
And again, it's an order of operations.
Yeah, Miami's going to have to kick the football again. That's what this all comes down to. because the penalty, the block in the back against Miami, pushes them back upfield. So they're going to have to kick it again. The ball's at the 22, so they're going to punt the football again. So Coleman Owen's going to get another chance here.
Yeah, and on that return, it's Grant Lyons, another backup linebacker who commits that foul for Miami. At least gives Ohio a chance to reset, just get a safe punt return, a safe fair catch, safe something.
Just as the ball was snapped, another penalty flag. And now we're going to have another review.
Back under the curtain again.
Okay. Going to check this out again. My only guess would be here, spot of the football.
That's probably it. And again, because what takes precedence? Well, obviously that foul by Miami, the block in the back or the blindside block, that takes precedence there if they're going to have to enforce that. But the question is, from where are you subtracting?
Right. Because they initially spotted the ball at the 22. So this all started with Coleman Owen returning the punt a moment ago. There was a fumble. Then initially there was a penalty flag thrown, which was initially signaled against Ohio to be an illegal block. But upon review, you looked at the play, the penalty was against Miami. Owen fumbled the football. Miami recovered it. That wiped that out.
Right, and Owen's return was like unofficially about a 71-yard return before we started resetting all this. So Miami, blindside block, illegal block on one of their up men, one of their linebacker up men, and then Coleman way later in the play, 70 yards downfield, loses the ball.
After further discussion, a penalty will be enforced from the previous spot. It will be 4th down, Miami.
So after all of that, the penalty will be enforced from the spot. So
what a bad turn. This game has not had penalties. If you're Miami, that's the second penalty of the day for a net of 17 yards.
So after all of that, we're going to punt the football where it was initially spotted, the 22.
So it's just a flat do-over.
Yeah, it was just a do-over. Now, Miami had problems personnel-wise. They ran one guy off the field late.
Sorry, I'm trying to count 11 to make sure they're cool.
Here's the snap, and here's the punt by Bevelheimer. Owen will race over and watch it bounce, tells everybody to get out of the way, and the ball will make a left turn and go out of bounds in front of the Ohio bench. Far side at the 34, the Bobcat 34-yard line. So a 44-yard Bevelheimer punt, and Ohio gets the football with 10:15 to go here in the third quarter after the lengthy discussions about just exactly what was going on. It's all solved, and Ohio has the football back.
Ben, for Miami, and again, two penalties have been absolute deal breakers. One essentially changes a possession on the play we just saw, and the other one in the first half was giving Ohio a first down inside the 3 when Ohio should have been on 3rd or 4th.
Bobcats with the ball at their own 34-yard line. The lead stands at 28-3 for Ohio. Trey Tyus stands behind Parker Navarro. Now comes up, taps him on the right hip, so I'm on your right side now, Parker. Navarro takes a snap, hands off to Tyus, who has some running room, and is knocked down as he started through the hole by Ty Wise, Miami's talented middle linebacker, out to the 39. Tyus picks up 5. He is rapidly making his way towards the century mark. He's already crossed the 1,000-yard season mark today.
5 a carry every time is what it feels like out of Tyus. That's fine. That's getting the job done today.
87 yards on 18 carries for the graduate student transfer out of Portage, Michigan from Northwestern. Burst onto the scene in the season opener, which, oh, by the way, was also indoors at Syracuse.
That was fun.
Yeah.
It's a good day. We learned.
3 yards. The tight end is Bruno in a slot. Navarro will run to the far side on the option now. Tosses late to Tyus, who reverses his field momentarily, tries to move upfield, gets to the 40, and is stopped. Navarro took a pretty good shot on that option toss.
Yeah, Wise got in there. He was basically covering up the quarterback assignment-wise and hit him up high.
Salopek for Miami came up to make the tackle. No, is it a gain? Yeah, it's out to the 40. He got a yard. So a third down for Ohio, 3rd and 4. Bobcats today been very good on third downs.
Perfect.
Perfect, yeah. That also would fall into the category of very good. See, I only look stupid.
Don't let the good be the enemy of the perfect, or the vice versa.
There you go. 3rd down and 4. Ball's at Ohio's own 40-yard line. Tyus off to the right. Tight end Williams goes in motion. Navarro to throw. Now comes into the middle. Owen makes the catch, and then it's wrestled down after a first down gain out to the 47-yard line. A gain of 7 for Ohio, right at the Max Shield logo, midfield here at Ford Field. First down, Bobcats.
And finally hitting a couple short ones. That's, again, another short slant route out of the left slot for Owen. Safety moves out when he sees his tight end slide right and head upfield, and that's there. That's just an easy throw on the back hip of Owen.
This has been a day of domination by Ohio in this MAC championship game. Fell behind 3-0. But after that, found another gear, and the Bobcats lead Miami 28-3 here in quarter number 3.
4 straight.
To the left side, Navarro with Tyus, play fakes. Navarro will keep the football on his left hip, turns upfield, Miami territory, 45, and then is shoved out of bounds at the 40 from behind by Eli Koppas. So Bobcat first down. Navarro sprints to the Miami 40, pickup of 13 yards.
Yeah, easy pickup on a little option keep left side. Glad to see Koppas back out there after leaving for injury late in the first half.
Navarro on the day, 51 yards on 9 carries.
Ohio getting a lot done again, deliberately running away from Salopek today, who's been very frustrated.
Tell you, there's still 8 minutes left in this quarter, but if Ohio puts 7 more on the board, that's your basic knockout punch.
Yeah. 5 scores, almost perfect on the day. Scores versus possessions.
3 wide to the far side. Tyus to the left of Navarro in the Ohio offensive backfield. Back to throw Navarro with the quick drop now. Looks, delivers, pass is caught now. Mason Williams having a nice day. Has a touchdown reception and a first down reception there as he catches and goes down at the Miami 29, a pickup of 11.
Yep, stretching it out, spreading the ball around, force him to guard everybody because you've shown you will throw to Harris, you will throw to Hendricks, you now will throw to Mason Williams.
5 different receivers have caught passes today for Trey Tyus, led by the half dozen of Chase Hendricks. Coleman Owen has 5 catches.
Walk in the park right now.
Bobcats, again, moving downfield. 2 wide to the far side. Tyus behind Navarro in the pistol formation. The tight end Mason Williams in a slot to the right. Navarro takes the snap, play fakes Tyus, keeps the football, moves to the near side, spins away from one tackle attempt and gets inside the 26 to the Miami 25, a pickup of 4.
Yep, stays upright, doesn't really take a big shot there, and that's a very tight spin. He basically spun in a phone booth there, didn't take up any space, just a twirl, and gets another yard out of it.
Rayon Strader, the Miami corner, was one of the first RedHawks to get there and bring down the Ohio graduate student quarterback to the 25 of Miami. Clock rolling, 6:35 to go here, third quarter. Ohio leads 28-3. Tyus now off to the left as the Bobcats go shotgun. Handoff goes to Tyus, bounces off the pile, tries to get to the outside, inside the 20-yard line as he is on the move, and gets inside the Miami red zone from the 20 to the 18. And another Bobcat first down, a gain of 7 for Trey Tyus.
Yeah, he had a jump stop and then kept going, got at the 20, and then got a few more after that pause and change of direction. And Ohio just seems they can do whatever they want right now.
Tyus with 95 yards rushing today.
Should go over 100 this drive if they get it in his belly another time or two.
Be the 4th time this year he has crashed over the century mark. Ohio leads 28-3. 2 wides are flanked to the near side for Parker Navarro. Miami with 4 down linemen. Tight end Williams now will come set. Points out the blitz linebacker on the left side. Navarro play fakes, back to throw. Has time, looks towards the end zone for Coleman Owen. It's a jump ball that's knocked away incomplete near side. Now the Miami defensive back over there, that was Silas Walters, who says he intercepted the pass. There's a flag down at the Miami 19.
Yeah, right in the middle of that Miami line.
Carson Heidecker, the Ohio left guard, flagged for holding on that call.
First Ohio penalty of the day, 40 game minutes into this game. That's pretty good.
How remarkable is
that? That's pretty disciplined. Again, Miami's only had 2, both very costly and badly timed, but Ohio very disciplined today.
We were talking about those third downs a moment ago. The Bobcats are 5 of 5. Since the Miami game the first time, Ohio has been rolling along at a 53% completion rate, entering today 35 of their last 65, and again, perfect 5 for 5 today. First down at 20, Navarro to throw, far side now. The ball is off the right hand of Coleman Owen, who laid out at about the 3 to try and haul that one in. Silas Walters again in on coverage. Incompletion brings up a second down and 20.
Yeah, trying to get a little separation there, just not enough. Walters able to stay with him just inside the 10.
Ball was moved back to the 28 on the holding penalty. 5.5 to go in this third quarter. The MAC championship game, Ford Field in Detroit, and Ohio leads 28-3.
28 straight points.
Bobcats put a pair of wideouts on either side of the line of scrimmage. Trey Tyus behind Navarro, now moves off to his right. Center Parker Titsworth snaps the football back, and Navarro's back to throw. Now will keep the football and run. Breaks to the outside to the 25, far side to the 20, and runs out of bounds. Another flag is down. Navarro got a first down, but I think this one's coming back too. It's a holding call against Ohio.
Yeah, into the back side of that line. I think it might have been Heidegger working on Salopek there.
Holding, offense, number 66.
I think that might have been Jacob Dennison that time that they flagged, the Bobcat right tackle, who had missed 3 games with an injury during the season. And as the Bobcats will now scrimmage back at the 38. Remember, this is an offensive line that did not have either one of their starting tackles the first time these teams played.
They were a lot of single tight end and double tight end, both staying in the block almost every down that day. Ohio didn't look themselves. And again, Tyus got hurt, late second quarter, had 8 carries and went to the locker room, and it looked, frankly, pretty serious that day. And that kind of turned off Ohio's run game.
Bobcats with a second and forever. 2nd and 30 now, back at the 38 of Miami. Navarro will go back to throw, standing on the Max Shield logo. Will come to the middle of the field. Now pass is caught by Hendricks, and he gets inside the 30-yard line to the Miami 29. Gain of 9 for Hendricks. Another big day for Hendricks. Another catch for Hendricks, who's had a big day. His 7th reception of the day.
High volume today. High volume. And most of it in the outside that time. A rare in-breaking route for Hendricks.
3rd and 21 now for the Bobcats. 4.5 to go, third quarter. Ohio again on a 3rd down situation. Pair of wides on either side of the field. Navarro goes back to throw now. Spins away from pressure. Steps up into the pocket, then is hit and goes down. First time today they've really been able to contain him. Coming up to make the tackle, middle linebacker Ty Wise, the 6'2", 249-pound senior, the transfer from Indiana, makes the stop, and Ohio will run the field goal unit on the field.
Yep, finally a sack, finally some big-time pressure, and Ohio after scoring on 4 straight possessions will now try one from 50-plus.
52, the attempt for Gianni Spedic. He has the leg to do this. He's tried one field goal this year from 50-plus. He missed it. Bobcats a little late running on a member of the special teams unit. This will be spotted almost middle of the field. Again, a 52-yard field goal attempt for Gianni Spedic. Out of the hold of Jack Wilson. Snap is good. Hold is good. To kick by Spedic. It's up. It's end over end. It has the distance, and it is good. Gianni Spedic booms one in from 52 yards out, and Ohio increases the lead to 31-3 over the Miami RedHawks. That one easily over the crossbar and good, and Ohio has increased its lead. 3:35 to go, quarter number 3. It's all Ohio. The Bobcats leading Miami 31-3 in the MAC championship game. This is the Ohio Sports Network from Learfield, presented by Holzer.
This is your captain. We are going to be experiencing some slight turbulence. Please fasten your... Oh, hold on. Just got a video of my cat.
Imagine the pilot of an airplane was as confident as you are texting and driving. Seems kind of crazy when you put it like that.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Comes to a gun suicide attempt, all it takes is a moment.
Heather and I had an argument just like any other couple. I was lost. I had snapped. I had a gun and I was going to take my own life. Heather helped me realize that there was still a life to live for the better of myself, my family. My weapon is now safely put away.
A moment of crisis can happen to anyone. Store your guns, locked, unloaded, and away from ammo. Hear more safe stories at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by Brady and the Ad Council.
Welcome inside the Learfield Network studios. Quick look at what else is going on around the country. We got one other conference championship game in progress, and we've got a blowout developing at Jerry World. Arizona State up now 38-10 on Iowa State with 6:27 to go in the third quarter. Marty, Rob, back to you guys.
Matt Schweiker, thank you very much. Here it's Ohio 31, Miami 3 with 3:35 to go in the quarter. Let's recap the Bobcat running in the third quarter. Let's recap the Ohio scoring drive with the Donwood Toyota Drive Summary. These have been happy drive summaries today, brought to you by Donwood Toyota, 900 East State Street in Athens, or online at donwoodtoyota.com. Bobcats 11 plays, 31 yards after the very convoluted start to that drive because of the penalty on the punt and so many other things that happened that we'll really pause this game for about 7 or 8 minutes as they got all that sorted out. Nonetheless, it still ends with points for the Bobcats on the Spedic 52-yard field goal. Ohio 31, Miami 3.
Yeah, I mean, you look at that. Ohio's scored now on 5 straight possessions, 4 TDs, and then a long field goal there for Spedic, and pretty much everything breaking Ohio's way today.
Ohio, as a program, the Bobcats have won 5 MAC championships, the first in 1953 under Carol Widows, and then Bill Hess guided the program to 4 titles in the 60s, 1960, 1963, a share of the crown in 1967, and then an outright title in 1968. And right now, Ohio is about 19 minutes away from hoisting its first ever championship trophy in the MAC championship game.
And we're getting some traffic online again, not to be confirmed yet, but I think we're going to warm weather territory, Marty.
Don't have to tell me twice.
I know. Barring some big change in this game, some national media are reporting that Ohio will most likely go to Orlando and play in the Cure Bowl.
All righty.
We can neither confirm nor deny that. We've not been handed anything from the official sources, but it feels like that's what's happening. And the announced opponent, Jacksonville State.
Chance to go down and see the mouse. Here's the high end-over-end Spedic kick that will go into the end zone, bounce between the L and the I of Lions in the end zone and go out of the back of the end zone. And the Miami offense will come onto the field. They have been stymied day long, other than that opening drive where they kept the football, got into field goal range, ended up kicking a field goal. But other than that, Ohio's defense has said, no more today, folks.
No, and again, I think we give up some yards here, some underneath stuff. Miami's going to chuck the ball around, try and catch up. But I think for Ohio, the defense has done a great 2+ quarters.
Handoff goes to Mosey, tries to get to the outside on 1st down and 10, and is tripped up. Adonis Williams from the nickelback spot tripped him up, knocked him off balance. Shea Taylor came over and finished him off at the line of scrimmage, the 25. No gain.
This is just fascinating. Obviously, Miami scored on their first drive. Since then, punt, end of half, punt, and now this.
2 wides far side on 2nd down and 10. Back to throw is Gabbert now looking, sets, goes far side. Mosey makes the catch. And a short gain, Roman Perotti came over to say hello and knock him out of bounds at the 27-yard line, a pickup of 2. And just like that, Miami's facing a 3rd and long, 3rd and 8.
This defense just won't stop right now.
This group has been better and better each week and playing its best game of the season in the biggest opportunity of the season today in the MAC championship game.
Saved it.
Mosey off to the right of Gabbert. Now will slot just to the right ahead of him. 2 wides far, 1 near. Miami, 3rd down and 8. Gabbert back to throw, fires. Oh, the pass was almost intercepted. The only player in the area was Ohio's Roman Perotti. The throw was low, and Perotti almost scooped that off the field turf and made an interception of that ball. Not really sure what was happening there for Gabbert.
Yeah, the receiver on that side ran up the numbers to the 30, then just cut a flag into the hashes. I think he thought that receiver was running a corner or running something deeper. Absolutely not. Perotti, the only guy, camped out around the 35, almost scooped it.
Gabbert hung around on the field for a moment. I think he was trying to tell the Miami coaches, hey, let's go for this. But
why wouldn't you? I mean, at this point, if you're down 4 scores.
Line of scrimmage is the 27, the punt by Bevelheimer, fielded by Coleman Owen back at the 24-yard line, and he's trying to fight his way out of a couple of tackle attempts, and they finally knock him down. He fielded the punt at the 19-yard line, a 54-yard Bevelheimer kick.
He'll keep most of it.
Yeah. So Ohio's offense will come back onto the field with 2:28 to go here in this 3rd quarter. And Ohio's lead again stands at 31-3 over the Miami RedHawks. This is the Mid-American Conference Championship game at Ford Field in downtown Detroit.
We knew Ohio could win this game, but I don't think we expected this.
I agree with you. I agree with you 100%.
I thought this would be a lower scoring game, yes, but a slower game, more of a rock'em sock'em robots.
2 wides to the far side. Handoff goes to Navarro, or to Tyus. Starts to the outside, takes the football, cuts back inside, does Tyus. Gets out to the 25-yard line. That gets him over the 100-yard mark.
Sure does, and then the difference has been Ohio can run on 1st down, and for weeks, if not months now, their opponent can't. That's just the difference right now in Ohio football.
7-yard gain for Tyus. Now at the 102-yard mark on the day for Trey Tyus. Ball's out to the 25, their own 25 at the far side hash. Ohio's moving from our right to left. Navarro fakes, keeps the football to the near side, to the 30, to the 35, hesitates, spins ahead, and had a defender fly right by him, and that little stop and spin. He kind of ducked down low, and then the defender flew right past him, and he fell ahead out to the 36 for another Ohio first down.
And you saw with his offhand, he tried to tripod and stay up, because that defender just flew by. Like, if he stays up, he probably gets another 20, gets to midfield.
Racing over for Miami That was Ambe Caldwell, who flew right past Parker Navarro. It's a first down out to the 36, a gain of 11 for Ohio.
Very top gun. Hit the brakes, let him go by.
Navarro play fake, looks to throw. Far side now, pass is caught and dropped at the 45-yard line. That's Chase Hendricks, who had another drop earlier in the half. That ball again.
That looked like
right
it might have gotten tipped, though.
Think so?
There might have been slight deflection. I'm waiting for a replay to cut back through, but I thought off the line the left defensive end got a hand just a little on it. It changed direction as it came across.
Bring up a second down and 10 for Ohio. Again, we are right next to the Bobcat offensive coaches, and again, we heard some pounding of the table and some thrashing over there.
It's been mostly a happy thrashing,
though.
though.
Absolutely. 3 wides far side for the Bobcats. Ties to the left of Parker Navarro. On the day, Navarro 19 of 24 for 215 yards. Only been sacked one time. He's back to throw again now. Looks, fires, and the pass is batted away. Trying to hit Coleman Owen on a shallow cross at the 42. Good coverage that time by Silas Walters. He and Coleman Owen have been dueling all day long.
And things have opened up for Owen a little bit here in the second half, but Ohio's not been as reliant or had to sit on him.
We have a Bobcat player slow getting up after the play.
Lyman group.
And that is Christoph Atkinson, the right guard, who is now lying on his back at the 33-yard line. This is a group, that offensive line, that has been fully healthy for the last few weeks.
Yeah.
And Atkinson is a guy, Rob, a 2-year starter, the 6'4", 308-pound graduate student out of Leesburg, Virginia. He's been one of the key links up there. He's been healthy all season long.
Right. One of the few guys who's not been down for substantial amounts of the season, amounts of time. So, again, for Ohio, you picked the right time to get generally healthy. This last couple weeks been the healthiest Ohio's been all year at closing time.
Atkinson is now sitting up, but still sitting down on the field. And is going to be able to get up and will walk off the field. Coach Alan Rudolph, the offensive line coach, who's done a tremendous job with these guys this season. Comes
he really
out to
has.
check on his starting right guard.
This is the best O-line in the league, and I wouldn't say you weren't expecting it, but playing through the injuries they've played through, all the guys moving around, the new pieces, integrating them, this has been one of the best coaching jobs we've seen in a long time on that unit.
Rudolph's done such a great job with his offensive line. He's a great story. Before games, he is out running the field, doing laps around the field, just going through his little jogging, kind of loosening his body up, getting ready to go. Back to throw Navarro to the near side on third down and 10, trying to hit Coleman Owen on a stretch pattern to the near side sideline. Ball incomplete, and Ohio will be forced to kick the football away for the first time today.
And if there's one thing today that hasn't worked, it's been getting Coleman Owen one-on-one and getting him deep. Miami's DBs, whichever side he's been on, have stayed with him. That's the only thing Ohio's dialed up several times that hasn't worked. And you're right, the first punt after scores on 5 straight possessions.
It comes with 58 seconds left in the third quarter, Ohio's first punt.
That'll do.
Jack Wilson, 9th in the league in punting with a 41-yard average. Line of scrimmage is Ohio's 36. Good rush, very high kick by Wilson. Will be fielded at the 27-yard line of Miami. A 37-yard kick by Wilson, and with 50 seconds left in the third quarter, Miami's offense will come back onto the field. Ohio leading 31-3 in the MAC championship game.
Have you ever seen a team so successfully shorten a game? And I mean that by having their own drives, having big time of possession, and you haven't done it in, like, how do I say this, a strictly option football, boring, run-only way.
I don't think it's been a lot boring about it.
No, winning is not boring, but this is not like some formulaic, thing like that.
Here's Mosey getting to the outside for Miami, turns upfield in front of the Ohio bench and tight ropes the sideline from the 27-yard line, and got close to the first down, missed it by a couple of yards, got out to the 35. Line of scrimmage was the 27.
You expect, say, Army to come out and show you options, show you some of the numbers Ohio's shown today, but Ohio's mixed it around. Ohio's thrown the ball with success.
Dustin Johnson shoved Mosey out of bounds before he got to the first down marker far side. Second down and 2, Miami. Davis in the game at the running back spot. Back to throw is Gabbert now. Fires over the middle. Pass is caught by the tight end Cold Iron, who goes down shy of the midfield stripe at the 49-yard line. Pick up a 14 and a Miami first down.
Yeah, they're kind of behind Leak. Just sits down the middle on the left hash.
Miami now 2 of 7 on third downs today. Davis to the left, back to throw again. Gabbert looking, steps up now with the football. We'll try to run to the far side, and Shea Taylor comes racing up and says, no way you're getting to that first down marker, and throws him down right back at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, that's a sack. If that's probably -1. That'll be the first recorded sack of the day.
And will be the last recorded play of the third quarter. We head to the fourth quarter. Ohio was 15 minutes away from taking the trophy back to Athens. Ohio leads Miami 31-3 as we go to the fourth quarter in the Mid-American Conference Championship game on the Ohio Sports Network from Learfield, presented by Holzer.
What does Holzer mean to me? It's home. It's opportunity. It's community. It's a place where coworkers are friends and friends become family. It's a place that supports my community. And a place where I know I can make a difference. Discover your opportunities right here at Holzer. Think Holzer first.
McKee Paving has been providing top quality service to Southeast Ohio for years, and we are thankful to be the local paving leader. With an outstanding reputation for service and quality, McKee is a full-service asphalt paving and maintenance company that takes pride in our cost-effective approach. With strategically located ODOT certified facilities, McKee is positioned to complete your project on time and on budget. Experience the McKee difference. For a free consultation, call 740-592-1155 or visit us online at mckeepaving.com.
We welcome you back to Ford Field, downtown Detroit, Michigan, and Ohio rolling in the Motor City today. The Bobcats are belting the Miami RedHawks in the 101st Battle of the Bricks, and it, by the way, happens to come in the MAC championship game. It's Ohio 31, Miami 3. Back with Rob Cornelius, Matt Schweikert in our Learfield studios. I'm Marty Bannister, and we are so glad you're with us today for what has been a fun first 3 quarters of football. The key now, as I've received a number of texts from friends simply saying finish, finish, finish.
Yep, and follow through all the way.
Exactly.
Follow through all the way. You've played some close games. You've led some close games up here. This is not a close game. Don't let it be a close game.
A day dominated by Ohio on both sides of the ball. Trey Tyus, 21 carries, 102 yards. But how about the day by Parker Navarro? Once again, the graduate student quarterback stepping up. 19 of 26. For 215 yards. The other big story today, certainly the defense of defensive coordinator John Hauser, who once again has diagrammed a tremendous game plan. His defense has been sensational the last few weeks and saved, as Rob said earlier, its best for today.
Yeah, I mean, they've stopped the run. They've stopped the way they've stopped the run for the last month and a half. Miami's sitting on 29 running yards. I can't imagine a lot more of those are coming. They've made Gabbert ordinary. They've forced him to check down and throw short. His long throw, their long play of the day is 19 yards. You saw Tracy and Virgil and McDonald and Johnson saw 20 TDs across the front of the season throwing the ball, and they've combined for under 100 yards.
Miami right now, total offense-wise, 122 yards to Ohio's 374. The wealth has been spread on offense today, receiving-wise. 5 different receivers have made catches. Coleman Owen and Chase Hendricks have combined for a dozen. Mason Williams, the tight end, has a touchdown reception. And Bobcat fans are enjoying the trip to Detroit.
Now, this has been coming, and I think Ohio was so excited to have this second shot at Miami and make right the game they disappointed themselves in back in October. And they have answered the bell in almost every way, statistically and emotionally and obviously on the scoreboard.
Miami did lead this game, by the way, 3-0 early on. But since then, it has been all green and white here today in Detroit.
Scored on 5 of 6 touches of the Bobcats, 31 in a row points.
Miami facing a second down and 11 as we start quarter number 4. They're moving from right to left. Gabbert rolls to the far side to throw, delivers ahead, and the pass is caught by Cade McDonald. And it's good enough for a Miami first down as McDonald gets to the Ohio 38-yard line.
Just his second catch of the day. His prior one was for 3 yards.
And he was a definite worry today.
Yeah, no, I mean, he and Virgil and Tracy and to a lesser extent McDonald were all concerns.
McDonald, the first game, had 5 catches for 84 yards and a touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
Back to throw Gabbard again now on first down and 10. Far side, this pass is caught by Javon Tracy, and he is shoved out of bounds in front of the Ohio bench, shy of the first down by weak side linebacker Blake Leak at the 35-yard line.
Now Gabbard moving the ball a little. Again, Ohio showed pressure early, rushed 5 and 6, got in his face, and a little out of that right now.
Sorry, the 30-yard line. It was a gain of 8 on that, so a second down and 2 call upcoming. 2 wides far side, 2 wides are split to the near side, and there's a solid gap between them. Back to throw is Gabbard now looking to the near side now towards the corner, and the pass is incomplete. No way that was going to be complete. The Bobcats had triple coverage that time on Cade McDonald. Tank Pearson was over there. Adonis Williams was with him, and coming over just to make sure nothing got out of the way of those two was DJ Walker.
Yeah, and that ball was thrown to the end zone. He cut off the route short around the 5. This is an interesting stat. Miami has 31 plays. Ohio has 33 plays in Miami territory. That's pretty good.
Ball's at the 30 of Ohio for Miami, one of their few ventures into Ohio territory since that opening drive. And now a timeout is called by Ohio.
Timeout, Ohio. 3rd and short, and obviously you want to get a stop here. Don't want to give up an easy one. And this will be 4 down territory, obviously.
Tim Albin doing the Albin sprint down the sideline to call a timeout.
His short distance work, his cone drill's actually gotten better over the years. Seriously,
what was the game where he was running almost stride for stride with it was Caden Schmitz. It was the blocked extra point attempt.
Yep. It was the pick 2 or whatever. Yes,
right. He was almost stride for stride till about the 40-yard line. Then I think reality caught in.
Right,
caught up with him. Insanity caught up with him.
He's going to outrun me in 2. I'm going to get into that coach's box, and I don't want to get that saucy.
Second time he's been named MAC Coach of the Year, and as we mentioned earlier, there was no other choice.
No, there absolutely was not. People didn't know how to take this team, didn't know how to rate this team, didn't know how to feel with this team in the summer. You know, the media prognosticators, the other coaches, or whatever, but they did what Ohio does, and that's got better throughout the season. Didn't put as many guys on the All-Star teams maybe as you'd like, but they're winning when it's important, and that's right now.
3rd down and 2. Ball's at the Ohio 30 for Miami. Bobcats showing blitz. Gabbard steps back, then moves ahead to the center. Now comes back out of the shotgun formation. Mosey off to his right. Here come the Bobcats. Gabbard back to throw. Steps up into the pocket now. Rolls, delivers ahead. That pass is almost intercepted. It falls incomplete. He was trying to get the ball ahead, but stepping in front of that pass was Dustin Johnson, who had to go right through his hands.
Yeah, he was under the route, essentially throwing a slant underneath right to left, and Johnson had it read almost perfectly. Almost got in front of it. Off his knee, I think off left hand knee, and then out. Blocker save.
Trying to get the ball to Tracy.
4 down territory, absolutely.
Miami this season on 4th downs, they have converted just 3 times in 8 opportunities. This will be the first time they've tried it today. Their 3rd down efficiency, 2 of 8 in this game today. And the Bobcats have been doing a great job of getting them off the field. They quickly run to the line of scrimmage.
Miami was confused.
Yeah. They've had this a number of times today where they've had to call timeout because the play clock was winding down. They had wrong personnel on the field. They've just been completely disjointed.
And dead right on wrong personnel. Actually, they had 12 out there. Officials didn't catch him. A 12th guy ran off, and they still didn't know what to do after that. Had to burn the timeout.
And that will take us to a timeout. 14:01 to go in the MAC championship game. It's all Ohio. Bobcats leading Miami by the score of 31-3. We'll step aside. This is the Ohio Sports Network from Learfield, presented by Holzer.
You say you never give in to a meltdown and never fill your feed with kid photos. You say you'd never put a pacifier in your mouth to clean it and never let them run wild through the grocery store. So when you say you'd never let them get into a car without you there, no, it can happen. 1 in 4 hot car deaths happen when a kid gets into an unlocked car and can't get out. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
The possibility of lung cancer can be pretty scary, especially if you're one of approximately 8 million current or former smokers at high risk. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know that now there's a breakthrough low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early, and it only takes 60 seconds. You stop smoking, now start screening. For an easy quiz to see if you're eligible, visit SaveByTheScan.org. It could save your life. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
.14:01 to go in the game. Ohio leading Miami 31-3. Of course, a big part of today and tomorrow, all of the bowl speculation. And now that this game is pretty much all over but the shouting right now, we can start to maybe dive into that a little bit. There are numerous social media reports now that Ohio has been confirmed to go play in the Cure Bowl, which is in Orlando, and it will take place on December the 20th at Camping World Stadium. That's, of course, used to be the Tangerine Bowl. Back in the day, they renovated and did some work on it and everything in Orlando. But nothing is official yet, although there is a social media post drop where the Cure Bowl individual you ran into in the hallway.
I ran into him with a coffee machine about 3 breaks ago, and he literally said to me, if you win, you're in.
Okay.
And I feel safe. Again, I won't get too early, but I feel safe at plus 28 and 14 minutes to go. If you win and you're in. Now, the opponent's being reported online potentially is Jacksonville State, who won their game last night, the Con USA on campus site championship. Currently coach Rich Rodriguez. He may not be there in a couple weeks.
Oh, that's right.
We'll figure out where Rich is going. And the 20th is what, a Friday, I believe?
2 Fridays away. Yeah, 2 Fridays away.
It's a Friday night. So anyway, Ohio to Orlando, and I'm glad of that for the fans, because so many times we've gone to places that are not easy to get to cheaply or quickly by flights. And there are a million flights to Orlando and Tampa and all sorts of Florida airports, from all the airports in Ohio and in neighboring states. This is one you can get to and probably do the whole thing fairly inexpensively. And if you're lucky, you can join me for a character breakfast.
You going to get a fast pass?
I don't even know what that is.
Oh, hey, listen, I've made trips to Disney World. That place is just one big debit card.
I have not been in 20 years, and I've generally resisted it, other than character breakfasts.
4th down and 2, Miami to play. They go for it, and the pass is complete, and they just get the first down to Tracy, who made the catch far side. Marcel Walker-Burgess was over there to get to him and throw him down, but not before Tracy was able to maneuver his way ahead for the necessary yardage to the 17-yard line. It's a first down, Miami, at the Ohio 27-yard line. 2 wides on either side of the field for the Miami RedHawks. Ohio leads 31-3 with 13.5 to go in the game. Back to throw is Gabbard now. Looks, sets, goes to the far side now, and the pass is overthrown. Trying to get the ball into the hands of Reggie Virgil, and Roman Perotti, who's had a very good day at that boundary corner spot, was over there defending.
Yeah, too much gas in that throw. Goes deep into the corner, out of bounds. And Perotti's played really, really well this year, and obviously an upperclassman, has been at Ohio his whole career. And I think obviously he was a guy who probably deserved a little more thought for league awards, but this is his league award today.
Gabbard today, 13 of 23 for just 118 yards.
Meh.
Back to throw. Gabbard again now looking to the far side and has a receiver turning upfield after making the catch is Tracy at the 20-yard line and moves down to the Ohio 19.
It wasn't like Gabbard set the world on fire throwing the ball in the first meeting, but they did just enough on both run and pass that day in Oxford.
3rd down and 1. Handoff goes to Mosey, who was slowed in the backfield but managed to keep his balance and scoot ahead for the first down to the Ohio 14 before he is brought down.
Classic problem there. It's a smaller back and a very slim target, a very small target, and he kind of tripod stumbles forward and gets inside the 15.
Gabbard in 2021 against Ohio threw 5 touchdown passes, and in 2022 threw 3 touchdown passes. Didn't play in the game last year because of that injury, which ended his season prematurely. But in the first game this year, threw 3 touchdown passes. First down and 10, the ball's to the Ohio 14. Gabbard's back to throw again. Looks towards the end zone. This pass might be picked off, and it is. It's taken away by Tank Pearson, who started to come out of the end zone with it, and now is finally going to go down after thinking better about it. The interception, the second time that Gabbard has been picked off in a game against Ohio in his career.
But that's on the receiver. That's on Johnson. That's on 1. He cut off his route there inside the 10, around the 5. Did not run the depth into the end zone. And literally Ohio, Tank Pearson sits there and waits on in the corner of the Blue Lions end zone.
That was a pretty good catch by Tank Pearson, too. That was a back shoulder throw, which ended up going to the Ohio DB.
And he ran the route perfectly. And Gabbard makes a mistake, and Miami's still touchdown free 48 minutes in.
Timeout on the field. Ohio with 12:22 to go in the game leads Miami by the score of 31-3. This is the MAC championship game on the Ohio Sports Network from Learfield, presented by Holzer.
Toyotathon is on. The perfect time to save on a new Toyota truck. Now through January 6th, get a great lease deal or $2,000 customer cash on a new 24 or 25 Tundra. Excludes TRD Pro. Or get 3.99 APR financing plus $1,000 APR cash on remaining new 24 Tacomas. With approved credit through TFS. Excludes TRD Pro and Trail Hunter models. For complete details, go to Toyota.com. Nobody builds trucks better than Toyota. Let's go places.
Game day, baby. Let's go. Wait, oh no. You've got to be kidding. I forgot the Labatt.
No worries, pal. I got your Labatt. Let's get this tailgate started.
You are the man.
Anyone else need a Labatt? Hey. I can't believe you broke that table.
Nothing like a blue light and some chicken wing dip. Where else would you rather be than right here, right now, drinking Labatt? Because it takes a team to support the team. Labatt takes everything to the power of we. Always enjoy responsibly. Beer, copyright 2023, Labatt USA, Buffalo, New York, all rights reserved. Labatt regulated U.S. trademark of Labatt Brewing Company, Ltd.
Ohio gets the football back on the Tank Pearson interception in the end zone. 12:22 to go in this game. It's Ohio 31 and Miami 3 here in this Mid-American Conference Championship game. So much anticipation surrounding this game and the week-long build-up to it. The atmosphere around the football team, just tremendous. And Rob and I both got here last night and had a chance to hang around the team hotel with members of the traveling party and the fan base, and it was just a festive atmosphere.
Yeah.
And you could just feel, not that how the fans feel about it matters when it comes to the game itself, but you just kind of had the feel that this game was going to go Ohio's way almost from the time it was announced that the two teams were going to play for this thing.
Getting the second shot at these guys was critical. Getting to show how good this defense was, what this offense can do when it actually had its blockers and full stable running backs. And I feel like the internet meme, it's happening, and that's where we are. But it's felt that way all week. Not to get ahead of ourselves, because we've come up here and frankly laid a couple eggs over the years, and this is so cool to be a part of this and see this big Ohio crowd and see this team getting what it deserves.
5 times prior to the championship game, the Bobcats have come up empty. But today, the glass is full instead of half full. It is full today, and Ohio is rolling 31-3 with 12:22 to go in the game.
Drink it in. Drink it in.
Parker Navarro and Trey Tyus. That sensational tag team tandem in that Ohio offensive backfield all season long, still on the field right now. As we await the resumption of play, Bobcats will have the ball at their own 20-yard line. And again, the interception by Pearson, he thought for a moment about bringing it out, then kind of danced around for a moment and went down to a knee in the end zone for the touchback.
Strong close, very strong close.
First down and 10, Ohio. Trey Tyus, 102 yards rushing, will add to that total as he gets out to the 25-yard line near a Bobcat first down. He got to the 29, a gain of 9.
And now a steady diet of Anthony Tyus and maybe some Ricky Hunt and some running down some play clocks and some clapping. And Ohio's going to get out of here.
Bobcats today as a team have rushed for $168 on the day.
They'll get to 200, I would think. It's been the magic number, not that it appears to matter right now, but I think Ohio can get 30 or 40 more in this process.
2 wides to the far side. Jake Bruno, the tight end. Max Rodarte into the game at the wideout spot. He's flanked to the near side.
I like him a lot.
Yeah, a lot of people like that young man. He figures to be the next Coleman Owen in this offensive set. If it's not Caleb Gossett, here's the handoff inside to Tyus. Gets to the near side, has the first down, out to the 34-yard line, a gain of 5, and a Bobcat first down.
Road grading just continues. You knew this line would be able to run block, and Ohio, once they got it healthy, that's just what they did. And Navarro is a good enough runner, good enough decision maker where they not had to have like super long max protect situations to get him to be able to make plays.
11-11 to play in the MAC championship game. Ohio leads 31-3. 3 wides to the far side. Bobcats have a first down and 10 at their own 34-yard line. Coleman Owen now comes set in the backfield, takes the handoff, and tries to find some running room. Now gets out of 1 tackle attempt, out of 2, and is finally brought down at the 38-yard line. He picked up a very hard-fought 4 yards on that carry, his first running carry of the game.
Yep. Little tricky. Showed essentially jet principle, running him back into the formation and finding a way to shove it in his belly and go off the right side. Gimmicky. I know they've had that drawn up for Rodarte a couple times. Just haven't seen him pull it out of the hamper yet.
2nd down and 6. Tight end Bruno set in a slot to the far side. And 2 wides to the near side, and Hendricks to the far side. This is Tyus taking the handoff. Again, Navarro will lead the way to the far side, and Tyus has the 45, slows down momentarily, and then gets shoved out of bounds to the far side. Over there to make sure he went no further was Miami nickelback Ambe Caldwell.
It's basically a don't hold to Harris and Parker running out in front of him, and
he got 9, so it's 3rd down and 1 out to the 48-yard line.
Under 10 minutes.
There will be obviously a championship presentation afterwards. Rob will head down to the locker room, and we'll hear from many and various Bobcats celebrating the Mid-American Conference Championship, which is 9 minutes and 40 seconds away. Tyus behind Navarro, and the pistol on the 3rd and short call. Handoff goes to Tyus, stutter steps, accelerates, and picks up the first down as he is brought down at the 49-yard line. Bobcat first down.
Keep it going. Keep on grinding. Tyus now over 120.
127 on the day, in fact. And we talked about that first game that he played as a Bobcat as he checks out now, Trey Tyus, at Syracuse, where he went for 203, went for 109 at Central Michigan, and then in the big win over Toledo a couple of weeks back, had a $125 on the ground.
Yeah, and you expected some more of those. A little bit of injury trouble mid-year, obviously, around that Miami game, but he's done it again today.
Ricky Hunt's into the game. Play fake, Navarro to throw, near side, pass is caught now. This is Rodarte up to the 35-yard line and is thrown out of bounds. First down, Ohio to the near side sideline. Max Rodarte with his 6th catch of the season.
Again, surprised we haven't seen more, but he does a lot of the things Coleman Owen does, designed to be a slot guy. That time he's actually on the outside, almost to the white, almost the sideline where he makes that catch and advances.
20-yard pitch and catch. Rodarte, the 6-foot junior from Sacramento, California. Christoph Atkinson is back in the game at the right guard spot. If you remember a couple of minutes ago, he was a little shaken up, but good to see him back on the field.
None too serious.
8:20 to go. Navarro hands off, fakes it, keeps the football, runs up to the 25-yard line. He followed Ricky Hunt through the hole, stuck the ball in the belly of the running back, then pulled the football back and gets inside the 25 to the 24, gain of 7.
I like these designed follows where you follow the halfback or follow the running back, even with Navarro. Hunt didn't even get a hat on a hat, but the hole was there.
Marching 110, seated off to the, our broadcast right to the left of the Ohio bench in the end zone. 2 bands were together on the field today to perform the national anthem.
That was very nice. Sounded good.
And it was the Ohio band's idea, according to Commissioner Dr. John Steinbrecher. Handoff goes to Trey Tyus and works to the right side near the marker, the first down marker at the 21. And I think he got it. They are motioning to change the move downfield. Another Ohio first down. That's the 31st Ohio first down today.
I think if we're scripting this, you'd like to get Tyus to punch it in if Ohio goes in for a score down here. It's funny, he hasn't scored today. Great game, but has not been one of the guys for 6.
You like that symmetry. 31 points and 31 first downs. And 2 yards shy of the 200-yard rushing mark.
Not much went wrong today. Not much at all.
Not much at all. Tyus off to the left of Navarro. Takes the handoff. Tyus runs straight up the middle of the field to the 10, to the 5, and there's your knockout punch. Trey Tyus rumbles in to increase the lead to 37-3 as he scoots in from 21 yards for the touchdown. The MAC championship is headed to Athens.
Miami defense finally cracks. They just open it up on the right side. The Ohio line does, and Tyus pops it right up the hash for 21. He crosses the $150 mark, scores the first time today, and Ohio extends the lead again.
Spedic on to try the extra point. 37-3, Ohio. Extra point attempt by Spedic is up. Extra point attempt by Spedic is good. The Bobcat players are turning towards the fans over behind the bench as the celebration starts in earnest with 6:45 to go in the game. A Bobcat belting this afternoon of the Miami RedHawks. 38-3, Ohio, with 6:45 to go in the game. Timeout on the field. Ohio leads Miami 38-3 in the MAC championship game. This is the Ohio Sports Network from Learfield, presented by Holzer.
Life is a collection of big things that really matter and little things that make a huge difference. At OUCU Financial Credit Union, we know that financial services aren't on your mind all the time, but who you choose to bank with makes a big difference every day. That's why OUCU's commitment to our members extends well beyond low-rate loans and convenient products. We're committed to making you feel like you belong at our branches and, yeah, even online. Become a member today. Learn more about OUCU Financial at oucu.org. Federally insured by NCAA.
Football season is here, which means winter is not far behind. Hi, this is Jared Dean with Dean Heating and Cooling. As your local Tempstar dealer, you can experience superior home comfort with Tempstar game-changing technology. Whether you need a fall tune-up or a midwinter repair call, our expert technicians will make sure your heating system is running at peak performance. Count on Dean Heating and Cooling and Tempstar to keep you cozy all winter long. Find us online at deanheatingandcooling.com and go Cats!
It will be a happy bus ride back to Athens today for the Ohio Bobcats, who are rolling today in the MAC championship game, 38-3 over the Miami RedHawks. Let's recap the latest Ohio scoring drive with the Donwood Toyota Drive Summary. Donwood Toyota, 900 East State Street in Athens, or online at donwoodtoyota.com. 9 plays, 80 yards. Drive took what started back at the 12:22 mark. Another lengthy drive today by this Ohio offense, which really, that's one of the big stories. Obviously, the way the defense has played today, Rob, has been so big in all of this, but the offense's ability to keep Miami's offense off the field has been huge.
Well, this drive, 5:37 on your 9 plays, 80-yard drives, the scoring drives, 5:37, 6:40, 2:21 when they scored too fast right after the half. 3:27.
Have to go back and work on that.
10:14 is the drive of distinction. Drive 2 of the game, and that ended in Navarro 1-yard punch-in touchdown. That was an 18-play, 10-minute-plus drive. In the first drive, 5.5. Look, 5 of the 6 scores were on long drives. We scored on 6 or 7 possessions. I can't find much wrong here at all. This is awesome. As an Ohio fan, you've been waiting for this to dispatch a Miami team and dispatch a good Miami team. When Miami's been down, Ohio's kicked the tar out of them when needed. But when it's been competitive, Ohio's not gone and blown these guys out by 30 in my memory.
And remember, these are the defending champions that are taking this pasting today.
Yes.
And most of those parts from that team are back, including Brett Gabbert, who missed most of – I mean, they won the title last year without him.
Yes. And again, we're effectively the 1 seed. In their final game, they beat BG. It was them or BG to play Ohio. And they beat BG. They did literally everything they could in the conference season until this point.
Here is Spedic's kick. Davis will run up, signal for a fair catch. And Miami will have the football back. And you got the sense as well, too, being around the team during the week and listening to some of the conversations of the players and the coaches and all their thoughts heading into this one today, that this team was salivating at the chance to get Miami one more time. And as you said earlier, right or wrong from that first game, obviously Ohio, as much as today is Ohio's best game, that was not one of their best games.
No, you'd like that one back. You always we always joke, if it goes poorly, you burn the tape, whatever. But Ohio learns from it. And they didn't burn the tape. They learned what they couldn't do. They got the O-line healthy, and today, with 100% of their guys on the offense basically healthy, they did it.
Brett Gabbert's day and likely his Miami Mid-American Conference career are done as he is out. Henry Hessen is now in at quarterback. Austin Brawley's on the field for Ohio.
Good.
And came up and made the stop on the handoff inside as the play picked up 7 yards out to the 32-yard line. Running back on the carry that time for Miami, getting that short gain for the RedHawks was Jordan Brunson. 6:16 to go in the game. Hessen is a redshirt sophomore from Plainfield, Indiana, thrown just 17 passes this season. Brunson again on the carry, and he is flung down across the 35-yard line. At the 37, it's a Miami first down. 6 minutes to go in the game. Ohio 38, Miami 3.
10 wins, 3 seasons in a row with 11 potentially on deck. That's as great a 3 years as anybody's had. I realize now
remarkable run.
You play 12, 13, 14 games depending on your postseason, but 10 wins thrice. Wow.
I don't really care what level of conference football you're playing. Here's Brunson on the handoff out to the 45-yard line, where he is brought down, a gain of 9 for Jordan Brunson. And especially on a year where when you played your opening game back on August the 31st, there were 37 guys on that roster who took that field that day that weren't with you when spring ball started.
Yeah, everybody was still in the name tag stage. No idea.
And to do that and to mold this team together, again, with Tim Albin being named Mid-American Conference Coach of the Year, I'd almost guarantee he would tell you right away that's a staff award. Handoff goes inside, and Brunson is brought down. Caden Schmidt's in on the stop for Ohio. That was Kevin Davis, in fact, on the carry that time.
Getting some depth out there, some of the Ohio second unit getting out there, obviously, and Brawley getting his wind, getting his legs back under him.
3rd down and 1 upcoming for Miami. 4:45 to go as the clock continues to roll. Hessen's out of Plainfield, Indiana. Has thrown a touchdown pass this season. And he'll hand off, and this is Davis, knocked down right at the midfield stripe as he tried to get out to the outside. Good tackle over there by Ohio. Bobcats, again, they have a number of backups in defensively right now for Ohio. J.T. Haskins there, a freshman from Lexington, Kentucky with the stop.
Yep, I've not seen a ton of him this year.
Of course, earlier in the week, big day for Ohio was National Signing Day. Bobcats reeling in a number of players who have officially committed to play for Ohio. There are some bright prospects that will be Bobcats next year.
Wednesday went very well. A lot of Central Ohio quality players.
Handoff goes to another running back into the game for the first time for Miami. First carry of the afternoon for the RedHawks as Nate Milanowski, a redshirt junior from the state of Michigan, Grand Rapids, Michigan, in on the carry. 2nd down and 8. 3:40 to go.
Running this thing down. Miami under 60 yards rushing today.
Just a dominant day, both sides of the ball for Tim Albin's team. Hessen play fakes, wants to throw. Rolls to the far side, being chased. Walter Bob Jr. is over there to grab him and throw him out of bounds. At the 46-yard line.
Able to contain this quarterback. I think this Ohio defense loves playing against a standstill or a unlikely to run quarterback, and that's why they were able to manage Gabbard, I think, today. It was not a run threat, so let them do some other things.
Hessen did manage to stay in bounds when Bob brought him down. Clock continues to spin to the 3-minute mark. Trips to the near side for Miami. Henry Hessen, right-handed quarterback, back to throw. Looking, evades Casey Seegers, rolls to the near side. Still coming to the near side with the football, and he gets knocked down. Took a pretty good hit to the near side as he is brought down. Stellan Bowman was over there to make the tackle for Ohio.
Yeah, a little more pressure applied by Ohio in the backside, but the 2 Ohio rushers who were running it down to the backside collided with each other, so the guys upfield had the conversion. The quarterback actually delivered a decent shot.
Also over there for Ohio was Creed Hill, redshirt freshman corner from Medina, Ohio.
Ohio needs to get 11 out there. Yeah, just did.
2:25 left to play. This game, though, has been in the bag for quite some time.
28-3, I think that's when it felt like it was about done.
Hessen will hand off and grabbed in the backfield and thrown down is the running back Davis coming up to make the stop for Ohio. Great penetration that time for the Bobcats, finding a gap and getting through it for Ohio. Again, they've gone deep into the defensive backfield or defensive line play that time. That was R.J. Keechler in on the stop. The redshirt freshman, he's a Pickering and Central product.
Yeah, late mesh there. Hessen just took his time, got a little confused, and couldn't decide soon enough. And Ohio just got there. They hit the mesh point, not the back.
And at the 2:03 mark, Ohio's defense had sprinted to the far side. Apparently thinking the clock was going to roll to the 2-minute timeout. They have to hustle back to the line. That was in fact, that was 4th down, I'm sorry. So the defense checked off. The offense now comes onto the field. That was a 4th down call. So on downs, Bobcats get the football back. And some substitutions on offense as well for Ohio. Nick Polis into the game at quarterback. Handoff goes to Nolan McCormick. And McCormick, with his first tote of the pigskin, gets into Miami territory at the 45. And now we're at the 2-minute timeout. 1:58 to play in the game. Ohio is that far away from the Mid-American Conference Championship. Bobcats lead Miami 38-3. We'll step aside. This is the Ohio Sports Network from Learfield, presented by Holzer.
Dear McDonald's, your breakfast menu? Fire. 10s across the board. I could be happy with anything, even though I order the same thing every time. Thanks for not judging me. I'll try something new next time. Maybe.
Buy one, get one for $1 breakfast on favorites like toasty bagel sandwiches, hash browns, and more. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer. Valid for item of equal or lesser value.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Need a place to stay? The Ohio University Inn, a proud supporter of the Ohio Bobcats, and the only hotel located right on campus. Offers guests a complete range of services and amenities, including a 24-hour fitness center, free high-speed internet, great event space, and much more. Plus, you can dine on fabulous steaks and fresh seafood and pasta at Cutler's Restaurant, or enjoy a friendly pub atmosphere at Bunch of Grapes Tavern. Visit us online at ouin.com. The Ohio University Inn, Athens' only full-service hotel. Have a smart stay.
.158 to go in the game. Ohio's lead is 38-3. There are a lot of hugs being exchanged on that Ohio sideline. Just a moment ago, Bradley Weaver and Trey Tyus picked up the Gatorade cooler and started onto the field towards Tim Albin, but they were held up and asked to not do it just yet. So they quickly retreated, but the cooler is ready. Tim Albin exchanging hugs with many members of his staff on the Ohio sideline. And I'm sure another guy who obviously is taking great pride in this is Frank Solich, who really one of the keys to turning this program around, left the job with Tim Albin, who has been by his side for many years, taking the job. Coach Albin just a moment ago, a big embrace with defensive coordinator John Hauser. Coach Hauser, of course, part of his coaching career, he spent time in Oxford at Miami. And what a day it has been here in Detroit for the Ohio Bobcats, who are about to win the Mid-American Conference Championship for the first time since 1968. And win their first MAC championship game in 6 tries. Last time the Bobcats were here was 2022 when they fell to Toledo 17-7. But today, this one was put away early by this Ohio football team, playing its best game of the season on both sides of the football. Ohio has rung up 463 yards of total offense to just 189 for Miami. The Bobcats have 31 first downs. They have 228 yards on the ground and have kept Miami out of the end zone today. Nick Polis is on at quarterback. Nolan McCormick is the Bobcat running back, the walk-on from Mason High School. McCormick gets the handoff, moves to the Miami 40. These two bitter rivals, the Battle of the Brick Series, the 101st meeting, the first time they've ever played twice in a season. And the conference championship will rest with the Ohio Bobcats. The roar coming up from the far side. The celebration is underway. As the clock rolls to 1:25, the Bobcats are in championship formation. Polis takes the snap, moves ahead for a couple of yards, goes down to a knee. 1:13 to go. The crowd roaring across the way, chanting Bobcats in unison. Hugs all over the sideline right now. Under a minute to go. Ohio will win 10 games once again. 10-win Tim has done it again for Ohio. 45 seconds left. Polis again. Takes the snap, ahead for a couple of yards, down to a right knee, and that will do it. The Ohio Bobcats are the Mid-American Conference champions.